It may be called, following Marx, dead labor, to distinguish it from the living labor which takes part directly in production. Now, as a material process, production which makes use of tools, instruments, machinery, buildings, etc. is an ordinary and easily comprehensible activity, living labor making use of its own past stored up labor to carry on production. As such a purely physical process, its terms are as clear as the relation between the first axes or potter's wheels and the men and women who used them. But within the framework of capitalist social relations, all this is reversed. The means of production become the property of the capitalist, and thus past or dead labor takes the form of capital. The purely physical relationship assumes the social form given to it by capitalism and itself begins to be altered. The ideal toward which capitalism strives is the domination of dead labor over living labor. In the beginning this ideal is seldom realized, but as capitalism develops machinery and makes use of its every suitable technical peculiarity for its own ends, it brings into being the system of the domination of living by dead labor not just as an allegorical expression, not just as the domination of wealth over poverty, of employer over employed, or of capital over labor in the sense of financial or power relationships, but as a physical fact. And this is brought about, as we have seen, by the incessant drive to enlarge and perfect machinery on the one hand, and to diminish the worker on the other. The expression Marx gave to this process at a time when it was just beginning cannot be improved upon even from the present vantage point of another century of its further development. Every kind of capitalist production, insofar as it is not only a labor process, but also a process of creating surplus value, has this in common, that it is not the workman that employs the instruments of labor, but the instruments of labor that employ the workman. But it is only in the factory system that this inversion for the first time acquires technical and palpable reality. By means of its conversion into an automaton, the instrument of labor confronts the laborer, during the labor process, in the shape of capital, of dead labor, that dominates, and pumps dry, living labor power. The separation of the intellectual powers of production from the manual labor, and the conversion of those powers into the might of capital over labor, is, as we have already shown, finally completed by modern industry erected on the foundation of machinery. The special skill of each individual insignificant factory operative vanishes as an infinitesimal quantity before the science, the gigantic physical forces, and the mass of labor that are embodied in the factory mechanism and, together with that mechanism, constitute the power of the Master 47. It is of course this master, standing behind the machine, who dominates, pumps dry, the living labor power. It is not the productive strength of machinery that weakens the human race, but the manner in which it is employed in capitalist social relations. It has become fashionable, however, to attribute to machinery the powers over humanity which arise in fact from social relations. Society, in this view, is nothing but an extrapolation of science and technology, and the machine itself is the enemy. The machine, the mere product of human labor and ingenuity, designed and constructed by humans and alterable by them at will, is viewed as an independent participant in human social arrangements. It is given life, enters into relations with the workers, relations fixed by its own nature, is endowed with the power to shape the life of mankind, and is sometimes even invested with designs upon the human race. This is the reification of a social relation. It is, as we have already noted earlier in this chapter, nothing but fetishism, in Marx's sense of the term. In order to find an analogy, we must have recourse to the mist-enveloped regions of the religious world. In that world the productions of the human brain appear as independent beings endowed with life, and entering into relation both with one another and the human race. So it is in the world of commodities with the products of men's hands. This I call the fetishism which attaches itself to the products of labor, so soon as they are produced as commodities. 49. This fetishism achieves its greatest force when it attaches to those products of men's hands which, in the form of machinery, become capital. Acting for the master in a way which he plans with inexhaustible care and precision, they seem in human eyes to act for themselves and out of their own inner necessities. These necessities are called technical needs, machine characteristics, the requirements of efficiency, but by and large they are the exigencies of capital and not of technique. For the machine, they are only the expression of that side of its possibilities which capital tends to develop most energetically, the technical ability to separate control from execution. In reality, machinery embraces a host of possibilities, many of which are systematically thwarted, rather than developed, by capital. An automatic system of machinery opens up the possibility of the true control over a highly productive factory by a relatively small core of workers, providing these workers attain the level of mastery over the machinery offered by engineering knowledge, and providing they then share out among themselves the routines of the operation, from the most technically advanced to the most routine. This tendency to socialize labor, and to make of it an engineering enterprise on a high level of technical accomplishment, is, considered abstractly, a far more striking characteristic of machinery in its fully developed state than any other. Yet this promise, which has been repeatedly held out with every technical advance since the Industrial Revolution, is frustrated by the capitalist effort to reconstitute and even deepen the division of labor in all of its worst aspects, despite the fact that this division of labor becomes more archaic with every passing day. This observation may easily be verified by the fact that workers in each industry today are far less capable of operating that industry than were the workers of a half-century ago, and even less than those of 100 years ago. The progress of capitalism seems only to deepen the gulf between worker and machine and to subordinate the worker ever more decisively to the yoke of the machine. If the machine is fetishized, the division of labor in its present form is the subject of a veritable religion. Consider this from the author of a book on modern science and society. The industrial assembly line, for instance, is an important social invention in the division of labor, and modern machine technology is impossible without it no matter how much scientific knowledge we have. Therefore, since science and technology are now extremely interdependent and fructifying for each other, both are fundamentally dependent upon the maintenance of that great division of labor which is so essential a characteristic of modern industrial society. 53. The chief advantage of the industrial assembly line is the control it affords over the pace of labor, and as such it is supremely useful to owners and managers whose interests are at loggerheads with those of their workers. From a technological point of view, it is extraordinarily primitive and has little to do with modern machine technology. Nevertheless, in such barbarous relics is found the seat of scientific knowledge and the basis for technology. Apologists for chattel slavery, from Greece to the American South, used to argue that the labors of their field hands and domestic slaves were necessary so that they could preserve and develop art, science, and culture. Modern apologists go further and instruct the workers that they must keep to their places on the industrial assembly line as a precondition for the development of a science and technology which will then devise for them still better examples of the division of labor. And it is truly in this way that workers, so long as they remain servants of capital instead of freely associated producers who control their own labor and their own destinies, work every day to build for themselves more modern, more scientific, more dehumanized prisons of labor. Chapter 10. Further effects of management and technology on the distribution of labor. Marx has pointed out that unlike generals, who win their wars by recruiting armies, captains of industry win their wars by discharging armies. A necessary consequence of management and technology is a reduction in the demand for labor. The constant raising of the productivity of labor through the organizational and technical means that have been described herein must, in itself, produce this tendency. The application of modern methods of management and machine technology, however, become practical only with the rapid increase in the scale of production. Thus the rapid increase in the productivity of labor tends to be counterbalanced by the growth in production. Chiefly as a consequence of this, employment in those industries concerned with the production of goods has not declined in absolute terms. Statistics which estimate the numbers of workers in those industrial divisions which are directly concerned with the fabrication of goods, including manufacturing, contract construction, mining, lumbering, fishing, and the so-called mechanical industries, the latter being a term used in early censuses, show a constant rise since the earliest occupational census of 1820, see table, page 164 below. The enormous size of the working population still concentrated in these industries, and the fact that, despite all mechanization, this total has continued to grow until the present, reflects, besides the growth of output, the limits mechanization itself places on the process of labor displacement. The point at which the worker is cheaper than the machinery which replaces him or her is determined by more than a mere technical relationship. It depends as well upon the level of wages, which in turn is affected by the supply of labor as measured against the demand. And the supply of labor, including the size of the reserve army of workers hunting for jobs, depends in part upon the mechanization of industry, which transforms employed workers into surplus workers. Thus the very rapidity of mechanization, insofar as it makes available a supply of cheap labor by discharging workers from some industries or putting an end to the expansion of employment in others, acts as a check upon further mechanization. If the displacement of labor cannot be seen in the figures for the absolute size of the working population occupied in the making of goods, it can be seen in the measures of its relative size. If we convert the tabulation to the form of percentages of total non-agricultural employment for each census year, the trend emerges with some clarity. See percentage column of table, below. Non-agricultural workers, 1820 to 1970. In view of the untrustworthy nature of 19th century statistics, it would perhaps be wrong to draw from them any other conclusion than that the percentage of those gainfully occupied who were to be found in these goods-producing industries fluctuated in a fairly narrow range, between 45 and 50% of non-agricultural employment. And this situation, strikingly enough, continued until 1920. Thereafter, the percentage moved consistently downward to the 33% figure of the 1970 census. The balance between the growth of production on the one side and the growth of productivity on the other held for a century and was, it would appear, finally broken in the decade of the 1920s, when employment in these manufacturing, extractive, and construction industries began for the first time to fall off as a proportion of all non-farm employment. But the more striking tendency is the marked change in occupational composition within these industries. As has already been pointed out, the separation of conceptualization from execution, the removal of all possible work from the shop floor, the point of execution, to the office, and the further necessity of maintaining a shadow replica of the entire process of production in paper form, brings into being large technical and office staffs. Statistics from all the principal capitalist countries indicate that there has been a rapid rise, starting before the turn of the century, in the proportion of those not employed directly in production. Characteristically, there were in manufacturing industries around the start of the century somewhere between 5 and 10 non-production employees for every 100 employed in production, and by the post-World War II period this had risen to more than 20 per 100. The figures given for United States manufacturing industries are as follows: 3. It is most important to note, however, that not all of this increase is attributable to the tendencies that have concerned us thus far, the reorganization of production and the use of large-scale machine systems. The category of non-production employment used in all these figures is a mélange. It is, as Delahanty notes, a residual category, including all those employed in manufacturing apart from production, maintenance, and auxiliary workers. This means it includes not only engineers, technicians, and the clerical workers associated with production tasks, but all administrative, financial, marketing, and other such employment. Available figures do not permit a ready separation of the two types of non-production employment into those associated with the production process and those associated with other aspects of the corporation's activity, but there are ample indications that the technical portion of non-production employment is the smaller. For example, Emil Lederer, an early investigator of this subject, noted that in Germany between 1895 and 1907, technical personnel in manufacturing, mining, and construction increased by 153%, while commercial personnel increased by 206%. And Delahanty points out that in 1961, in United States manufacturing, while there were 35 non-production workers for every 100 production workers, only 7.9 of these were engineers, scientists, or technicians. 6. It is probably better to turn from these industrial statistics to the occupational figures for technical people if we are to attempt to estimate the size of the grouping created by the new industrial revolution to bear responsibility for the conceptualization and planning of production. According to these figures, there were in 1970 some 1.2 million technical engineers in the United States, employed chiefly in the goods-producing industries but also in transportation and communications, as independent consultants, by government, etc. At the same time, there were about a million technicians, including draftsmen, as well as some 365,000 natural scientists of all kinds. Since this total of close to 2.5 million in these occupations may be compared with a total of no more than 80,000 in the same occupations in 1900, it is clear that these are virtually new occupational groupings, produced by the revolution in production of the past century. But despite this rapid growth, what is remarkable is the concentration of the technical expertise of United States industries in a relatively small grouping. Taken together, the technical engineers, chemists, scientists, architects, draftsmen, designers, and technicians represented not much more than 3% of the total labor force in 1970. Of course, this must be enlarged by the addition of some number, impossible to estimate, of managers serving as primarily technical superiors, but it should also be lowered by the large numbers of natural scientists in fields remote from production in any form, and also by the large numbers of draftsmen, including tracers and detailers, and technicians whose jobs are confined to the repetition of simple activities that are rapidly learned and do not encompass any true conceptualization or planning functions. On balance, it is probably proper to say that the technical knowledge required to operate the various industries of the United States is concentrated in a grouping in the neighborhood of only 3% of the entire working population, although this percentage is higher in some industries and lower in others. The profession of technical engineer is at the present time almost completely restricted to those who have taken at least a 4-year degree in engineering. Alongside the traditional specialties within this field and such recent arrivals as aeronautical engineering, industrial engineering, which was a small specialty as recently as the 1930s, has grown most rapidly. This is the aspect of engineering concerned most directly with the design of the production process. In the early part of the 19th century, the engineering profession scarcely existed. It has been estimated that there were no more than some 30 engineers or quasi-engineers in the United States in 1816. The first census which enumerated the profession separately, that of 1850, showed about 2,000 civil engineers, few of whom had gained their titles through academic training and most of whom were engaged in canal and railroad construction. It was only with the rise of manufacturing industry that the other categories of engineering came into significant existence, and between 1880 and 1920 the number of engineers of all sorts increased by nearly 2,000%, from 7,000 to 136,000. Now the civil engineer was overshadowed by mining, metallurgical, mechanical, electrical, and chemical engineers. Where, in 1870, only 866 engineering degrees had been granted in the United States, more than that number were enrolled in engineering colleges in the single year 1890, and by 1910 enrollment had risen to 30,000.7. The enormous and continuous growth in demand for engineers has created a new mass occupation. On the one hand, this has, along with other new professions such as accounting, given a place to those thrust out of the old middle class by the relative decline of the petty entrepreneurial occupations in trade and other erstwhile arenas of small business. But on the other hand, having become a mass occupation, engineering has begun to exhibit, even if faintly, some of the characteristics of other mass employments: rationalization and division of labor, simplification of duties, application of mechanization, a downward drift in relative pay, some unemployment, and some unionization. In a study done for the National Bureau of Economic Research, the demand and supply of scientific personnel, David M. Blank and George J. Stigler point out that in the United States since 1890, demand has grown quite rapidly but supply has grown even more rapidly, so salaries have drifted downward relative to those for the entire working population. Their index of the ratio of median engineering salaries to those of the full-time manufacturing wage earner shows that, if the 1929 ratio is taken as 100, by 1954 the ratio was only June 8, 66. The engineer's job is chiefly one of design, but even design, where a project has grown large enough, may be subjected to the traditional rules of the division of labor. An example of how this is done may be seen from the manner in which the A.O. Smith Company went about the engineering of its new automobile frame plant in the 1950s. The design work was broken down into segments, both of the design task to be done and of various technical specialties. First, we developed a rating chart for all the engineers available. Technical specialties, attitudes, type of work were included. For instance, some might be draftsmen, capable designers, or medium designers, etc. This rating was developed by the group leaders who best knew these people. We even had a psychological evaluation of every man. Then we brought the engineers together and told them what our objective was. We laid down certain rules of operation. We said that we would brook absolutely no interference with the rules but would follow them religiously. Anyone who did not so operate would have to move aside. We said that 8 hours a day they were to follow the rules. We wanted all complaints to come to us formally and we would consider them and amend the rules, but we wanted no one to make changes or alter procedure from the operating pattern we had established. We asked each of our group leaders to put on blinders and absolutely not to worry about the other fellow's job. That was engineering management's business to handle. Point 9. Admittedly, this procedure was adopted under the pressure of time, but many large engineering projects are handled in a similar way, to the point where many engineers are restricted to a design specialty or an engineering routine, while the conception to which they have been subordinated remains engineering management's business. At the same time, so-called computer-aided design and computer-aided engineering encourage the translation of the traditional graphic language of the engineer into numerical form so that it may be handled by computers and numerical control instrumentation. Point 10. This opens the way for the transfer of part of the engineer's function to electronic equipment. Much of the design process, which consists of the recall of standard information, from handbooks, files, etc., together with calculations based upon this information, can then be stored in computer records and the calculations done much more rapidly by the computer. Some objects, like mechanical cams, can be designed by programmed computations, skipping the use of drawings either as input specifications or as directions for production. The present practice is chiefly to produce numerical tables and text printouts, but the increased use of numerical control of machine tools encourages a trend toward computer outputs of magnetic tapes which then operate production machinery directly. Small electric motors are examples of much more complicated products which are designed today in a completely automatic way. For a given specification, the computer chooses standardized iron cores for stator and rotor design, as well as rotor axles and casings. It also makes some engineering computations for the wire dimensions and the windings. The input for such an automatic design procedure is simply a table form in which the desired performance data are filled in by an engineer. The computer output is a list of standard parts and data on the wire, the configuration of the windings, and the turns to be wound. Point 11. These methods are also being applied to stress analysis for the intricate patterns of flush rivets in aircraft, to bridge design, hospital planning, and other engineering problems. Apart from the labor-saving aspects of the technique, it alters the occupational composition in the same manner as does numerical control. Since such techniques are used in accord with the management-favored division of labor, they replace engineers and draftsmen with data entry clerks and machine operators, and further intensify the concentration of conceptual and design knowledge. Thus the very process which brought into being a mass engineering profession is being applied to that profession itself when it has grown to a large size, is occupied with duties which may be routinized, and when the advance of solid-state electronic technology makes it feasible to do so. Outside of the medical and dental fields, there were approximately 1 million technicians in employment in 1970. Of these, some 310,000 were draftsmen and another 90,000 were surveyors, air traffic controllers, and radio operators, leaving about 600,000 as the total of all others, including engineering and physical science technicians. There is no generally accepted definition of the term, but the distinguishing characteristic of the technician is that he or she functions as support for the engineer or scientist. The routine which can be passed to a lower paid and slightly trained person goes to the technician. Most have no special training or education apart from what they learned on their jobs, but with the growth of attendance in higher educational institutions, employers are increasingly using graduates of 2-year technical institutes and even holders of 4-year degrees. Pay is not much above that received by craftsmen. For example, in early 1971 the average weekly pay of draftsmen was $170, while the average weekly earnings of all craftsmen and foremen were $167.13. If in these groups, and particularly among engineers and scientists, is concentrated the technical expertise required by management in modern production processes, this does not exhaust the changes wrought by the revolution in management and technique. A mass of clerical workers has come into existence whose work embraces all that was formerly handled on an informal basis in the shop itself, or on a minimal basis in the small shop offices of the past. Since management now carries on the production process from its desktops, conducting on paper a parallel process that follows and anticipates everything that happens in production itself, an enormous mass of record-keeping and calculation comes into being. Materials, work in progress, finished inventory, labor, machinery, are subjected to meticulous time and cost accounting. Each step is detailed, recorded, and controlled from afar, and worked up into reports that offer a cross-sectional picture at a given moment, often on a daily basis, of the physical processes of production, maintenance, shipment, storage, etc. This work is attended by armies of clerks, data processing equipment, and an office management dedicated to its accomplishment. Since there is no way to separate this work from the other administrative work of the corporation, both because work auxiliary to production is not classified and enumerated separately, and also because it is in fact so intermingled with the rest of the administrative work that it probably cannot be subjected to separate statistical accounting, work of this sort must be left for later discussion. It must await the description of other forces in monopoly capitalism, apart from the technical ones we have been discussing, which have caused shifts in the occupations of the working population. Part 3. Monopoly Capital. Chapter 11. Surplus Value and Surplus Labor. The atomized and competitive model of capitalism, in which the individual owner of capital, or family group, or small group of partners, and the capitalist firm were identical, and production in each industry was distributed among a reasonably large number of firms, is no longer the model of capitalism today. Economists and social observers of a variety of persuasions are in general agreement that it has been displaced by a substantially different structure, although they may disagree in their descriptions and analyses of the new structure. Marxists have used various names for this new stage of capitalism since it made its appearance: finance capitalism, imperialism, neocapitalism, late capitalism. But since it has been generally recognized that, as Lenin put it in one of the pioneer treatments of the subject, the economic quintessence of imperialism is monopoly capitalism, it is the latter term that has proved most acceptable. Point 1. The most substantial recent discussion of this new stage from the Marxist point of view is found in Monopoly Capital, by Paul Baran and Paul M. Sweezy. Point 2. Monopoly capital had its beginnings, it is generally agreed, in the last 2 or 3 decades of the 19th century. It was then that the concentration and centralization of capital, in the form of the early trusts, cartels, and other forms of combination, began to assert itself, It was consequently then that the modern structure of capitalist industry and finance began to take shape. At the same time, the rapid completion of the colonization of the world and the international rivalries and armed clashes over the division of the globe into spheres of economic influence or dominance opened the modern imperialist era. Monopoly capitalism thus embraces the increase of monopolistic organizations within each capitalist country, the internationalization of capital, the international division of labor, imperialism, the world market and the world movement of capital, and changes in the structure of state power. It will already have been noticed that the crucial developments in the processes of production date from precisely the same period as monopoly capitalism. Scientific management and the whole movement for the organization of production on its modern basis have their beginnings in the last 2 decades of the last century. And the scientific technical revolution, based on the systematic use of science for the more rapid transformation of labor power into capital, also begins, as we have indicated, at the same time. In describing these two facets of the activity of capital, we have therefore been describing two of the prime aspects of monopoly capital. Both chronologically and functionally, they are part of the new stage of capitalist development, and they grow out of monopoly capitalism and make it possible. It is unnecessary either to repeat or to attempt to summarize the description of the changes in capitalism to be found in monopoly capital, for obvious reasons, but also because not all the aspects which Baran and Sweezy analyze are of direct interest to us in this discussion. The angle of vision adopted in that work was the view of capitalist society as the producer of a gigantic and growing economic surplus, and the authors were concerned with the way that surplus is used, or absorbed, in monopoly capitalism. And at the outset, they point out, we do not claim that directing attention to the generation and absorption of surplus gives a complete picture of this or any other society. And we are particularly conscious of the fact that this approach, as we have used it, has resulted in almost total neglect of a subject which occupies a central place in Marx's study of capitalism, the labor process. We stress the crucial role of technological change in the development of monopoly capitalism but make no attempt to inquire systematically into the consequences which the particular kinds of technological change characteristic of the monopoly capitalist period have had for the nature of work, the composition and differentiation of the working class, the psychology of workers, the forms of working class organization and struggle, and so on. These are all obviously important subjects which would have to be dealt with in any comprehensive study of monopoly capitalism. Point 3. As this makes clear, Baran and Sweezy deal less with the movements of production than with the movements of its outcome, the product. But, as they point out, not only technological change but also a changing product bring about new and different processes of labor, a new occupational distribution of the employed population, and thus a changed working class. It is thus clear that the investigation of the movements of labor undertaken here are but another form of the investigation of the movements of value undertaken in monopoly capital. The process by which the movement of value and the movement of labor go hand in hand was described by Marx in his exposition of the general law of capitalist accumulation. With accumulation, and the development of the productiveness of labor that accompanies it, the power of sudden expansion of capital grows also. The mass of social wealth, overflowing with the advance of accumulation, and transformable into additional capital, thrusts itself frantically into old branches of production, whose market suddenly expands, or into newly formed branches. In all such cases, there must be the possibility of throwing great masses of men suddenly on the decisive points without injury to the scale of production in other spheres. This increase is effected by the simple process that constantly sets free a part of the laborers, by methods which lessen the number of laborers employed in proportion to the increased production. Point 4. Considered on the scale of the century that has passed since Marx, the methods which lessen the number of laborers employed in proportion to the increased production have set free workers in vast numbers. The figures for the United States, which are by no means untypical of the major capitalist countries, indicate, as we have already pointed out, that employment in the non-farm industries devoted to the production of goods began in the 1920s to drop from its traditional 45 to 50% of urban employment, and had fallen to 33% by 1970. But at the same time the proportion of the working population occupied in agriculture, which amounted to approximately 50% in 1880, had by 1970 sunk to less than 4% of total employment. Since agriculture, together with manufacturing, construction, and their accompanying extractive industries, occupied 3/4 of the population in 1880 and by 1970 had fallen to only about 3/8, the mass of labor to be traced is indeed huge, millions of jobs for those who, freed from agriculture and freed from manufacturing industries, are nevertheless occupied in some way in the social division of labor. In tracing this mass of labor, we will be led not only to newly formed branches of production in Marx's sense, but also, as were Baran and Sweezy, into branches of non-production, entire industries and large sectors of existing industries whose only function is the struggle over the allocation of the social surplus among the various sectors of the capitalist class and its dependents. In this process, capital, which thrusts itself frantically into every possible new area of investment, has totally reorganized society, and in creating the new distribution of labor has created a social life vastly different from that of only 70 or 80 years ago. And this restless and insatiable activity of capital continues to transform social life almost daily before our eyes, without heed that by doing so it is creating a situation in which social life becomes increasingly impossible. The surplus we seek, because it is a surplus of labor rather than of value, is somewhat different from the surplus Baran and Sweezy sought to trace. For example, for their purpose it was perfectly proper to include in the economic surplus the enormous and apparently irreducible military establishment maintained by capital at great social expense. This is of course one of the chief ways in which the abundance created by modern production is absorbed, drained off, wasted, beneficially for capital though with great injury to society. But insofar as this military establishment involves the bolstering up of demand for the products of manufacturing industry, the labor so utilized is already accounted for in the manufacturing sector of the economy. The fact that labor is used in the making of useless or harmful products does not for the moment concern us. It is the surplus of labor that has been drawn into new forms of production or of non-production that concerns us, since it is in this way that the occupational structure and thus the working class have been transformed. We have already described the manner in which occupations within the manufacturing industries are rearranged and the balance is shifted toward indirect labor so that labor in the mass, as it is applied directly in production, may be lessened in numbers and controlled in its activities. This shift creates a small proportion of technical jobs, most of them closely linked to management, and a larger proportion of lower-grade routinized technical or unskilled clerical jobs. It is now necessary to focus not on the occupational shifts within these traditional industries but rather on the industrial shifts, the movements that change the entire social division of labor. In doing this we are following the course of capital, and the paths along which it has drawn labor. And for this we must attempt to sketch some of the broad social forces at work, and the social changes which are themselves nothing but the results of the rapid accumulation of capital in the monopoly era, as well as the conditions of further accumulation. Chapter 12. The Modern Corporation. The first of these forces is to be found in the changed structure of the capitalist enterprise. The foundations for the theory of the monopolistic corporation were laid by Marx when he described the tendency of capital to agglomerate in huge units. This comes about in the first instance by the concentration of capital, which Marx defined as the natural result of the accumulation process. Each capital grows and with it grows the scale of production it carries on. The centralization of capital, on the other hand, changes the distribution of existing capitals, bringing together capitals already formed, by means of destruction of their individual independence, expropriation of capitalist by capitalist, transformation of many small into few large capitals. Capital grows in one place to a huge mass in a single hand, because it has in another place been lost by many. This centralization may be accomplished, as Marx points out, either through competition or through the credit system, whereby many owners make their capital available to a single control. The scale of capitalist enterprise, prior to the development of the modern corporation, was limited by both the availability of capital and the management capacities of the capitalist or group of partners. These are the limits set by personal fortunes and personal capabilities. It is only in the monopoly period that these limits are overcome, or at least immensely broadened and detached from the personal wealth and capacities of individuals. The corporation as a form severs the direct link between capital and its individual owner, and monopoly capitalism builds upon this form. Huge aggregates of capital may be assembled that far transcend the sum of the wealth of those immediately associated with the enterprise. And operating control is vested increasingly in a specialized management staff for each enterprise. Since both capital and professional management at its top levels are drawn, by and large, from the same class, it may be said that the two sides of the capitalist, owner and manager, formerly united in one person, now become aspects of the class. It is true that ownership of capital and the management of enterprises are never totally divorced from each other in the individuals of the class, since both remain concentrated in a social grouping of extremely limited size. Therefore, as a rule, top managers are not capital-less individuals, nor are owners of capital necessarily inactive in management. But in each enterprise the direct and personal unity between the two is ruptured. Capital has now transcended its limited and limiting personal form and has entered into an institutional form. This remains true even though claims to ownership remain, in the last resort, largely personal or familial in accordance with the rationale and juridical structure of capitalism. To belong to the capitalist class by virtue of ownership of capital, one must simply possess adequate wealth. That is the only requirement for membership in that sense. To belong to the capitalist class in its aspect as the direct organizer and manager of a capitalist enterprise is another matter. Here, a process of selection goes on having to do with such qualities as aggressiveness and ruthlessness, organizational proficiency and drive, technical insight, and especially marketing talent. Thus, while the managerial stratum continues to be drawn from among those endowed with capital, family, connections, and other ties within the network of the class as a whole, it is not closed to some who may rise from other social classes, not through the acquisition of wealth on their part but through the co-optation of their talent on the part of the capitalist organization which they serve. In this case the ownership of capital later follows from the managerial position, rather than the other way around. But this is exceptional, not just because top management is drawn as a rule from within the class, but also because the stratum as a whole is not a large one. While the title of manager is bestowed in various statistical classifications upon a great variety of jobs, the possession of this title has, for most, nothing to do with the capitalist management of the substantial corporations of the country. For example, the Bureau of the Census classified almost 6.5 million persons, out of some 80 million, as managers and administrators, except farm, in the census of 1970. But this included perhaps 1 million managers of retail and service outlets, and as much as another million self-employed petty proprietors in these same fields. It included buyers and purchasing agents, officials and administrators at the various levels of government, school administration, hospitals and other such institutions, postmasters and mail superintendents, ships officers, pilots, and pursers, building managers and superintendents, railroad conductors, union officials, and funeral directors. Since such categories consume almost half of the entire classification, it is clear without further analysis of the rest that the managerial stratum of true operating executives of the corporate world is quite a small group. But though proportionately small in the total population, this stratum has become very large in comparison with the pre-monopoly situation. Speaking of the early part of the 19th century, Pollard says, the large-scale entrepreneur of the day began with very limited managerial, clerical, or administrative staff. He wrote his own letters, visited his own customers, and bellaboured his men with his own walking stick. The small number of clerks employed even in large establishments did not only bookkeeping but timekeeping, quality control, traveling, and draftsmanship. For years, says Pollard, what made all his drawings himself, and he gives this remarkable statistic: the Arkwrights, in 1801-4, employed only 3 clerks to look after 1,063 workers, nearly all of whom, again, were paid by complicated piece rates too. In the United States, Alfred D. Chandler points out, before 1850 very few American businesses needed the services of a full-time administrator or required a clearly defined administrative structure. Industrial enterprises were very small, in comparison with those of today. And they were usually family affairs. The 2 or 3 men responsible for the destiny of a single enterprise handled all its basic activities: economic and administrative, operational and entrepreneurial. 3. The institutionalization of capital and the vesting of control in a specialized stratum of the capitalist class corresponds chronologically to an immense growth in the scale of management operations. Not only is the size of enterprises growing at a great pace to the point where a few enterprises begin to dominate the productive activity of each major industry, but at the same time the functions undertaken by management are broadened very rapidly. We have already traced this development in the sphere of production. When fully reorganized in the modern corporation, the producing activities are subdivided among functional departments, each having a specific aspect of the process for its domain: design, styling, research and development, planning, production control, inspection or quality control, manufacturing cost accounting, work study, method study and industrial engineering, routing and traffic, materials purchasing and control, maintenance of plant and machinery, and power, personnel management and training, and so on. But if the engineering organization was the first requirement, it was soon outstripped in functional importance by the marketing apparatus. The first great integrated corporations, which began to appear in the United States in the 1880s and 1890s, were constructed on the basis of a new approach to the marketing problem, and it is not too much to say that after the assurance of basic engineering requirements, it was this revolutionary marketing approach that served as the basis for the monopolistic corporation. The earlier pattern had been one of buying and selling through commission agents, wholesalers, and the like. The growing scope of the market, based upon improvements in transport and communications as well as upon the rapid increase in the size of cities created by the growth of industry, showed itself not only through increases in volume but also in geographical dispersion. The fundamental corporate innovation in this area was the national marketing organizations they established as part of their own structures, organizations which were soon to become international. Point 4. The transportation network was the first arena for the giant corporation. The railroads and shipping organizations, by virtue of their demand for steel rails, plate, and structural shapes, drew in their wake the steel industry, which had just begun to become proficient in the manufacture of steel at a price and quantity that made these developments possible. Special adaptations of the means of transport to food shipping, in the form of insulated and refrigerated compartments, at first iced, later mechanically cooled, made possible the long-distance movement of the most essential commodities required by the rapidly growing urban centers. The cities were released from their dependence on local supplies and made part of an international market. Gustavus Swift began in the mid-1870s to market Western meat in the Eastern region, and by the end of the century his organization had become a giant vertically integrated manufacturing, shipping, and marketing empire. This lead was soon followed by a number of other meat packers, as well as by Andrew Preston, who, beginning with bananas in the 1890s, had laid the foundation for the United Fruit Company by the end of the decade. In general, the industrialization of the food industry provided the indispensable basis of the type of urban life that was being created, and it was in the food industry that the marketing structure of the corporation, embracing sales, distribution, and intensive consumer promotion and advertising, became fully developed. The canning industry had come into being in the 1840s with the development of stamping and forming machinery for producing tin cans on a mass basis. The expansion of this industry to embrace national and international markets did not come, however, until the 1870s, when further technical developments, including rotary pressure cookers and automatic soldering of cans, not to speak of the development of rail and sea transport, made it possible. 5 And soon thereafter, in the 1890s, the automatic roller process for milling grain formed the basis for the international marketing of centrally produced flour. Apart from food, various other industries based themselves upon the urban pattern of life that was coming into being. Steel frame construction in the cities brought about a demand which supplemented and soon replaced the railroads as the prime market for steel. The production of petroleum was perforce localized, while its use was international, and the marketing apparatus of the oil industry corresponded to this. The tobacco industry is another example. Cigarettes were smoked almost entirely in the cities. The cigarette rolling machine devised in 1881 furnished the technical basis upon which Duke raised a national and international sales organization. Cyrus McCormick's vast agricultural machinery enterprise was built upon his own worldwide marketing and distribution organization, as was William Clark's Singer Sewing Machine Company. In these cases, as in the cases of the many machine building and electrical equipment companies that came into existence in the early period of monopoly capitalism, the need for a self-operated marketing organization was imposed, in addition to those factors we have already discussed, by two further reasons. First, the orders, specifications, and uses of the products became more technical and complicated, and demanded a specially trained sales organization which could work closely with the engineering division. And second, the new machines could not be sold without the provision of maintenance, service, and in many cases installation. This made it difficult for the manufacturer to be represented on the spot by existing trade facilities. Factors such as the need to provide service and replacement parts virtually dictated to the new automobile industry the construction of its own marketing network. Thus marketing became the second major subdivision of the corporation, subdivided in its turn among sales, advertising, promotion, correspondence, orders, commissions, sales analysis, and other such sections. At the same time, other functions of management were separated out to form entire divisions. Finance, for example, although not as a rule large in size, became the brain center of the entire organism, because here was centralized the function of watching over capital, of checking and controlling the progress of its enlargement. For this purpose, the finance division has its own subdivisions for borrowing, extending credit, collections, supervising cash flow, stockholder relations, and overall supervision of the financial condition of the corporation. And so on, throughout the various functions and activities of the corporation, including construction and real estate, legal, public relations, personnel and labor relations, etc. Each of these corporate subdivisions also requires, for its own smooth functioning, internal departments which reflect and imitate the subdivisions of the entire corporation. Each requires its own accounting section, ranging from the complex cost accounting of the manufacturing divisions to the simpler budgeting functions required of even the smallest divisions. Each often controls its own hiring through its own personnel department. Many require separate maintenance and cleaning sections, as well as traffic and routing, office management, purchasing, planning, correspondence, and so forth. Thus each corporate division takes on the characteristics of a separate enterprise, with its own management staff. The picture is rendered still more complex by the tendency of the modern corporation to integrate, vertically as well as horizontally. Thus, by growth and by combination, the manufacturing corporation acquires facilities for the production of raw materials, for transportation, semi-banking institutions for the raising of capital or extending of credit, etc. At the same time, horizontal integration brings together a variety of products under the aegis of a single aggregate of capital, sometimes assembling under one overall financial control products and services bearing no discernible relation to each other except in their function as sources of profit. Each of these massive subcorporations requires a complete management structure, with all of its divisions and subdivisions. As Chandler has related, the eventual outcome of this pyramiding was the need for decentralization, and the result was the modern decentralized corporate structure pioneered by DuPont, General Motors, Standard Oil of New Jersey, and Sears Roebuck in the 1920s, and much imitated since. The essence of the policy has been best explained, in brief form, by Alfred P. Sloan, longtime operating head of General Motors and the person responsible, more than any other, for the adaptation of this method to that corporation. It places, he said, each operation on its own foundation, assuming its own responsibility and contributing its share to the final result. The final result is of course the accumulation of capital. Each section develops statistics correctly reflecting the relation between the net return and the invested capital of each operating division, the true measure of efficiency. This enables the corporation to direct the placing of additional capital where it will result in the greatest benefit to the corporation as a whole. 6. From this brief sketch of the development of the modern corporation, 3 important aspects may be singled out as having great consequences for the occupational structure. The first has to do with marketing, the second with the structure of management, and the third with the function of social coordination now exercised by the corporation. The overall purpose of all administrative controls is, as in the case of production controls, the elimination of uncertainty and the exercise of constraint to achieve the desired result. Since markets must remain the prime area of uncertainty, the effort of the corporation is therefore to reduce the autonomous character of the demand for its products and to increase its induced character. For this purpose, the marketing organization becomes second in size only to the production organization in manufacturing corporations, and other types of corporations come into existence whose entire purpose and activity is marketing. These marketing organizations take as their responsibility what Veblen called the quantity production of customers. His description of this task, while couched in his customarily sardonic language, is nevertheless a precise expression of the modern theory of marketing. There is, of course, no actual fabrication of persons endowed with purchasing power ad hoc, nor is there even any importation of an unused supply of such customers from abroad. The law does not allow it. Rather, as he points out, there is a diversion of customers from one to another of the competing sellers. But, from the point of view of each seller, this appears as a production of new customers or the upkeep of customers already in use by the given concern. So that this acquisition and repair of customers may fairly be reckoned at a stated production cost per unit, and this operation lends itself to quantity production. Veblen goes on to point out that the fabrication of customers can now be carried on as a routine operation, quite in the spirit of the mechanical industries and with much the same degree of assurance as regards the quality, rate, and volume of output, the mechanical equipment as well as its complement of manpower employed in such production of customers being held to its work under the surveillance of technically trained persons who might fairly be called publicity engineers. 8. Moreover, within the manufacturing organization, marketing considerations become so dominant that the structure of the engineering division is itself permeated by and often subordinated to it. Styling, design, and packaging, although effectuated by the producing part of the organization, represent the imposition of marketing demands upon the engineering division. The planning of product obsolescence, both through styling and the impermanence of construction, is a marketing demand exercised through the engineering division, as is the concept of the product cycle, the attempt to gear consumer needs to the needs of production instead of the other way around. Thus, through the direct structure of the marketing organization, and through the predominance of marketing in all areas of the corporation's functioning, a large amount of labor is channeled into marketing. Second, the change in the overall structure of management. We have already described the specialization of the management function, and the reorganization of management from a simple line organization, a direct chain of command over operations from executive head through superintendent and foreman, into a complex of staff organizations suited to a subdivision of authority by various specialized functions. It must now be noted that this represents the dismemberment of the functions of the enterprise head. Corresponding to the managing functions of the capitalist of the past, there is now a complex of departments, each of which has taken over in greatly expanded form a single duty which he exercised with very little assistance in the past. Corresponding to each of these duties there is not just a single manager, but an entire operating department which imitates in its organization and its functioning the factory out of which it grew. The particular management function is exercised not just by a manager, nor even by a staff of managers, but by an organization of workers under the control of managers, assistant managers, supervisors, etc. Thus the relations of purchase and sale of labor power, and hence of alienated labor, have become part of the management apparatus itself. Taken all together, this becomes the administrative apparatus of the corporation. Management has become administration, which is a labor process conducted for the purpose of control within the corporation, and conducted moreover as a labor process exactly analogous to the process of production, although it produces no product other than the operation and coordination of the corporation. From this point on, to examine management means also to examine this labor process, which contains the same antagonistic relations as are contained in the process of production. The effects of this will become clearer when we examine the evolution of clerical work. Finally, there is the corporate function of social coordination. The complexity of the social division of labor which capitalism has developed over the past century, and the concentrated urban society which attempts to hold huge masses in delicate balance, call for an immense amount of social coordination that was not previously required. Since capitalist society resists and in fact has no way of developing an overall planning mechanism for providing this social coordination, much of this public function becomes the internal affair of the corporation. This has no juridical basis or administrative concept behind it, it simply comes into being by virtue of the giant size and power of the corporations, whose internal planning becomes, in effect, a crude substitute for necessary social planning. Apart from the federal government, for example, corporations are the largest employing and administrative units in the United States. Thus the 500 largest industrial corporations employ almost 15 million persons, or 3/4 of the persons employed by all industrial corporations. The internal planning of such corporations becomes in effect social planning, even though, as Alfred P. Sloan explained, it is based upon the net return on invested capital, which he calls the true measure of efficiency. The rapid growth of administrative employment in the corporations thus reflects the urgency of the need for social coordination, the general absence of such coordination, and the partial filling of the gap by the corporation operating on a capitalist basis and out of purely capitalist motivations. The expansion of governmental functions of social coordination in recent decades is another expression of this urgent need, and the fact that such government activities are highly visible, in comparison with those of the corporation, has led to the notion that the prime exercise of social control is done by government. On the contrary, so long as investment decisions are made by the corporations, the locus of social control and coordination must be sought among them. Government fills the interstices left by these prime decisions. Notes. 1. Karl Marx, Capital, Volume I, Moscow, N.D., p. 586. 2. Sidney Pollard, The Genesis of Modern Management, Cambridge, Massachusetts, 1965, pages 198, 230-31. 3. Alfred D. Chandler, Jr., Strategy and Structure, Chapters in the History of the Industrial Enterprise, Cambridge, Massachusetts, 1962, p. 19. 4. Ibid. On this, and for what follows, I am indebted to the first chapter of Chandler's book. 5. Lewis Corey, Meat and Man, A Study of Monopoly, Unionism and Food Policy, New York, 1950, pages 38-39. 6. Alfred P. Sloan, Jr., My Years with General Motors, New York, 1965, p. 50. 7. Seymour Melman, The Rise in Administrative Overhead in the Manufacturing Industries of the United States, 1899, 1947, Oxford Economic Papers, New Series, No. 3, 1951, p. 92, quoted in George E. Delahanty, Non-Production Workers in U.S. Manufacturing, Amsterdam, 1968, p. 75. 8. Thorstein Veblen, Absentee Ownership and Business Enterprise in Recent Times, New York, 1923, pages 305 to 306. 9. Donald L. Shawn, Technology and Change, The New Heraclitus, New York, 1967, pages 60 to 61. Chapter 13. The Universal Market. It is only in its era of monopoly that the capitalist mode of production takes over the totality of individual, family, and social needs and, in subordinating them to the market, also reshapes them to serve the needs of capital. It is impossible to understand the new occupational structure and hence the modern working class without understanding this development. How capitalism transformed all of society into a gigantic marketplace is a process that has been little investigated, although it is one of the keys to all recent social history. Industrial capitalism began with a limited range of commodities in common circulation. On the household level, these included the basic foodstuffs in more or less unprocessed form, such as grains and meals, fish and meats, dairy products, vegetables, distilled and fermented liquors, bread and biscuits, and molasses. Other regular household needs included tobacco, coal and candles, lamp oils and soap, tallow and beeswax, paper and printed matter. Clothing production was in its infancy, but the market in the early part of the 19th century was already well developed for thread and textiles, including knit goods and boots and shoes. Household items also included the lumber products of sawmills and planing mills, iron hardware, bricks and stone, clay and glass products, furniture, furnishings, china and utensils, musical instruments, tinware and silverware, cutlery, clocks and watches, apothecary chemicals and drugs. Behind these were the commodities required as raw materials for the manufacture of such articles: iron and non-ferrous ores and metals, raw lumber, tar, pitch, turpentine, potash, furs, hemp, quarry products, and so forth. Transportation required the manufacture of carts, wagons, coaches and carriages, ships and boats, casks and barrels. And the industries which produced tools and implements, such as scythes, plows, axes, and hammers, had just begun to produce machinery in the form of pumps, steam engines, spinning and weaving equipment, and the early machine tools. In this earliest stage of industrial capitalism, the role of the family remained central in the productive processes of society. While capitalism was preparing the destruction of that role, it had not yet penetrated into the daily life of the family and the community. So much was this the case that one student of United States industrial history described this as the family stage, in which household manufacturing was supreme. Practically all of the family's needs were supplied by its members. The producer and consumer were virtually identical. The family was the economic unit, and the whole system of production was based upon it. Before 1810, this stage was common throughout many sections of the country. After this date it became more or less localized. 1. So long as the bulk of the population lived on farms or in small towns, commodity production confronted a barrier that limited its expansion. On the United States farm, for example, much of the construction work, apart from basic framing, as a rule, was accomplished without recourse to the market, as was a good deal of house furnishing. Food production, including the raising of crops and livestock and the processing of these products for table use, was of course the daily activity of the farm family, and in large measure so also was the home production of clothing. The farmer and his wife and their children divided among them such tasks as making brooms, mattresses and soap, carpentry and small smith work, tanning, brewing and distilling, harness making, churning and cheese making, pressing and boiling sorghum for molasses, cutting posts and splitting rails for fencing, baking, preserving, and sometimes even spinning and weaving. Many of these farm activities continued as the natural mode of life of the family even after the beginnings of urbanization and the transfer of employment from the farm to the factory or other city job. Here is a description of the life of workers around the turn of the century which indicates the extent of the transformation that has taken place in the last 70 or 80 years. Except in the crowded tenement districts of the large cities which housed a small fraction of the total urban population, town and city dwellers often produced some of their own food. Especially in the coal and steel regions, the grounds around the urban and suburban house sometimes looked much like a rural farmyard. Many families kept chickens or rabbits, sometimes pigs or goats, and even a cow or two, and raised vegetables and fruits in their own garden plots. A study of 2,500 families living in the principal coal, iron, and steel regions in 1890 suggests that about half of them had livestock, poultry, vegetable gardens, or all three. Nearly 30% purchased no vegetables other than potatoes during the course of a year. Describing the anthracite coal region of Pennsylvania in 1904, Peter Roberts wrote that it is interesting to pass along the Schuylkill and Tremont valleys and see the many little farms which are cultivated by mine employees of the Philadelphia and Reading Coal and Iron Company. In the strike of 1902, hundreds of mine employees' families could not have carried on the fight were it not for the small farms and large gardens they cultivate. Though only a few miles from the center of the greatest metropolis in the land, Queens County and much of Brooklyn were still semi-rural in 1890, and many families were as dependent on small-scale agriculture as on the industrial or commercial employment of the men in the family. North of what is now the Midtown area, Manhattan itself was more bucolic than urban, and pigs and goats were often seen along the East River as far south as 42nd Street. At a time when men worked 10 or 12 hours a day, 6 days a week, much of the care of urban livestock and gardens inevitably fell to women, quite apart from the fact that such tasks were theirs by tradition. Most purchased foods came into the urban home in their natural, unprocessed, uncanned, unpackaged state. Perhaps the majority of wives undertook a strenuous annual bout of preserving, pickling, canning, and jelly making, and most baking was done in the family kitchen. Among 7,000 working-class families investigated by the U.S. Bureau of Labor between 1889 and 1892, less than half purchased any bread, and almost all bought huge amounts of flour, an average of more than 1,000 pounds per family per year. Even among the families of skilled craftsmen, who earned more than most other workingmen, 1/4 bought no bread, and flour consumption averaged over 2 pounds per family per day. No respectable home in 1890 was without a well-used sewing machine, one of the first items widely sold on the installment plan. Most men's clothing was bought, but most of the clothing of women and children was still made at home. In addition, there were curtains and sheets to be hemmed, caps and sweaters and stockings to be knitted and darned. Every prospective mother was expected to knit and sew a complete wardrobe for her first child, and to replenish it thereafter as needed. Point 2. Before the present stage of capitalism, food processing was the province on the one side of the farm family, and on the other of the household. The role of industrial capital was minimal, except in transportation. But during the last 100 years industrial capital has thrust itself between farm and household, and appropriated all the processing functions of both, thus extending the commodity form to food in its semi-prepared or even fully prepared forms. For example, almost all butter was produced on farms in 1879, by 1899 this had been reduced to well under 3/4, and by 1939 little more than 1/5 of butter was being made on farms. Livestock slaughter moved away from the farm both earlier and more rapidly. The proportion of flour used by commercial bakeries climbed rapidly from only 1/7 in 1899 to more than 2/5 by 1939. And during the same period, the per capita production of canned vegetables multiplied 5-fold, and of canned fruits 12 times over. Point 3. As with food, so with clothing, shelter, household articles of all sorts, the range of commodity production extended itself rapidly. This conquest of the labor processes formerly carried on by farm families, or in homes of every variety, naturally gave fresh energy to capital by increasing the scope of its operations and the size of the labor force subjected to its exploitation. The workers for the new processing and manufacturing industries were drawn from the previous sites of these labor processes, from the farms and from the homes, in great part in the form of women progressively transformed in ever larger numbers from housewives into workers. and with the industrialization of farm and home tasks came the subjugation of these new workers to all the conditions of the capitalist mode of production, the chief of which is that they now pay tribute to capital and thus serve to enlarge it. The manner in which this transition was accomplished includes a host of interrelated factors, not one of which can be separated from the others. In the first place, the tighter packing of urbanization destroys the conditions under which it is possible to carry on the old life. The urban rings close around the worker, and around the farmer driven from the land, and confine them within circumstances that preclude the former self-provisioning practices of the home. At the same time, the income offered by the job makes available the wherewithal to purchase the means of subsistence from industry, and thus, except in times of unemployment, the constraint of necessity which compelled home crafts is much weakened. Often, home labor is rendered uneconomic as compared with wage labor by the cheapening of manufactured goods, and this, together with all the other pressures bearing on the working class family, helps to drive the woman out of the home and into industry. But many other factors contribute, the pressure of social custom as exercised, especially upon each younger generation in turn, by style, fashion, advertising, and the educational process, all of which turn homemade into a derogation and factory-made or store-bought into a boast, the deterioration of skills, along with the availability of materials, and the powerful urge in each family member toward an independent income, which is one of the strongest feelings instilled by the transformation of society into a giant market for labor and goods, since the source of status is no longer the ability to make many things but simply the ability to purchase them. But the industrialization of food and other elementary home provisions is only the first step in a process which eventually leads to the dependence of all social life, and indeed of all the interrelatedness of humankind, upon the marketplace. The population of cities, more or less completely cut off from a natural environment by the division between town and country, becomes totally dependent upon social artifice for its every need. But social artifice has been destroyed in all but its marketable forms. Thus the population no longer relies upon social organization in the form of family, friends, neighbors, community, elders, children, but with few exceptions must go to market and only to market, not only for food, clothing, and shelter, but also for recreation, amusement, security, for the care of the young, the old, the sick, the handicapped. In time not only the material and service needs but even the emotional patterns of life are channeled through the market. It thereby comes to pass that while population is packed ever more closely together in the urban environment, the atomization of social life proceeds apace. In its most fundamental aspect, this often noticed phenomenon can be explained only by the development of market relations as the substitute for individual and community relations. The social structure, built upon the market, is such that relations between individuals and social groups do not take place directly, as cooperative human encounters, but through the market as relations of purchase and sale. Thus the more social life becomes a dense and close network of interlocked activities in which people are totally interdependent, the more atomized they become and the more their contacts with one another separate them instead of bringing them closer. This is true, for related reasons, also of family life. Apart from its biological functions, the family has served as a key institution of social life, production, and consumption. Of these three, capitalism leaves only the last, and that in attenuated form, since even as a consuming unit the family tends to break up into component parts that carry on consumption separately. The function of the family as a cooperative enterprise pursuing the joint production of a way of life is brought to an end, and with this its other functions are progressively weakened. This process is but one side of a more complex equation. As the social and family life of the community are weakened, new branches of production are brought into being to fill the resulting gap, and as new services and commodities provide substitutes for human relations in the form of market relations, social and family life are further weakened. Thus it is a process that involves economic and social changes on the one side, and profound changes in psychological and affective patterns on the other. The movement of capitalist society in this direction is bound up, on the economic side, with the capitalist drive to innovate new products, new services, new industries. The surplus produced first of all in the manufacturing industries in the form of concentrations of wealth is matched on the side of labor by the relative decline in demand for workers in those same industries as they are mechanized. The ample streams of capital meet the freed labor in the marketplace upon the ground of new products and industries. This results first of all in the conversion into a commodity of every product of human labor, so that goods-producing labor is carried on in none but its capitalist form. Then new commodities are brought into being that match the conditions of life of the urban dweller, and are put into circulation in the forms dictated by the capitalist organization of society. Thus a plentiful supply of printed matter becomes a vehicle for corporate marketing, as do scientific marvels of the 20th century such as radio and television. The automobile is developed as an immensely profitable form of transportation which in the end destroys the more practical forms of transportation in the interest of profit. Like machinery in the factory, the machinery of society becomes a pillory instead of a convenience, and a substitute for, instead of an aid to, competence. In a society where labor power is purchased and sold, working time becomes sharply and antagonistically divided from non-working time, and the worker places an extraordinary value upon this free time, while on-the-job time is regarded as lost or wasted. Work ceases to be a natural function and becomes an extorted activity, and the antagonism to it expresses itself in a drive for the shortening of hours on the one side, and the popularity of labor-saving devices for the home, which the market hastens to supply, on the other. But the atrophy of community and the sharp division from the natural environment leaves a void when it comes to the free hours. Thus the filling of the time away from the job also becomes dependent upon the market, which develops to an enormous degree those passive amusements, entertainments, and spectacles that suit the restricted circumstances of the city and are offered as substitutes for life itself. Since they become the means of filling all the hours of free time, they flow profusely from corporate institutions which have transformed every means of entertainment and sport into a production process for the enlargement of capital. By their very profusion, they cannot help but tend to a standard of mediocrity and vulgarity which debases popular taste, a result which is further guaranteed by the fact that the mass market has a powerful lowest common denominator effect because of the search for maximum profit. So enterprising is capital that even where the effort is made by one or another section of the population to find a way to nature, sport, or art through personal activity and amateur or underground innovation, these activities are rapidly incorporated into the market so far as is possible. The ebbing of family facilities, and of family, community, and neighborly feelings upon which the performance of many social functions formerly depended, leaves a void. As the family members, more of them now at work away from the home, become less and less able to care for each other in time of need, and as the ties of neighborhood, community, and friendship are reinterpreted on a narrower scale to exclude onerous responsibilities, the care of humans for each other becomes increasingly institutionalized. At the same time, the human detritus of the urban civilization increases, not just because the aged population, its life prolonged by the progress of medicine, grows ever larger. Those who need care include children, not only those who cannot function smoothly but even the normal ones whose only defect is their tender age. Whole new strata of the helpless and dependent are created, or familiar old ones enlarged enormously, the proportion of mentally ill or deficient, the criminals, the pauperized layers at the bottom of society, all representing varieties of crumbling under the pressures of capitalist urbanism and the conditions of capitalist employment or unemployment. In addition, the pressures of urban life grow more intense and it becomes harder to care for any who need care in the conditions of the jungle of the cities. Since no care is forthcoming from an atomized community, and since the family cannot bear all such encumbrances if it is to strip for action in order to survive and succeed in the market society, the care of all these layers becomes institutionalized, often in the most barbarous and oppressive forms. Thus understood, the massive growth of institutions stretching all the way from schools and hospitals on the one side to prisons and madhouses on the other represents not just the progress of medicine, education, or crime prevention, but the clearing of the marketplace of all but the economically active and functioning members of society, generally at public expense and at a handsome profit to the manufacturing and service corporations who sometimes own and invariably supply these institutions. The growth of such institutions calls forth a very large service employment, which is further swelled by the reorganization of hospitality on a market basis in the form of motels, hotels, restaurants, etc. The growth not only of such institutions but of immense amounts of floor space devoted to wholesaling and retailing, offices, and also multiple dwelling units, brings into being a huge specialized personnel whose function is nothing but cleaning, again made up in good part of women who, in accord with the precepts of the division of labor, perform one of the functions they formerly exercised in the home, but now in the service of capital which profits from each day's labor. In the period of monopoly capitalism, the first step in the creation of the universal market is the conquest of all goods production by the commodity form, the second step is the conquest of an increasing range of services and their conversion into commodities, and the third step is a product cycle which invents new products and services, some of which become indispensable as the conditions of modern life change to destroy alternatives. In this way the inhabitant of capitalist society is enmeshed in a web made up of commodity goods and commodity services from which there is little possibility of escape except through partial or total abstention from social life as it now exists. This is reinforced from the other side by a development which is analogous to that which proceeds in the worker's work, the atrophy of competence. In the end, the population finds itself willy-nilly in the position of being able to do little or nothing itself as easily as it can be hired, done in the marketplace, by one of the multifarious new branches of social labor. And while from the point of view of consumption this means total dependence on the market, from the point of view of labor it means that all work is carried on under the aegis of capital and is subject to its tribute of profit to expand capital still further. The universal market is widely celebrated as a bountiful service economy, and praised for its convenience, cultural opportunities, modern facilities for care of the handicapped, etc. We need not emphasize how badly this urban civilization works and how much misery it embraces. For purposes of our discussion, it is the other side of the universal market, its dehumanizing aspects, its confinement of a large portion of the population to degraded labor, that is chiefly of interest. Just as in the factory it is not the machines that are at fault but the conditions of the capitalist mode of production under which they are used, so here it is not the necessary provision of social services that is at fault, but the effects of an all-powerful marketplace which, governed by capital and its profitable investment, is both chaotic and profoundly hostile to all feelings of community. Thus the very social services which should facilitate social life and social solidarity have the opposite effect. As the advances of modern household and service industries lighten the family labor, they increase the futility of family life, as they remove the burdens of personal relations, they strip away its affections, as they create an intricate social life, they rob it of every vestige of community and leave in its place the cash nexus. It is characteristic of most of the jobs created in this service sector that, by the nature of the labor processes they incorporate, they are less susceptible to technological change than the processes of most goods-producing industries. Thus while labor tends to stagnate or shrink in the manufacturing sector, it piles up in these services and meets a renewal of the traditional forms of pre-monopoly competition among the many firms that proliferate in fields with lower capital entry requirements. Largely non-union and drawing on the pool of pauperized labor at the bottom of the working class population, these industries create new low-wage sectors of the working class, more intensely exploited and oppressed than those in the mechanized fields of production. This is the field of employment, along with clerical work, into which women in large numbers are drawn out of the household. According to the statistical conventions of economics, the conversion of much household labor into labor in factories, offices, hospitals, canneries, laundries, clothing shops, retail stores, restaurants, and so forth, represents a vast enlargement of the national product. The goods and services produced by unpaid labor in the home are not reckoned at all, but when the same goods and services are produced by paid labor outside the home they are counted. From a capitalist point of view, which is the only viewpoint recognized for national accounting purposes, such reckoning makes sense. The work of the housewife, though it has the same material or service effect as that of the chambermaid, restaurant worker, cleaner, porter, or laundry worker, is outside the purview of capital, but when she takes one of these jobs outside the home she becomes a productive worker. Her labor now enriches capital and thus deserves a place in the national product. This is the logic of the universal market. Its effect upon the patterns of employment and the composition of the working class will later be treated in greater detail. Chapter 14. The role of the state. The use of the power of the state to foster the development of capitalism is not a new phenomenon peculiar to the monopoly stage of the past 100 years. The governments of capitalist countries have played this role from the beginnings of capitalism. In the most elementary sense, the state is guarantor of the conditions, the social relations, of capitalism and the protector of the ever more unequal distribution of property which the system brings about. But in a further sense, state power has everywhere been used by governments to enrich the capitalist class, and by groups or individuals to enrich themselves. The powers of the state having to do with taxation, the regulation of foreign trade, public lands, commerce and transportation, the maintenance of armed forces, and the discharge of the functions of public administration have served as an engine to siphon wealth into the hands of special groups, by both legal and illegal means. But with monopoly capitalism this role is greatly expanded and takes on a more complex and sophisticated form. In some countries, particularly Germany and Japan, monopoly capitalism both created and was created by a new state power, thus the modern role of the state appears in these countries from the very beginning of the epoch. In other countries, principally the United States and Britain, the capitalist class had marked off for the government a more circumscribed sphere of operations, and for this and other reasons the growth of social and economic interventionism on the part of the state assumed, for a time, the peculiar shape of a movement for reform and appeared to develop as a struggle against capital, although this proved illusory. At any rate, in the end and in all places the maturing of the various tendencies of monopoly capitalism created a situation in which the expansion of direct state activities in the economy could not be avoided. This can be clearly seen if we consider some of the reasons for this development under four general headings. 1. Monopoly capitalism tends to generate a greater economic surplus than it can absorb. As a result, it becomes increasingly vulnerable to disorders in its overall functioning, in the forms of stagnation and/or severe depression, marked by unemployment and idle plant capacity. With the diagnosis pointing to a shortage in effective demand, it has finally been accepted by the policy makers of capitalist societies that government spending will, to the extent that it is enlarged, fill this gap, the effect of an increase in government spending being merely proportional if taxes are increased a like amount, but greater than proportional if spending outruns tax revenues. 1. But this policy, which has in one form or another been adopted by all capitalist countries, did not become universally accepted doctrine until a half-century after the beginnings of monopoly capitalism, and then only because of the prolonged depression of the 1930s, a crisis which found no spontaneous resolution and which threatened the existence of capitalism on a world scale. 2. The internationalization of capital with respect to markets, materials, and investments rapidly created a situation of economic competition which brought in its wake military clashes among capitalist countries. At the same time, the spread of revolutionary movements in the countries dominated by foreign capital gave to all capitalist countries an interest in policing the world structure of imperialism. In this situation, the traditional concept of a peacetime military establishment supplemented by war mobilization in time of need eventually gave way, because of the unremitting crisis nature of military needs, to a permanent war mobilization as the ordinary posture. This meshed with the need for a government guarantee of effective demand, and provided a form of absorption of the economic surplus acceptable to the capitalist class. Like other aspects of monopoly capitalism, this one too was pioneered by Germany, during the Nazi era in the 1930s, and has been practiced on a grand scale by the United States since World War II. 3. Within capitalist nations, poverty and insecurity have become more or less permanent features of social life, and have grown beyond the ability of private philanthropies to cope with them. Since these and other sources of discontent are concentrated in great cities and, if allowed to persist without amelioration, threaten the very existence of the social structure, the government intervenes to sustain life and relieve insecurity. Characteristically, the disputes within the capitalist class over this issue, including disagreements over the scale, scope, and auspices of the welfare measures to be adopted, offer an arena for political agitation which engages the working population as well, and offers a substitute for the revolutionary movements which would soon gain ground if the rulers followed a more traditional laissez-faire course. For with the rapid urbanization of society, and the acceleration of the pace of economic and social life, the need for other government-provided services has increased and the number and variety of these has thereby multiplied. Foremost among these services is education, which has assumed a much enlarged role in the era of monopoly capitalism. The place of educational services in catering to the occupational needs of capitalist society will be treated in a later section of this book, but here we must mention another important function of the educational structure. With the disappearance of farm and small town life as the major arenas of child rearing, the responsibility for the care and socialization of children has become increasingly institutionalized. The minimum requirements for functioning in a modern urban environment both as workers and as consumers are imparted to children in an institutional setting rather than in the family or the community. At the same time, what the child must learn is no longer adaptation to the slow round of seasonal labor in an immediately natural environment, but rather adaptation to a speedy and intricate social machinery which is not adjusted to social humanity in general, let alone to the individual, but dictates the rounds of production, consumption, survival, and amusement. Whatever the formal educational content of the curriculum, it is in this respect not so much what the child learns that is important as what he or she becomes wise to. In school, the child and the adolescent practice what they will later be called upon to do as adults, the conformity to routines, the manner in which they will be expected to snatch from the fast-moving machinery their needs and wants. The school system which provides this as well as other forms of training is only one of the services which are necessarily expanded in the industrialization and urbanization of society and in the specifically capitalist form taken by these transformations. Public health, postal, and many other government functions are similarly expanded by the needs of an intricate and delicately balanced social structure which has no means of social coordination or planning other than the internal corporate planning of the monopolies that provide the skeletal structure of the economy. And many of these services, such as prisons, police, and social work, expand extraordinarily because of the embittered and antagonistic social life of the cities. The growth of government spending, relatively slow in the first half-century of monopoly capitalism, becomes extremely rapid thereafter. The following tabulation made by Barron and Sweezy illustrates this, in terms both of spending figures and the percentage of gross national product passing through government in the United States. 4. It must not be supposed, however, that the impact of government spending upon the occupational structure is proportional to these figures. Much of government spending is channeled through the existing structure of the market rather than through direct government employment. It takes the form of military orders, the letting of contracts for highway and building construction, transfer payments to individuals and businesses, etc. Thus in 1961, when the federal, state, and local governments were spending almost 29% of the gross national product, the combined civilian employment of all three types of government was 13% of total civilian employment. But even this percentage is large, and it has been growing. In federal employment, it is concentrated heavily in the civilian establishment for administering the military. In state and local governments, it is concentrated in education. Part 4. The growing working class occupation. Chapter 15. Clerical workers. If we view the evolution of those occupations called clerical over a long time span, from the Industrial Revolution to the present, we are soon led to doubt that we are dealing with the continuous evolution of a single stratum. The clerical employees of the early 19th century enterprise may, on the whole, more properly appear as the ancestors of modern professional management than of the present classification of clerical workers. While it is probable that some of the clerks of that time corresponded roughly to the modern clerical worker in function and status, it is for various reasons more accurate to see the clerical workers of the present monopoly capitalist era as virtually a new stratum, created in the last decades of the 19th century and tremendously enlarged since then. It is very important that this be understood, because if it is not, and if one ascribes to the millions of present-day clerical workers the middle class or semi-managerial functions of that tiny and long-vanished clerical stratum of early capitalism, the result can only be a drastic misconception of modern society. Yet this is exactly the practice of academic sociology and popular journalism. The place of the handful of clerks in the early industrial enterprise, and there were generally fewer than a half dozen in even the largest firms, was semi-managerial in terms of the present distribution of functions. Lockwood says of the mid-19th century in his book on British clerical labour that many of the clerks mentioned at the earlier period were probably performing duties which would nowadays be classified as managerial one, and, in fact, in the 18th and early 19th centuries, clerk or chief clerk was the title of the manager in some British industries, railways, and public services. It was not uncommon for clerks to be paid by the manager out of his own salary, thus attesting to their position as assistant managers or at least assistants to the manager, and some would be favoured with annuities upon the closing of a works or inheritances upon the death of the owner. Matthew Boulton, the pioneer machine builder, included such a provision in his will. Managers and owners filled clerical posts with their relatives, since clerks often rose into managerships or partnerships. 2 Klingender, writing of the period 1840 to 1860 in Britain, says, as long as the requirements of banking, commerce, or industry did not exceed the resources of family concerns or small partnerships, there could not be an extensive development of clerical labor. In this early stage there was an almost feudal relationship between the small number of clerks to be found in such offices and their employers. The clerk was more a family servant than a wage laborer. 3 Lewis Corey, writing about the United States, says, the clerk was an honored employee 150 years ago, and still more so in earlier times. His position was a confidential one, the employer discussed affairs with him and relied on his judgment. He might, and often did, become a partner and marry the employer's daughter. The clerk was measurably a professional and undeniably a member of the middle class. 4. This picture of the clerk as assistant manager, retainer, confidant, management trainee, and prospective son-in-law can of course be overdrawn. There were clerks hard-driven copyists in law offices, for example, whose condition and prospects in life were little better than those of dock workers. But by and large, in terms of function, authority, pay, tenure of employment, a clerical position was usually a lifetime post. Prospects, not to mention status and even dress, the clerk stood much closer to the employer than to factory labor. This is underlined by the tiny size of the 19th century clerical groups. The census of 1870 in the United States classified only 82,000 or 0.6% of all gainful workers in clerical occupations. In Great Britain, the census of 1851 counted some 70,000 to 80,000 clerks, or 0.8% of the gainfully occupied. By the turn of the century the proportion of clerks in the working population had risen to 4% in Great Britain and 3% in the United States. In the intervening decades, the clerical working class had begun to be born. By the census of 1961, there were in Britain about 3 million clerks, almost 13% of the occupied population, and in the United States in 1970, the clerical classification had risen to more than 14 million workers, almost 18% of the gainfully occupied, making this equal in size, among the gross classifications of the occupational scale, to that of operatives of all sorts. It must be emphasized, for the sake of avoiding confusion with the common but absolutely meaningless term white-collar worker, that the clerical classification to which these figures refer and which is discussed in this section includes only such occupations as bookkeeper, generally speaking the highest occupation in this group, secretary, stenographer, cashier, bank teller, file clerk, telephone operator, office machine operator, payroll and timekeeping clerk, postal clerk, receptionist, stock clerk, typist, and the like, and it includes these clerical workers no matter where they are employed, in private or in government offices, in manufacturing, trade, banking, insurance, etc. The creation of a new class of workers, having little continuity with the small and privileged clerical stratum of the past, is emphasized by fundamental changes in two other respects: composition by sex, and relative pay. The British census of 1851 counted 19 women under the heading of commercial clerks, and altogether it is estimated that no more than 0.1% of clerks were women. In other words, fewer than 100 of all clerks in the British Isles. In the United States as late as 1900, the clerical classification of under 900,000 persons was still more than three-quarters male. By the censuses of 1961 in Great Britain and 1960 in the United States, the percentage of women had risen in both countries to about two-thirds. And within only another decade in the United States, three-fourths were women. This represented an increase from a little over 200,000 female clerical workers in 1900 to more than 10 million only 70 years later. Male clerical workers, a rapidly declining proportion, are increasingly confined to occupations such as postal clerks and mail carriers, stock clerks and storekeepers, and shipping and receiving clerks. 5. If we consider the pay scales for clerical labor as compared with the pay of production labor, the change is just as emphatic. According to Lockwood, the lower grades of British clerks in the period 1850 to 1880 were in the per annum range of £75 to £150. Only some 10 to 15% of the working class of the time was in that same range, the portion which Lockwood calls a highly select super-aristocracy. 6. We may conclude from this that the pay of clerks began at about the point where the pay of production and transportation workers left off. In the United States, in 1900, clerical employees of steam railroads and in manufacturing establishments had average annual earnings of $1,011. In the same year, the average annual earnings of workers in these industries was $435 for manufacturing and $548 for steam railroads. 7. And there are other indications that the average pay of the clerical classification was about double the production and transportation workers' average. In 1899, for example, the average pay of all full-time postal employees was $955.80. The extent of the change in relative pay scales that has taken place since that time is made clear in a special labor force report on weekly earnings of full-time workers in the United States, which groups workers by occupation and which was based upon data gathered by the Bureau of Labor Statistics in May 1971. According to this report, the median usual weekly wage for full-time clerical work was lower than that in every type of so-called blue-collar work. In fact, it was lower than the median in all urban occupational classifications except service employment. Nor does the fact that these medians are a form of averaging distort the picture of relative pay. In fact, the earnings distribution simply bears out the impression conveyed by the medians. From this tabulation it is clear how similar the pay scales and distributions are in the clerical and operative categories, the differences between the two both in overall medians and in distribution favoring the operatives. Clerical work in its earlier stages has been likened to a craft. 12. The similarities are indeed apparent. Although the tools of the craft consisted only of pen, ink, other desk appurtenances, and writing paper, envelopes, and ledgers, it represented a total occupation, the object of which was to keep current the records of the financial and operating condition of the enterprise, as well as its relations with the external world. Master craftsmen, such as bookkeepers or chief clerks, maintained control over the process in its totality, and apprentices or journeyman craftsmen, ordinary clerks, copying clerks, Office boys learned their crafts in office apprenticeships, and in the ordinary course of events advanced through the levels by promotion. The work involved, in addition to ordinary bookkeeping on the double entry or Italian model, to which was added the rudiments of cost as well as profit and loss accounting at the beginning of the 19th century, such tasks as timekeeping and payroll, quality control, commercial traveling, drafting, copying duplicates by hand, preparing accounts in several copies, etc. In its most general aspects, office work entails accounting and record keeping, planning and scheduling, correspondence and interviewing, filing and copying, and the like. But with the development of the modern corporation, these functions assume the particular forms of the various departments and branches of the enterprise. The factory office, which began with its first and original functionary, the timekeeper, usually added as its second functionary a foreman's clerk, whose task was to assist the foreman by keeping track of the work in process and its stages of completion. These clerks had as their responsibility the records of workers, materials, and tasks. Out of these rudimentary functions grew the modern cost, planning and scheduling, purchasing, and engineering and design sections. Sales, previously handled chiefly by the owner himself, perhaps assisted by a clerk who doubled as traveler, became the function of a marketing division, subdivided into sections to handle sales traveling, correspondence with customers, salesmen and manufacturers, order processing, commissions, sales analyses, advertising, promotion, and publicity. A separate financial office takes care of financial statements, borrowing, extending credit, ensuring collections, assessing and regulating cash flow, etc. And so on for other office divisions, among which the most important is an administration office where corporate policy is made and enforced upon all divisions. The offices so described are those of a producing corporation, in which commodities in the form of goods or services are made and sold. These offices are thus subsidiary and complementary to the productive labor processes carried on elsewhere within the same corporation. But with the development of monopoly capitalism came the extraordinary enlargement of those types of enterprises which, entirely separated from the process of production, carry on their activities either chiefly or entirely through clerical labor. Commercial concerns which deal only with the purchase and resale of commodities generally require three types of labor in large masses: distributive, for warehousing, packing, shipping, sales, and clerical. This is particularly true on the wholesale level, in which the clerks are the largest category of workers, outnumbering even sales workers. But even in retail trade, some kinds of enterprises, such as general merchandising and mail-order houses, show a very large percentage of clerical labor. In the pure clerical industries, this tendency is carried much further. Banks and credit agencies conduct only one mode of labor, the clerical, and below the managerial level the labor employed consists almost entirely of clerks who work in offices and service workers who clean the offices. The only thing that prevents this from being the case with brokerage and investment houses and insurance companies is the need for a large number of salespeople. To a lesser degree, the same heavily clerical character of the labor process is true of law offices and the offices of other institutionalized professions, advertising agencies, the publishers of books and periodicals insofar as they do not themselves do the work of manufacture, philanthropic and religious organizations, correspondence schools, agencies for travel, employment, etc., and government offices for public administration. In all these industries, the development of capital has transformed the operating function of the capitalist from a personal activity into the work of a mass of people. The function of the capitalist is to represent capital and to enlarge it. This is done either by controlling the production of surplus value in the productive industries and activities, or by appropriating it from outside those industries and activities. The industrial capitalist, the manufacturer, is an example of the first, the banker of the second. These management functions of control and appropriation have in themselves become labor processes. They are conducted by capital in the same way that it carries on the labor processes of production, with wage labor purchased on a large scale in a labor market and organized into huge production machines according to the same principles that govern the organization of factory labor. Here the productive processes of society disappear into a stream of paper, moreover, which is processed in a continuous flow like that of the cannery, the meat-packing line, the car assembly conveyor, by workers organized in much the same way. This ghostly form of the production process assumes an ever greater importance in capitalist society, not only because of the requirements of the new way in which production is organized, and not only because of the growing need for coordination and control, but for another and more significant reason as well. In the social forms of capitalism, all products of labor carry, apart from their physical characteristics, the invisible marks of ownership. Apart from their physical form, there is their social form as value. From the point of view of capital, the representation of value is more important than the physical form or useful properties of the labor product. The particular kind of commodity being sold means little, the net gain is everything. A portion of the labor of society must therefore be devoted to the accounting of value. As capitalism becomes more complex and develops into its monopoly stage, the accounting of value becomes infinitely more complex. The number of intermediaries between production and consumption increases, so that the value accounting of the single commodity is duplicated through a number of stages. The battle to realize values, to turn them into cash, calls for a special accounting of its own. Just as in some industries the labor expended upon marketing begins to approach the amount expended upon the production of the commodities being sold, so in some industries the labor expended upon the mere transformation of the form of value, from the commodity form into the form of money or credit, including the policing, the cashiers and collection work, the record keeping, the accounting, etc., begins to approach or surpass the labor used in producing the underlying commodity or service. And finally, as we have already noted, entire industries come into existence whose activity is concerned with nothing but the transfer of values and the accounting entailed by this. Since the work of recording the movement of values is generally accomplished by a capitalist agency for its particular ends, its own accounting has no standing with other organizations. This leads to an immense amount of duplication. The normal presumption in intercorporate dealings is not one of honesty but of dishonesty. Unverified records are not considered adequate or trustworthy for any purposes but those of the institution which keeps them. Thus each pair of corporations, in their dealings with each other in the transactions of purchase and sale, credit and payment, etc., maintain a complete set of records, each the mirror image of those kept by the other. That which appears on the books of one as a credit shows in the books of the other as a debit. Since, when disputes arise, the burden of proof is shuffled back and forth between the parties in accordance with the available documentation, each set of records is as a rule a private affair to be used not for helpful coordination but as a weapon. The internal record keeping of each corporate institution is, moreover, constructed in a way which assumes the possible dishonesty, disloyalty, or laxity of every human agency which it employs. This, in fact, is the first principle of modern accounting. It is for this reason, among others, that double-entry bookkeeping proved so suitable to capitalist accounting. Under this system, every transaction is recorded at birth in two places, and the entire movement of the values that pass through the enterprise is reflected in an interlocking set of accounts which check and verify each other. The falsification of only one single account will usually lead directly to the falsifier, and as a rule the work of falsifying many accounts so that they continue in balance with each other is possible only through the collaboration of a number of people. This system of dovetailing accounts is supplemented by a variety of independent checks and controls. In total, a modern financial system, although not impervious to falsification or error, is a well-guarded structure, a large part of which exists for purposes of self-security, and as a rule such falsifications as are found in it appear not by accident but by the policy of the management. Nor is this all. Since corporations must exhibit financial statements to the outside world for the purpose of raising capital, and since various other needs for such public disclosure exist such as bank credit, settlement of accounts with outside parties as required under contracts with them, etc. Still another means of establishing the truth of records is provided. This is the independent audit by an accounting firm, which makes it a profession to investigate records either when called upon or on a continuing basis, and to certify their results. The dishonesty presumed of all corporations is offset by the special function of such auditors, who are supposed to make a profession of honesty, although this is not usually the case either. At any rate, this brings into existence still another set of records and another species of duplicatory clerical work. And to this may be added much of the work of government regulatory and tax offices, which deal with the same material from still other standpoints. Thus the value form of commodities separates itself out from the physical form as a vast paper empire, which under capitalism becomes as real as the physical world, and which swallows ever increasing amounts of labor. This is the world in which value is kept track of, and in which surplus value is transferred, struggled over, and allocated. A society which is based upon the value form surrenders more and more of its working population to the complex ramifications of the claims to ownership of value. Although there is no way of calculating it or testing the proposition, it is likely that the greatest part of the rapid increase of clerical labor is due to this. Certainly there is no doubt that the demands of marketing, together with the demands of value accounting, consume the bulk of clerical time. With the rapid growth of offices in the last decades of the 19th century, and the change of office work from something merely incidental to management into a labor process in its own right, the need to systematize and control it began to be felt. When this work was carried on in offices which contained only a few desks separated by a railing from the proprietor, it was, in effect, self-supervising, and required only the usual prudent safeguards against embezzlement, etc. In industrial enterprises, clerical expenses were small and incidental to production expenses. In commercial and financial offices, these expenses were also small and incidental before the era of mass merchandising, consumer banking, and group insurance. None of these enterprises could yet feel that its success was significantly dependent upon the efficiency of the clerical labor process. As this situation changed, the intimate associations, the atmosphere of mutual obligation, and the degree of loyalty which characterized the small office became transformed from a prime desideratum into a positive liability, and management began to cut those ties and substitute the impersonal discipline of a so-called modern organization. To be sure, in doing so it was careful throughout this transitional period to retain as long as it could the feelings of obligation and loyalty it had traditionally fostered, but its own special commitments to its office staff were severed, one by one, as the office grew. The characteristic feature of this era was the ending of the reign of the bookkeeper and the rise of the office manager as the prime functionary and representative of higher management. Office managership, a product of the monopoly period of capitalism, developed as a specialized branch of management, with its own schools, professional associations, textbooks and manuals, periodicals, standards, and methods. In the context of the times in which it took place, this naturally meant the application of scientific management methods to the office. By the first decades of the present century, the effort was well underway. In 1917, a volume entitled Scientific Office Management, and subtitled A Report on the Results of Applications of the Taylor System of Scientific Management to Offices, supplemented with a discussion of how to obtain the most important of these results, was published in New York, Chicago, and London. Its author, William Henry Leffingwell, had begun to use the Taylor system 10 years earlier, and had accumulated considerable experience in offices like those of the Curtis Publishing Company. The following year Lee Galloway, for many years professor at New York University, published his standard work, Office Management, Its Principles and Practice. In these volumes, among others, the program of office management is clearly set forth. The purpose of the office is control over the enterprise, and the purpose of office management is control over the office. Thus Galloway. The larger business offices grow, the more difficult and important become the problems of management. Orders must be given to employees by the managers, and reports of work performed must be recorded. Inspectors, superintendents, foremen, senior clerks, and office managers increase in number, their function being to keep the employees and machines working harmoniously. At first, one of these supervisors can give instructions verbally and keep the details in his memory, but as the subdivisions of work increase, the necessity grows for continual communication between the various ranks of authority. Letters and memos, production orders and work tickets, speaking tubes and telautographs, cost statistics and controlling accounts, time clocks and messenger boys, multiply to keep pace with the growing complexity of business and to save the time of executives and workmen alike. Point 13. The emphasis in this passage is upon the increase in clerical work in the processes of production. But Galloway soon extends the idea to cover the total office function in the capitalist enterprise. Execution implies control of the factory organization, control of the financial organization, control of the marketing organization. It is the work of the office organization, under the supervision of the office manager, to devise records, methods, and systems for carrying out the function of control and for coordinating the activities of one department with those of another. Point 14. With the growth of the control function, and with the consequent transformation of these functions of management into independent labor processes, comes the need to control the new labor processes, according to the same principles as those applied to the factory. Leffingwell thus says at the opening of his work: "Time and motion study reveal just as startling results in the ordinary details of clerical work as they do in the factory. And after all, since every motion of the hand or body, every thought, no matter how simple, involves the consumption of physical energy, why should not the study and analysis of these motions result in the discovery of a mass of useless effort in clerical work just as it does in the factory?" 15. These early practitioners of scientific management applied to the office the basic concepts of the Taylor system, beginning with the breakup of the arrangement under which each clerk did his or her own work according to traditional methods, independent judgment, and light general supervision, usually on the part of the bookkeeper. Work was henceforth to be carried on as prescribed by the office manager, and its methods and time durations were to be verified and controlled by management on the basis of its own studies of each job. Thus Leffingwell instances the installation of the Taylor system in the offices of the Curtis Publishing Company, which conducted a large mail order operation. The opening of mail was reorganized, with the result that 500 pieces per hour were handled by one clerk, as against the previous 100. The same efforts were applied to the standardization of over 500 other clerical operations. Stenographic output and other forms of typing were studied most carefully. Some typewriter concerns equip their machines with a mechanical contrivance which automatically counts the strokes made on the typewriter and records them on a dial. This meter was used in conjunction with a time clock, which the typist punched at the start and finish of each job. Metering of this kind was used as the basis for piecework payments. It took some time before management experts discovered that under such a regimen typists never used the tabulator key, always the space bar, in order to increase their count. Companies using typewriters without such advanced equipment made use of the square-inch method described in many textbooks down to the present day. A celluloid sheet ruled in square inches is placed over the typed page, and the number of characters within the area of type is shown at the end of the last line. If the letter is double-spaced, Galloway adds with the meticulous scientific spirit that characterizes his school, the number of square inches is of course divided by 2. The same result is obtained with a line gauge which measures length and number of lines. But these devices are merely preliminaries to the elaborate systems for recording output, typist, by day, and by week, so that the number of lines transcribed from dictation, copied from other documents, etc., is subject to continuous check. Point 16. Dictation time is also recorded, at first by the page and later, with the spread of dictation machines, by mechanical means. The object is a report which accounts for the time of every stenographer. The entire charting system resembles a factory production record, and is used in the same way for setting minimum standards and raising average standards of production. As in the case of the factory, the system of production records is in itself a way of increasing output, apart from any changes in office methods. As a means of knowing the capacity of every clerk, wrote Leffingwell, and also as a means of spurring him to even better efforts, the planning department keeps daily records of the amount of work performed by each clerk and his relative efficiency. The keeping of such records alone has been known to greatly increase the efficiency of many offices. A great many of the effects obtained by scientific management came from this alone, despite the pretense that the studies were being conducted for purposes of methods improvement. When Leffingwell says, for example, that the output of one clerk was doubled merely by the rearrangement of the work on the desk, we may understand this was an effect of close and frightening supervision rather than a miracle of efficiency. This was understood by the managers as well, although concealed beneath a scientific mystique. 17. From the beginning, office managers held that all forms of clerical work, not just routine or repetitive ones, could be standardized and rationalized. For this purpose they undertook elaborate studies of even those occupations which involved little routine, scores of different operations each day, and the exercise of judgment. The essential feature of this effort was to make the clerical worker, of whatever sort, account for the entire working day. Its effect was to make the work of every office employee, no matter how experienced, the subject of management interference. In this way, management began to assert in the office its hitherto unused or sporadically exercised right of control over the labor process. The introduction of piecework systems in their various forms, straight piece rates, incentives, or the Taylor differential system, followed naturally on the heels of the other innovations. One of the great changes which forced businessmen to revise their opinions about the wages system was the enormous growth of the operating side of business. It became necessary to employ hundreds of clerks, typists, and bookkeepers instead of a half-dozen or so. The management was confronted with a new condition in which it was impossible to determine whether or not the employees were living up to the standard of a fair day's work. 18. The early scientific office managers were primarily concerned with the theory of existing procedures rather than with the mechanization of the office. Like Taylor, they took the existing level of technical development as given. Although the basic instrument of office labor, the typewriter, was in universal use, and the instruments for adding, dictating, and ledger posting by mechanical means had already been devised, the mechanization of the office still lay far in the future. Insofar as office managers dealt with the tools and materials of office labor, they concerned themselves chiefly with the trivia of arranging, and selecting among, existing possibilities. Office layout was given an inordinate amount of attention, and the use of pneumatic tubes for communication between desks and offices, and of endless conveyor belts for the movement of work in process, became quite fashionable. The economies sought in the organization of masses of labor can be seen. To take a single instance, from the following, Leffingwell calculated that the placement of water fountains so that each clerk walked, on the average, a mere 100 feet for a drink would cause the clerical workers in one office to walk an aggregate of 50,000 miles each year just to drink an adequate amount of water, with a corresponding loss of time for the employer. This represents the walking time of 1,000 clerks, each of whom walked only a few hundred yards a day. The care with which arrangements are made to avoid this waste gives birth to the sedentary tradition which shackles the clerical worker as the factory worker is shackled by placing everything within easy reach so that the clerk not only need not, but dare not, be too long away from the desk. If the paper upon which the writing is done is of good hard quality and a fine pen is used instead of a stub pen, the use of a blotter, and the thousands of useless motions caused by it, may be dispensed with. It is a saving far exceeding the pen supply for years. The size and shape of the pen holder should also be carefully studied and standardized. One manager made a time study of the evaporation of inks and found that non-evaporating inkwells would save $1 a year on each inkwell. This is reported in all seriousness, along with the observation that the rate of evaporation, of course, varies with the humidity, and the results would not be constant. A time study of the removal of pins or paper clips from correspondence before filing or destroying showed that it required 10 minutes to remove 1 pound of clips and pins. It is true that the pins have to be put in the pin cushion, but this work can be done by the office messenger between trips. 1,000 pins can be put in a pin cushion, Leffingwell adds, with uncharacteristic inexactitude, in 15 to 20 minutes. He concludes this discussion on a hortatory note. This brief outline of how the physical office may be standardized will give you an idea of the amount of detail to be considered. Under scientific management, however, the work of standardization is never quite complete. New and improved methods are constantly being evolved and tried out in order to keep up to date. The standards of today may be entirely revolutionized tomorrow. This is no excuse for not standardizing but is an argument for it. Some managers of steel companies, for example, were willing to let well enough alone, thinking that the investment they had in equipment was sufficient for all purposes and that it was folly to be continually remodeling. Carnegie, on the other hand, junked all his old equipment and installed modern machinery and methods. The result is well known. The office manager who has the courage of a Carnegie will win just as surely as the Iron Master did. Point 20. By later standards, the equipment and methods of the early Carnegies of office management were crude, and represented merely the first response to the problem of the large-scale office. As in the factory, the solution to the problem was found first in the technical division of labor and second in mechanization. Although these are today aspects of the same process, historically they came about in stages, and it is preferable to separate them and deal first with the division of labor in office processes. The work processes of most offices are readily recognizable, in industrial terms, as continuous flow processes. In the main they consist of the flow of documents required to effect and record commercial transactions, contractual arrangements, etc. While the processes are punctuated by personal interviews and correspondence, these serve merely to facilitate the flow of documentation. We may take as our example the most common form of transaction, the sale of commodities. It will be understood that everything that takes place in this process has as its mirror image a corresponding process on the part of the firms on the other side, with the signs reversed. The customer order is the cell of the process. It moves through a stream of records and calculations which begin with its appearance in the salesman's order book, or in the mail, or over the telephone, until it reaches its final resting place as an infinitesimal portion of the corporation's statement of financial condition. The order must be opened and examined. The customer must be clearly identified as to firm name, address for billing, separate address, if any, for shipping, and, most important, credit standing. If the order comes with payment already attached, it becomes part of a tributary which subsequently rejoins the main stream. The items ordered must be clearly and properly interpreted as to type and quantity. The correct discount must be chosen for each order in accordance with corporate sales policy, which is more or less complex and is stratified according to quantities ordered, type of customer, special arrangements, etc. An invoice or bill must be prepared listing the merchandise for shipment and extending quantities by unit price. This invoice must be totaled, discounted, and supplementary charges such as shipping or tax added. Now the invoice moves on to another stage. On the one side, some of its copies provide shipping documents for the shipping division and packing slips for the customer. On the other side, further copies provide the raw materials of the accounting procedure. In the latter process, the invoice totals are posted to accounts for sales on the one side and the customer's account, or cash, on the other. Customer accounts are further posted, in controlled batch totals, to an overall accounts receivable account. At the same time, tabulations must be made from the invoice to record the depletion of inventory, to keep sales records on each stock item, as well as sales records by salesman and territory for the calculation of sales commission due, for charting sales trends, etc. Finally, the summaries of these various accounts, tested for internal consistency and balance with each other, form the raw materials for the monthly summary accounts and the statements of financial condition of the division or corporation. In traditional form, this entire process was the province of the bookkeeper, with the assistance of other clerical help such as the order biller, junior clerk for posting, etc. But as soon as the flow of work becomes large enough, and the methods of office management are applied, the process is subdivided into minute operations. Characteristically, separate clerks open the mail, date and route the orders, interpret customer information, clear credit, check the items ordered for clarity and to see if they are in inventory, type an invoice, add prices to it, extend, discount, calculate shipping charges, post to the customer account, etc., etc. Just as in manufacturing processes, in fact, even more easily than in manufacturing processes, the work of the office is analyzed and parceled out among a great many detail workers, who now lose all comprehension of the process as a whole and the policies which underlie it. The special privilege of the clerk of old, that of being witness to the operation of the enterprise as a whole and gaining a view of its progress toward its ends and its condition at any given moment, disappears. Each of the activities requiring interpretation of policy or contact beyond the department or section becomes the province of a higher functionary. Needless to say, this conception is all the more readily applicable to those transactions which reflect no movement of physical commodities, such as banking and other financial transactions, the payment of insurance premiums and claims, and so on. But even those processes which, in an outsider's view, would appear to be difficult to subdivide in this way become, with sufficient volume, susceptible to the same treatment. Correspondence, for example, may be sorted into a variety of standard inquiries and problems and then answered with pre-formulated responses either duplicated by machine or repetitiously typed, nowadays on automatic, tape-controlled typewriters. That smaller portion which requires individual treatment can be set aside for the attention of a higher grade of correspondence clerk, while all the rest is classified, batched, and counted. On the basis of batch totals, the higher echelons of the office will then be able to see the type of inquiry or error which has caused the correspondence and use this as a check against other departments, or weigh these figures against past experience and against the experience of the trade as a whole. At the same time, the batch totals can be correlated with the time taken for dealing with correspondence of a particular sort, so that the expenditure of labor time may be kept under constant scrutiny and control. In general, the rationalization of most office work and the replacement of the all-around clerical worker by the subdivided detail worker proceeds easily because of the nature of the process itself. In the first place, clerical operations are conducted almost entirely on paper, and paper is far easier than industrial products to rearrange, move from station to station, combine and recombine according to the needs of the process, etc. Second, and more important, much of the raw material of clerical work is numerical in form, and so the process may itself be structured according to the rules of mathematics, an advantage which the managers of physical production processes often strive after but can seldom achieve. As flows subject to mathematical rules, clerical processes can be checked at various points by mathematical controls. Thus, contrary to the past opinion of many that office work was unlike factory work in that its complexities rendered it more difficult to rationalize, it proved easier to do so once the volume of work grew large enough and once a search for methods of rationalization was seriously undertaken. Mental and manual labor. In the beginning, the office was the site of mental labor and the shop the site of manual labor. This was even true, as we have seen, after Taylor, and in part because of Taylor, scientific management gave the office a monopoly over conception, planning, judgment, and the appraisal of results, while in the shop nothing was to take place other than the physical execution of all that was thought up in the office. Insofar as this was true, the identification of office work with thinking and educated labor, and of the production process proper with unthinking and uneducated labor, retained some validity. But once the office was itself subjected to the rationalization process, this contrast lost its force. The functions of thought and planning became concentrated in an ever smaller group within the office, and for the mass of those employed there the office became just as much a site of manual labor as the factory floor. With the transformation of management into an administrative labor process, manual work spreads to the office and soon becomes characteristic of the tasks of the mass of clerical workers. Labor in general is a process whose determinate forms are shaped by the end result, the product. The materials and instruments used by the shoemaker, tailor, butcher, carpenter, machinist, or farmer may vary with the state of technology, but they must be adapted to the production of footwear, apparel, meat, wooden structures, metal shapes, or grain. The typical, although not exclusive, product of mental labor consists of markings on paper. Mental labor is carried on in the brain, but since it takes form in an external product, symbols in linguistic, numeric, or other representational forms, it involves manual operations such as writing, drawing, operating writing machines, etc. for the purpose of bringing this product into being. It is therefore possible to separate the functions of conception and execution. All that is required is that the scale of the work be large enough to make this subdivision economical for the corporation. Among the first to recognize this was Charles Babbage. Babbage was not only responsible for the design of one of the first calculating engines, computers, but in his On the Economy of Machinery and Manufactures, written in the 1830s, he included a prophetic chapter called On the Division of Mental Labor, in which he subjected the matter to one of its earliest and most trenchant analyses. We have already mentioned, he begins, what may, perhaps, appear paradoxical to some of our readers, that the division of labor can be applied with equal success to mental as to mechanical operations, and that it ensures in both the same economy of time. 22. This he demonstrates by the following example. During the French Revolution, the adoption of the decimal system made it necessary that mathematical tables adapted to that system be produced. This task was given to a certain M. Prony, who soon found that even with the help of several associates he could not expect to complete the job during his lifetime. While pondering the problem, he happened to pass a bookseller's shop where Adam Smith's recently published Wealth of Nations was displayed, and opened it to the first chapter. He decided to put his logarithms and trigonometric functions into manufacture, like pins, and set up two separate workshops, the product of each to serve as verification for that of the other for this purpose. He divided the task among three sections. The first section, consisting of 5 or 6 eminent French mathematicians, was charged with the work of devising the formulas best adapted for use by the other sections. The second group, made up of 7 or 8 persons with a good knowledge of mathematics, undertook the problem of converting these formulas into numerical values and devising means of checking the calculations. The third section, varying in number from 60 to 80 persons, used nothing more than simple addition or subtraction and returned the results to the second section for checking. Babbage describes the process and its requirements as follows. When it is stated that the tables thus completed occupy 17 large folio volumes, some idea may perhaps be formed of the labor. From that part executed by the third class, which may almost be termed mechanical, requiring the least knowledge and by far the greatest exertions, the first class were entirely exempt. Such labor can always be purchased at an easy rate. The duties of the second class, although requiring considerable skill in arithmetical operations, were yet in some measure relieved by the higher interest naturally felt in those more difficult operations. 23. Of the third section, Babbage says, it is remarkable that 9/10 of this class had no knowledge of arithmetic beyond the first 2 rules which they were thus called upon to exercise, and that these persons were usually found more correct in their calculations, than those who possessed a more extensive knowledge of the subject. The way is thereby opened for 2 conclusions which capitalism finds irresistible, regardless of their consequences for humanity. The first is that the labor of educated or better paid persons should never be wasted on matters that can be accomplished for them by others of lesser training. The second is that those of little or no special training are superior for the performance of routine work, in the first place because they can always be purchased at an easy rate, and in the second place because, undistracted by too much in their brains, they will perform routine work more correctly and faithfully. It remains only to add to this story that Babbage foresaw the time when the completion of a calculating engine would eliminate the necessity for the operations of addition and subtraction performed by the third section, and that thereafter it would prove possible to find ways to simplify the work of the second section. In Babbage's vision we can see the conversion of the entire process into a mechanical routine supervised by the first section which, at that point, would be the only group required to understand either mathematical science or the process itself. The work of all others would be converted into the preparation of data and the operation of machinery. The progressive elimination of thought from the work of the office worker thus takes the form, at first, of reducing mental labor to a repetitious performance of the same small set of functions. The work is still performed in the brain, but the brain is used as the equivalent of the hand of the detail worker in production, grasping and releasing a single piece of data over and over again. The next step is the elimination of the thought process completely, or at least insofar as it is ever removed from human labor, and the increase of clerical categories in which nothing but manual labor is performed. Office work as manual labor. The management experts of the second and third generation after Taylor erased the distinction between work in factories and work in offices, and analyzed work into simple motion components. This reduction of work to abstract labor, to finite motions of hands, feet, eyes, etc., along with the absorption of sense impressions by the brain, all of which is measured and analyzed without regard to the form of the product or process, naturally has the effect of bringing together as a single field of management study the work in offices and in factories. The modern science of motion study treats office and factory work according to the same rules of analysis, as aspects of the unvarying motions of human operators. A typical handbook by a management engineer thus begins with a section headed "The Concept of the Universal Process," and in discussing work in a shop, warehouse, store, office, or any other area, first takes pains to establish the general applicability of work measurement and production control systems to work of every kind. Each situation presents a different surface appearance, and so the work which is performed in each of these diverse areas is ordinarily assumed to be very different. But a very marked similarity of basic purpose exists in all of these areas. The universality of the process may be seen by analyzing that which goes to make up the process. To say that wherever humans labor they are performing the same types of work certainly seems to be a ridiculous statement. This seems to be even more inaccurate when it is remembered that much work is mental in nature, and not physical. But the statement is true. 24 Universal Standard Data, the collection of which began with an eye principally toward factory work, are now applied at least as frequently to work in the office. In addition, standard data have been collected specifically for office purposes, in the form of studies of particularly common office motions that are offered as interchangeable parts from which office managers may assemble their own complete operations. The Systems and Procedures Association of America, for instance, has assembled in compact form such a manual, entitled A Guide to Office Clerical Time Standards, a compilation of standard data used by large American companies. Detroit, 1960. The organizations which contributed their materials to this handbook are the General Electric Company, Stanford University, the General Tire and Rubber Company, Kerr-McGee Oil Industries Incorporated, Owens, Illinois, Harris Trust and Savings Bank of Chicago, and the Chicago chapter of the Systems and Procedures Association. The clerical standards maintained by these organizations begin with unit time values for the various elements of motion, as we have described above in Chapter 8, but they go on to agglomerate elemental motions into office tasks, and to offer the office manager the standards by which labor processes may be organized and calibrated. For example, walking time is tabulated for distances from 1 foot to 1,000 feet, but since walking within the office requires many turns, walking, confined, adds 0.01 minute for each turn. The reading of a 1 to 3-digit number is presumed to take 0.005 minutes, and of a 7 to 9-digit number, 0.015 minutes. To make comparison checks, going from one paper to another, is rated at 0.0026 minutes per character. To read typed copy, per inch, 0.008 minutes. And to write, not including get or release of pencil or pen. For some reason, the operation called jogging is a favorite of office management experts, and is charted, analyzed, and timed in scores of studies. In this instance, the time for jog, basic times, paper in hand, is given as follows. In this table, the time for jogs from 1 to 10 is given, and we are told to add 0.01 for each jog over 10. The time value for cut with scissors is given as 0.44 minute, with 0.30 for each additional snip. A snip, we are told, includes opening, moving forward and closing the scissors. Tabulations are given for unit time values for rubber stamping, including the time for getting the stamp, checking the date setting, and putting it aside, and for stamping a series of sheets and putting them aside, with allowance for inking the stamp at every fourth impression. Also for the time required to collate, gather, lay aside, handle, punch, staple, or remove staples, rubber band, or remove, move material between stations, count, fold or unfold, open mail container, envelope, and remove contents, insert mail in container. Unit times are given for locating a single item in a drawer file, Cardex file, Lindex file, Speedomatic file, binder or folder, log sheet, planning card, or at a specific position on a form. Times are given to file random items, to start a new file, to do numerical and miscellaneous filing, to enter or write, and at this point, still another chart for jogging. Typing times are subjected to a stringent analysis. The conventional standards for words per minute are charted against minutes per inch, but beyond this, time values are assigned to the steps of handling the paper, inserting it in the typewriter, aligning, for various numbers of sheets and carbons, erasing, making strike-over corrections, and handling material after. We are given such intelligence as the fact that backspacing, per space, requires 0.0060 minutes on a manual machine and 0.0025 on an electric model. Further tables cover the time required for various duplicating processes by offset, spirit, and mimeograph. A tabulation covering the operation of a key-driven calculator includes time values for clearing the machine and turning over each sheet between calculations, 0.0120 minute. The charts used by Company B, which is described as a large manufacturer of rubber products, plastics, etc., and is therefore presumably the General Tire and Rubber Company, offer a similar array of detailed tabulations. In addition to charts which duplicate, in other forms, the kinds of materials we have already described, there are charts for pinning, clipping, counting cash, operating Pitney Bowes postage meters, matching papers, Xeroxing, working bookkeeping machines, and an extraordinary table as follows. For the rest, tabulations supplied by other companies include, in addition to more of the same, time information for the operation of a great many office machines, including key punch and billing machines, and also for such bookkeeping functions as posting entries to ledgers by pen. With the growing use of keyboard machines in offices, the analysis of the time requirements of operating them has become ever more intensive. For an example of this type of analysis, we turn to a 1963 volume called Work Measurement in Machine Accounting, two of the three authors of which were at the time of writing associated with the Aetna Life Insurance Co. In their treatment of key punching, the operation of the machine which punches holes in the 80-column standard data processing card, the authors arrive at the following breakdown of the time needed to punch a numeric character. Since a TMU is defined as 1/100,000th, 0.00001, of an hour, and there are thus 28 TMUs in each second, this means that a key punch machine is to be operated at the rate of 5 3/5 strokes per second when purely numeric punching is being done. For the punching of alphabetical characters, however, one additional TMU per stroke is allowed for mental time. In this way, the Aetna specialists calculated that to punch numeric values in 26 columns, and alphabetic characters in 24, skipping over the other 30 columns, allowing for automatic duplication and allowing 20 TMUs, of a second, for consulting the information source, as well as 17.2 TMUs for additional handling, it should take 0.2295 minutes to punch the card and 0.2017 minutes for another operator to verify it on a second machine. Under 15 seconds per card is allowed, in other words, for key punching or for verification, including a 5% allowance for error. But since key punch operators have to handle work before and after punching, a further set of calculations is made in order to account for all the operator's time, a tabulation of 31 motions, including time for stand, sit, get pencil, initial cards, open and close card clip, open and close drawer, get rubber band, band cards, etc. 25. In the clerical routine of offices, the use of the brain is never entirely done away with any more than it is entirely done away with in any form of manual work. The mental processes are rendered repetitious and routine, or they are reduced to so small a factor in the work process that the speed and dexterity with which the manual portion of the operation can be performed dominates the labor process as a whole. More than this cannot be said of any manual labor process, and once it is true of clerical labor, labor in that form is placed on an equal footing with the simpler forms of so-called blue-collar manual labor. For this reason, the traditional distinctions between manual and white-collar labor, which are so thoughtlessly and widely used in the literature on this subject, represent echoes of a past situation which has virtually ceased to have meaning in the modern world of work. And with the rapid progress of mechanization in offices, it becomes all the more important to grasp this. The mechanization of the office. Machinery that is used to multiply the useful effects of labor in production may be classified, as we have seen, according to the degree of its control over motion. Insofar as control over motion rests with the operator, the machine falls short of automatic operation. Insofar as it is rendered automatic, direct control has been transferred to the machine itself. In office machinery, however, the control over motion is generally incidental to the purpose of the machine. Thus the rapidity and precision of the high-speed printer are not required in order to print rapidly. There are other and faster ways to ink characters onto paper, but in order to record a controlled flow of information as it is processed in the computer. It is one part of a machine system designed to control not motion but information. Information exists, in the main, in the form of a record of symbolic characters, the alphabet, numbers, and other conventional symbols. Until recently, the processing of these characters, that is to say, assembling and reassembling them in required forms and combining or analyzing them according to the rules of mathematics, was directly dependent upon the human brain. While various mechanical means for recording or combining them were in daily office use, such as the typewriter, the adding or calculating machine, and the bookkeeping machine, each of these machines could only carry or process information through a very short part of its total cycle before it again had to involve the human brain to move it into its next position. In this sense, the office process resembled a pipeline that required a great many pumping stations at very close intervals. The difficulty lay in the form in which information was recorded. So long as it took the form of a notation which could be apprehended only by the human senses, humans were required to seize it and move or manipulate it. Thus every key-driven mechanical adding or calculating machine depended on the line-by-line keyboard work of the operator, and its storage and processing facilities were limited to the capacities of a few mechanical registers. While this situation continued, every office machine remained on the primitive level of the hand tool, or power-assisted hand tool. The change began with the machine for counting punched cards invented by Dr. Herman Hall Erith in 1885 and used to tabulate the United States Census of 1890. The importance of this invention lay not in any technical advance, but entirely in the concept it embodied. In recording bits of data, each on its own card, by means of a system that gave to each column and rank of the card a specific meaning, the punched card system made available a means of reading and interpreting simple data without direct human participation. Now, through one means or another of sensing the wholes, machines could sort and classify, combine, and tabulate the bits of data on the cards. The significance of the method lay in the recasting of the form of the information so that it could be picked up by a machine. This revolutionary conception passed through a series of purely technical improvements in the years that followed. First electromechanical, in which electrical impulses were made to control mechanical registers, and then electronic, in which information is handled and stored by means of the electrical impulses themselves and the mechanical elements virtually disappear. The effect upon the storage and handling capacities of computing systems has been enormous. In contrast to the punched card, which in its standard form stores 80 characters on a surface slightly larger than two playing cards, the common type of magnetic disk pack, which consists of 11 14-inch disks mounted a half-inch apart, will hold up to 29 million characters. And these can be transferred at the rate of 156,000 characters per second to or from the computer processing unit, within which they may be manipulated in operations that are measured in millionths or even billionths of a second each. Thus once the information is recorded, bit by bit, by means of key-driven machines, it may be summoned, brought together from diverse sources, arranged, combined mathematically, etc., in very short periods of time, and the results displayed on a screen, or more commonly recorded by the high-speed printer, which is itself a typewriter that puts to shame the combined efforts of scores of typists. The computer system working on these principles is the chief, though not the only, instrument of mechanization of the office. Its first applications were for large-scale routine and repetitive operations which to some extent were already performed mechanically: payrolls, billing, accounts payable and accounts receivable, mortgage accounting, inventory control, actuarial and dividend calculations, etc. But it was soon applied in new tasks, such as for elaborate sales reports, production cost accounting, market research information, sales commissions, and so forth, all the way up to general accounting, at which point the corporation's books of record are put into computerized form. This automatic system for data processing resembles automatic systems of production machinery in that it reunifies the labor process, eliminating the many steps that had previously been assigned to detail workers. But, as in manufacturing, the office computer does not become, in the capitalist mode of production, the giant step that it could be toward the dismantling and scaling down of the technical division of labor. Instead, capitalism goes against the grain of the technological trend and stubbornly reproduces the outmoded division of labor in a new and more pernicious form. The development of computer work has been so recent and so swift that here we can see reproduced in compressed form the evolution of labor processes in accord with this tendency. For a short time in the 1940s and early 1950s, the data processing occupations displayed the characteristics of a craft. This was during the period when tabulating equipment based on the punched card dominated the industry. Installations were small and the tabulating craftsman worked on all machines: the sorter, collator, tabulator, calculator, etc. These machines were programmed by wiring a panel board for each machine, and this operation was learned as the worker gained a general familiarity with all the machines. Thus the equivalent of an apprenticeship was a period of learning the use of all the equipment, and the programming done at that time was simply the highest skill of an all-around trade. The development of a data processing craft was abortive, however, since along with the computer a new division of labor was introduced and the destruction of the craft greatly hastened. Each aspect of computer operations was graded to a different level of pay, frozen into a hierarchy: systems managers, systems analysts, programmers, computer console operators, key punch operators, tape librarians, stockroom attendants, etc. It soon became characteristic that entry into the higher jobs was at the higher level of the hierarchy, rather than through an all-around training. And the concentration of knowledge and control in a very small portion of the hierarchy became the key here, as with automatic machines in the factory, to control over the process. The upper level of the computer hierarchy is occupied by the systems analyst and the programmer. The systems analyst is the office equivalent of the industrial engineer, and it is his or her job to develop a comprehensive view of the processing of data in the office and to work out a machine system which will satisfy the processing requirements. The programmer converts the system into a set of instructions for the computer. In early computer installations, the programmer was generally a systems analyst as well, and combined the two functions of devising and writing the system. But with the encroachment of the division of labor, these functions were increasingly separated as it became clear that a great deal of the work of programming was routine and could be delegated to cheaper employees. Thus the designation of programmer has by this time become somewhat ambiguous, and can be applied to expert program analysts who grasp the rationale of the systems they work on, as well as to program coders who take as their materials the pre-digested instructions for the system or subsystem and simply translate them mechanically into specialized terminology. The training for this latter work occupies no more than a few months, and peak performance is realized within a 1 to 2 year period. In accordance with the logic of the capitalist division of labor, most programmers have been reduced to this level of work. Below this level, computer work leaves the arena of specialized or technical skills and enters the realm of working-class occupations. The computer operator runs the computer in accordance with a set of rigid and specific instructions set down for each routine. The training and education required for this job may perhaps best be estimated from the pay scales, which in the case of a Class A operator are on about the level of the craftsman in the factory, and for Class C operators on about the level of the factory operative. The largest single occupation created by computerization is that of the key punch operator. Since it in many ways typifies the direction being taken by office work, it is worth examining in some detail. The extraordinary swiftness with which computers process information depends in the first instance upon the careful preparation of a database for the computer's use. While all other office functions dwindle in the face of the computer, this one tends to grow. First, everything which the computer digests must be translated into uniform codes. Second, the pre-calculated operation of the entire system depends upon the provision of adequate coding to cover every requirement at the time of entering the original data. Nothing can be left for later recognition, apprehension, and action by the human brain if it is to be done by the computer in the course of its operations. Third, every pre-signed code must be prepared for the computer in accordance with a strict and undeviating form so that it can have the desired effect. And fourth, this must be done in a relatively error-free way, since the computer does not recognize errors, except insofar as they transcend the parameters set in the program, but acts upon all the information it is given. This requires the preparation of data according to rigid forms because no matter how ingeniously the matter is approached, the computer cannot interpret any symbols but those that derive their meaning from their form and position. The computer card, punched as desired by a key-driven machine and verified by a repetition on another such machine, is still the most common such form. It is not the only one, however, and a variety of other devices that record data on a magnetic tape, or print out symbols that can be read by an optical scanner, are now in use. Their advantage is not that they eliminate key punching, as some hasty publicists have rushed to announce, but that they simplify the operation still further so that it may be performed on keyboards similar to that of the typewriter, and so divest the coding operation of even the very limited amount of training it now requires. Although the manner of coding may be varied, it cannot be eliminated, and while there are some ways in which the volume of coding may be held in check, in general it tends to grow with the growth of computerization. To describe key punching, therefore, is to describe the sort of work which, in this form or another, is growing rapidly in offices. The training required for this sort of work has been described in one sociological study as follows. Card punching can be a rather monotonous job when it involves large masses of homogeneous data, pre-sorted and prepared in ready-to-copy columnar format. The job can be learned in a matter of a week or two, and satisfactory production skills can be attained within some 6 months. Despite most employers' stated preference, a high school diploma is not essential for satisfactory performance. Some training officials estimated that a 9th grade reading level and equivalent proficiency in arithmetic provide a good starting base. For all these reasons, a highly knowledgeable personnel man, in the course of one interview, described key punch operating as a semi-blue-collar job. He considered the term descriptive not only of the nature of the job, but also of the entry requirements, both formal and informal. In many instances girls who lack formal education or the social graces of the office can be placed in key punching, whereas they would probably be rejected for other purely white-collar work. 26. The authors of this study, who like most of their colleagues in the social sciences prefer to look on the bright side, profess themselves intrigued by the view expressed by this personnel manager. They are quick to theorize that key punching can become a handy substitute for unskilled manufacturing jobs which in the past served as the first step on the ladder. But within a page they themselves are forced to characterize key punching as a dead-end occupation, whereas messengers are frequently promoted to file clerks to typists, and typists to secretaries. Key punch operators tend to remain key punch operators. 27. The work itself is described by key punch department managers themselves as extremely boring with no intelligence looked for and a very high turnover rate. 28. Here is a description, reported on the occasion of the changeover from a pre-computer tabulating machine system, which also required punched cards, to a computer system. One key puncher reported that before the installation of the computer, her work had been somewhat varied and had occasionally called for the exercise of judgment. This had made it bearable. Every 3 or 4 weeks, as the conversion to automation proceeds, several of her associates are transferred from the original group of key punchers and assigned to the new work, which is more monotonous and repetitious. Since there is no variation in job content, the pace is continuous, steady, and pressured. The most frequent comment among the girls is, "We are working for the machine now." Mrs. Duncan described all key punch girls as nervous wrecks. If you happen to speak to an operator while she is working, she will jump a mile. You can't help being tense. The machine makes you that way. Even though the supervisor does not keep an official production count on our work, she certainly knows how much each of us is turning out by the number of boxes of cards we do. Mrs. Calvin, a former operator for a different company, reported the same kind of tension. If you just tap one of them on the shoulder when she is working, she'll fly through the ceiling. Both women reported that absenteeism was very high among their group. Mrs. Duncan remarked, "Someone is always saying, 'I don't think I'll come in tomorrow. I just can't stand this any longer.'" Although the girls do not quit, they stay home frequently and keep supplies of tranquilizers and aspirin at their desks. The key punchers felt that they were really doing a factory job and that they were frozen to their desk as though it were a spot on the assembly line. 29. As in the factory, the machine pacing of work becomes increasingly available to office management as a weapon of control. The reduction of office information to standardized bits and their processing by computer systems and other office equipment provides management with an automatic accounting of the size of the workload and the amount done by each operator, section, or division. Precise measurement of clerical output is one of the aspects of the production room approach heightened by, if not exclusively new to automated offices. Simplification and routinization of office tasks by automation makes the work much more amenable to objective count and measurement. The American Management Association has published numerous studies reporting the experience of various large firms in developing clerical cost programs by means of time measurement of office operations. These articles refer only indirectly to employee irritation and resistance. In the Standard Oil Company of Ohio, for example, a special name was coined to avoid such terms as work measurement, which was considered to be irritating to the employees and made it difficult to secure their participation. The 7th Annual Conference on Systems and Procedures in 1958 stressed that the systems profession is devoted to methods improvement or working smarter. Implicit in this was the job of motivating the office worker to greater productivity. Henry Gunders, Associate Director, Management Advisory Services, Price Waterhouse and Company, Houston, Texas, maintained that in the unmeasured office the rate of clerical output is low. He estimates that such an office is operating on 50 to 60% efficiency, and that with clerical output measured, even unaccompanied by incentives, there would be a 20 to 30% increase in output. It is stated that incentives are most applicable to already mechanized jobs. When an office machine is used, various devices such as stroke counters, automatic sequential numbering, and the like simplify counting. Similarly, pre-numbered documents, processed in sequence, facilitate production counting. Most of the firms included in this study quantify the operations associated with data processing. Key punching, in particular, lends itself to objective count. Government agencies and private business firms reported that this type of work measurement was standard procedure. In some instances, the girls fill out a daily tally form indicating how many inches they have punched, and the verifiers keep count of the errors. An executive of one large insurance company commented that, although it is not generally mentioned, an objective record of productivity is kept, and the operator whose output lags is fired. Many firms rely on the supervisor to keep a visual check which can be objective because she would know the total number of trays of cards processed during any period. One official explained that the careful tally of key punch output in his firm was made necessary because all service functions must be allocated as to cost, and that check on operators' speed was a secondary consideration. Serial checking on other types of office equipment is the method used by many firms, and is applicable to calculators, check sorters, and various machines besides key punches. Industrialization of clerical work is evident not only in the work count, but also in the use of a moving belt to carry the work from one station to the next. Several companies studied use this method of carrying orders from the point of origin through the various stages of processing to the computer. The factory atmosphere is unmistakably present. Not only are the office machine operators often required to punch a time clock, but they are not permitted to converse while at work. They are subject to dismissal with as little notice as a week or at most a month. There are few distinguishing marks between the employee in the electronic office and the factory worker in light manufacturing. Point 30. As work has been simplified, routinized, and measured, the drive for speed has come to the fore. Everything is speed in the work now, said a woman who found herself near a nervous breakdown, and the pace is terrific. And with the economies furnished by the computer system and the forcing of the intensity of labor come layoffs which selectively increase the tendency toward factory-like work. With each reduction in force, the remaining workers are told to increase their output. Automation has reduced the staff in that office by more than 1/3, and more mechanization is in prospect. The union spokesman said that the categories of jobs which have disappeared are those which require some skill and judgment. Those remaining are the tabulating and key punch operations, which become even simpler, less varied, and more routinized as work is geared to the computer. The vice president of an insurance company, pointing to a room filled with key punch operators, remarked, "All they lack is a chain," and explained himself by adding that the machines kept the girls at their desks, punching monotonously and without cease. And the workers themselves are under no illusions about their white-collar jobs. "This job is no different from a factory job except that I don't get paid as much," one operator in a large farm equipment office said. 31. The educational requirements for this new kind of office work are subject to confusion, some of it deliberate, between the needs of the work itself and other considerations. Thus the authors of a recent study of electronic data processing in New York write, "We have already noted the general tendency of employers to specify a high school diploma as a prerequisite to employment for key punch operators. It is also true, however, that many successful operators are hired without the diploma, particularly in a period when the labor market is tight. Our interviews convinced us that a high school diploma is viewed as something other than a certification of academic or intellectual proficiency. Some firms, admittedly, relish their ability to state that all our employees are high school graduates, as an indication of status or prestige. The great majority, however, view the diploma as a certification of responsibility, motivation, and reliability. Sure, we can find out quickly if a girl can really punch cards. But will she come in every Monday? Will she stay after 5 o'clock when we're pushed for overtime? Will she drift to another job after 3 weeks? These are the kinds of questions that were repeatedly raised by employers. 32. Earlier in the computer era, various managements not yet oriented in the field and perhaps somewhat deceived by their own glowing estimates of the mass upgrading of the labor force that would take place, hired the wrong kind of labor. This was particularly true in banking, where the snobbish tradition of superior employees had not yet been overcome by managers. Thus in one study of bank computerization it was decided that personnel managers were recruiting girls of too high an intellectual caliber for the new simple machine jobs. 33 Experience soon showed, in the words of another study of technological change in banking, that it would be misleading to assume that a massive upgrading will take place, for a large proportion of jobs created up to this point are relatively low rated. Encoders are a case in point. Encoding is a low-grade job which is easily and quickly learned, requiring only the ability to operate a 10-key keyboard. At one bank, due to the simplicity of operator training for single pocket-proof encoders, the job, as related to our job evaluation scale, has been downgraded 3 grades and reduced from an average base of $68 to $53 per week. An EDP clerk is only a slightly higher grade position than that of encoder. At the large branch bank referred to above, approximately 70% of the jobs created were low-rated, while at the small branch bank they comprised around 50% of the new jobs. 35 And it is in the nature of the organization of work around the computer system that, like factory work, it does not have the advancement ladder characteristic of the bank and office of several generations ago. This was recognized early in the computer era by the American Management Association, which, in a special report designed to help employers set up data processing operations, said, "To be honest, we don't want people to take data processing jobs as stepping stones to other jobs. We want permanent employees capable of doing good work and satisfied to stay and do it. To promise rapid advancement is to falsify the facts. The only rapid advancement for the bulk of non-supervisory data processing staff is out of data processing." 36. So far as the traditional grades of office labor are concerned, the computerization of office accounting procedures further weakens the position of those skilled in the system as a whole, particularly bookkeepers. The decline of the bookkeeper, which had begun, as we have seen, with the rise of the office manager, was helped along by the rise of the bookkeeping or posting machine, which converted a certain amount of skilled ledger work into a mechanical operation. The decline was continued, especially in banking, by the development of electronic bookkeeping machines, which complete the conversion of bookkeepers into machine operators and at the same time reduce the demand for them sharply. Thus one multi-branch bank reported that within 18 months after installing electronic bookkeeping machines, the bookkeeping staff of 600 had been reduced to 150, and the data processing staff had grown to 122. This is in line with the experience of most banks, which achieve a reduction in overall labor requirements of 40 to 50% for the same volume of work, and in the process cut down the bookkeeping people sharply and replace them with machine operators. 37. Not only bookkeepers, but even the lower grades of management, feel the effects in a similar way. The computer presents management with an enormous temptation to save management time as well as labor time by mechanizing many choices and decisions. It is probably for this reason that Howard C. Carlson, a psychologist employed by General Motors, has said, "The computer may be to middle management what the assembly line is to the hourly worker." 38. The tendency of the labor process exemplified in the various machine jobs is not confined to the workers grouped immediately around the computer. On the contrary, with the exception of a specialized minority whose technical and system skills are expanded, this tendency increasingly affects all clerical workers. The reasons for this may be separated into two parts. First, the formal demands of computerization extend far beyond those machine operators who work with the raw materials or finished products of the computer. Since coding operations are performed mechanically according to fixed layouts, the materials prepared by others for the machine rooms must also follow strict rules of form. Thus the clerk who uses nothing but paper and writing instruments, and who apprehends the information in the first instance from original source documents, is governed by the same rules of form. This has led to the possibility of transferring the work of the key punch operator to the other grades of clerk, a change which is now underway and which will undoubtedly accelerate. Under this system, the work of transcribing information into a form that can be used by the computer is spread throughout the office instead of being localized in machine rooms, by means of terminals or other simple keyboard machines that can be operated by any clerk. In this way, machine operation is generalized throughout the office. If, in the first instance, this involves a combination of jobs that of interpreting being combined with that of keyboard operation, the next step is the simplification and even elimination of the judgmental steps involved in interpretation by tying the new keyboard machine to the computer and utilizing its storage and swift search capacities. Thus, in a variety of ways, the reduction of data to symbolic form with accurate positional attributes becomes, increasingly, the business of the office as a whole, as a measure to economize on labor costs. Second, a variety of other machines and systems are applied to other work processes not within the immediate orbit of the computer. For example, file clerks serve elaborate and semi-automatic machine systems which eliminate the need to know the sequence of the alphabet, or even the sequence of numbers. Everything is eliminated but the task of placing under the photographic apparatus of the machine, as swiftly as possible, one document after another. Typists, mail sorters, telephone operators, stock clerks, receptionists, payroll and timekeeping clerks, shipping and receiving clerks are subjected to routines, more or less mechanized according to current possibilities, that strip them of their former grasp of even a limited amount of office information, divest them of the need or ability to understand and decide, and make of them so many mechanical eyes, fingers, and voices whose functioning is, insofar as possible, predetermined by both rules and machinery. As an important instance of this, we may note the changes in the work of the bank teller, once an important functionary upon whose honesty, judgment, and personality much of the public operation and relations of the bank used to depend. Attached to mechanical and electronic equipment, these employees have been transformed into checkout clerks at a money supermarket counter, their labor power purchased at the lowest rates in the mass labor market, their activities prescribed, checked, and controlled in such a way that they have become so many interchangeable parts. And it should be added that the teller's function, limited as it now is, will gradually be replaced by new mechanical electronic equipment that originated in England and has been spreading in the United States. A cash machine which, activated by a customer card, supplies cash from the customer's account is no more than the first tentative step in this direction. So-called automated tellers are able, on the same principle, to transact any of a number of banking functions, including deposits to or withdrawals from savings or checking accounts, transfers between accounts, and loan repayments. 39 Such equipment requires not so much a revolution in banking technology as the modification of existing equipment so that it may be used directly by the customer, with minimal opportunity for error or fraud. The fact that this is becoming increasingly common in trade and service areas indicates that much automated equipment is so simple to operate that it requires no training whatsoever. It also foreshadows the weakening of the demand for labor in fields of employment that have been expanding rapidly. The trend in what is known as secretarial work assumes great importance in this transformation of clerical labor, for two reasons. First, it is an occupational category of enormous size. Some 2.75 million persons were employed as secretaries in the United States in 1970, according to the census for that year, almost all of them women. This is the largest single category of clerical labor. And second, we are at the beginning of a revolution in this field which will transform the office almost to the same extent as it is now being transformed by the computer. To understand this incipient upheaval, we must review this occupation and its fundamental rationale. From a functional standpoint, the secretary came into existence as a device to extend the administrative scope of the entrepreneur and proprietor. Later, as the managerial structure grew, the secretary, from this same functional standpoint, came to represent a pure expression of the Babbage principle. It was thought wasteful, from the capitalist point of view, to have a manager spend time typing letters, opening mail, sending parcels, making travel arrangements, answering the telephone, etc., when these duties could be performed by labor power hired at anywhere from 1/3 to 1/50 of the remuneration of the manager. But here the operation of the Babbage principle is further stimulated by the fact that the managers are organizing not the distant labor processes of subordinates, but their own labor. Since they tend to place an exaggerated value upon their own time, and a minimal value upon the time of others as compared with their own, the Babbage principle goes to work in the offices of managing executives with particular force, all the more so as it is intensified by the prestige attaching to managers with large staffs, the usefulness of a retinue of office servants for the transacting of personal matters, and other career, social, and personal considerations. Thereafter the system of secretarial assistance spreads to lower ranks as well, as the numbers of managerial and semi-managerial employees increase. Since the Babbage principle operates wherever a mass of work may be subdivided and its lower portions separated out and delegated, it invades all the realms of paper work performed by executives, assistants to executives, heads of small departments sometimes consisting of no more than the head and a secretary, professional and even semi-professional employees. The Babbage principle has here transcended its own limits, especially as social and prestige factors come into play and the personal secretary becomes a perquisite of the privileged job as one of its chief privileges. Top managers watched this multiplication of secretaries with nothing more than amusement, until it grew to dimensions which threatened the balance sheet. For management to tackle this monstrosity in order to reduce the drain on the corporate pocketbook is by no means simple. It is not just a matter of attacking a traditional and entrenched privilege, but one which is enjoyed by the lower reaches of the managerial structure itself, those whose loyalty and interest in the corporation is guaranteed by, among other things, these very trappings and pretenses of managerial status. Corporate managements confront the danger, in any such attack, of alienating their own instruments of control over the administrative structure. True, some managements have not allowed such a situation to develop, or have destroyed it at an earlier stage. Stenographic pools as a substitute for personal secretaries, for example, are hardly unknown, but many others have shrunk from the task. There is ample evidence, however, that this situation is ending, and that management is now nerving itself for major surgery upon its own lower limbs. The reasons for this new attitude are various. The most important has already been mentioned, the extent to which this expensive practice has burgeoned, and the immense amounts of payroll it devours, not just through the multiplication of secretaries but through the effect of this arrangement upon the entire functioning of the office. But there are other factors, the completion of the basic work of rationalization in the factory, so far as it can be carried through, freeing management to turn to the office, the maturation of systems thinking among managers to the point where they have reconceptualized the entire problem, the spread of the methods of close calculation throughout smaller firms that might otherwise escape them for a while longer, through the purchase of such firms by conglomerates whose first step is to send in systems engineers, and here the fact that the blame for the changes can be assigned to distant proprietors makes the installation of new systems by corporate management somewhat easier, the perfection of various cheap systems of centralized communications and recording, even the new attitudes of women, who dispute and scorn the body servant role and make it more difficult to recruit tractable secretaries. All of these are among the factors which both encourage and facilitate the ending of the secretarial explosion. Office managements have thus entered upon a sweeping campaign to destroy what they call the social office. To use a phrase which has recently gained popularity, it is only necessary to follow the periodicals published for top office managers, such as Administrative Management, to see that they are attacking on this front not only with a newly systematized armamentarium of ideas and procedures, but with a fresh determination, and that the object of this attack is no longer just the clerk but the comfortable arrangements made by their own lower managers. There is of course no disposition on the part of office managements to reject the Babbage principle and to have those functionaries who are now assisted by secretaries begin to do their own typing and other chores. This would contradict the basic tenet of management that each task must be performed at the lowest possible rate of pay. Rather, they feel that the time has come to end a system which makes of each functionary a supervisor over the labor of one assistant, because the labor time of secretaries is used wastefully and inefficiently, is subject only to relaxed and friendly supervision by a superior who is more interested in personal convenience than in office efficiency, and because such functionaries often cannot delegate enough work to fully occupy the time of another person. Secretarial work is analyzed into two parts, typing and administrative routine. Sometimes reception and telephone answering are separated from the latter as a distinct function. The first is being made the business of what has been named the Word Processing Center. This center is a modernized version of the stenographic pool. It does not send stenographers to take dictation from executives, but rather gives each executive a link with the stenographic process through the telephone on his end and recording equipment on the other. These recordings are then processed by typists, and the finished letter, document, brief, contract, script, or any other form requiring typing is brought by messenger for checking and signature. As distinguished from a stenographic pool, which merely held and dispatched labor power to departments as required, this system visualizes the construction of a separate production department whose business it is to manufacture to order all the correspondence and other documentary work required anywhere throughout the offices of the enterprise. Thus this major portion of the secretarial job now becomes the province of production workers, assisted by electronic equipment. Not unexpectedly, this concept and its application have made the furthest strides in Germany, and an article in Administrative Management describes the stress given there to the use of canned texts and automatic typewriters. Word processing is a process of having word originators, executives, sales correspondents, lawyers, and the like, select formula clauses from pre-coded, pre-organized clause books. For example, an administrator who would normally dictate the same kind of reply to a letter several times a day, instead selects the appropriate clauses, by code number, from the clause book or from memory if he's used them often enough. Once selected, clause codes plus individual names, addresses, and other variable inserts, such as dates or prices, are either dictated into recorders or jotted down on to-be-typed forms. This source dictation or form is then used by the typist to prepare a final letter. Automatic typewriters repetitively type the canned clauses, and the typist manually keyboards in the new or variable data. Benefits are word originator and typist efficiency, and more work produced from the same number of hours on the job. In addition, less training is required of all the people involved. Point 41. This last benefit, the reduction of training for all, indicates the sensitivity of management to the proliferation of correspondence and other such word originators, each of whom is required to know how to formulate a passable paragraph so that it may be understood by the recipient. Under the new system, this requirement disappears, leaving only the ability to select the proper paragraph. The other functions of the secretary are taken over by an administrative support center. The superior who formerly had a secretary is known, in relation to the center, not as a word originator but as a principal, and it is considered that a ratio of 4 to 8 principals to each administrative support secretary will prove adequate. This support center handles all the non-typing chores formerly required of the secretary, foremost among them being filing, phone answering, and mail handling. Filing, we are told, should be performed in the support center, not in the principal's office. The clear objective of such arrangements is to prevent the renewal of the previous situation by imperceptible degrees, and to ensure that all secretarial work is performed under centralized production supervision and not under the supervision of the principal. Moreover, principals should answer their own phone, but the phone should also ring in the center, so if the principal doesn't pick it up by the third ring, the secretary can get it. Like the word processing center, the administrative support center is connected to the various offices by phone and messenger service. Point 42. Thus, under the new arrangement, the secretarial function is replaced by an integrated system which aims at centralized management, the breakdown of secretarial jobs into detail operations subdivided among production workers, and the reduction of the number of secretarial workers to 1/2, 1/4, or even smaller fractions of their former number. Among the subsidiary benefits management expects to derive from this arrangement is the reduction and thus cheapening of the skills of administrative employees, and, not the least, the squeezing out of the minutes and hours of labor power lost in the personal relations and contacts among secretaries and between secretaries and their principals, which is what they mean when they speak of the end of the social office. The force and seriousness of this campaign, which has begun in this form only in the past few years, can be seen not only from its conception as a total system with its own jargon, technology, and specialists, and from the space now being devoted to it in office management periodicals, but also from the launching of new periodicals and organizations devoted entirely to this subject, for instance, Word Processing Report and the Word Processing Institute. The total system has been installed in a great variety of corporations, including sophisticated publishing offices in New York, where systems analysts have shown themselves to be sturdy of purpose and impervious to the barbed comments of editors who are being deprived of their secretaries. We have now described, in its major facets, the conversion of the office routine into a factory-like process in accordance with the precepts of modern management and available technology. The greatest single obstacle to the proper functioning of such an office is the concentration of information and decision-making capacity in the minds of key clerical employees. Just as Frederick Taylor diagnosed the problem of the management of a machine shop as one of removing craft information from the workers, in the same way the office manager views with horror the possibility of dependence upon the historical knowledge of the office past, or of the rapid flow of information in the present, on the part of some of his or her clerical workers. The recording of everything in mechanical form, and the movement of everything in a mechanical way, is thus the ideal of the office manager. But this conversion of the office flow into a high-speed industrial process requires the conversion of the great mass of office workers into more or less helpless attendants of that process. As an inevitable concomitant of this, the ability of the office worker to cope with deviations from the routine, errors, special cases, etc., all of which require information and training, virtually disappears. The number of people who can operate the system, instead of being operated by it, declines precipitously. In this sense, the modern office becomes a machine which at best functions well only within its routine limits, and functions badly when it is called upon to meet special requirements. The class position of clerical labor. While the working class in production is the result of several centuries of capitalist development, clerical labor is largely the product of the period of monopoly capitalism. Thus the early post-Marx attempts to analyze this phenomenon were severely hampered by the fact that clerical work was as yet little developed as a capitalist labor process. For example, in the discussion of the subject in the German Social Democracy before the First World War, Emil Lederer, whose Die Privatgestalten in der modernen Wirtschaftsentwicklung was probably the most substantial and important product of the debate, commented on the stagnant technical conditions of the office. Indeed, the modern commercial employee resembles the commercial employee of the past more than the labor employed by large-scale industry resembles the journeyman of the Middle Ages. Methods of doing business have hardly changed in the majority of cases. Even large-scale enterprises are only expanded small-scale business. Since no new technique has come to the fore, they exhibit no essentially new methods. Point 43. In these discussions, the participants were impressed by the rapid growth of the office, but the changes in office labor, still in their infancy, could not make so great an impression. The general expectation of commentators, as a result, was the rapid increase of office functionaries of the then dominant varieties. On this basis, the conclusion seemed inescapable: a very large new middle class was coming into being. This conclusion was further guaranteed by the penchant, which continues down to the present day, for defining the class positions of various varieties of office labor on the basis of secondary characteristics. In keeping with this, all the labor of the office is lumped together under such rubrics as white-collar, or salaried employees. This is nothing but a hangover from the days in which all office labor did share the characteristics of privilege in pay, tenure, authority, etc. In that earlier situation, such designations, when applied to all who worked in offices, served as shorthand expressions for the special position of such employees. It was not the color of the employee's collar, still less the mode of payment on an annual or monthly basis as distinguished from the daily or hourly wage of the manual worker, that in themselves had a determinate meaning, but rather the whole complex of social position and position in the enterprise and the labor process that these terms symbolized. In 1896, Charles Booth was able to write, "The average, undifferentiated human labor power upon which Karl Marx bases his gigantic fallacy does not exist anywhere on this planet, but least of all, I think, is it to be found among clerks." 44. At the time there were few Marxists bold enough to try to counter this thrust. But within less than 40 years the development of the capitalist office made it possible for some to comprehend all the essential elements of the process, although it was even then far from being well advanced. Thus Hans Speer, drawing chiefly on German experience, was able to write in 1934. The social level of the salaried employee sinks with the increasing extent of the group. This qualitative change, which has been termed the proletarianization of the white-collar worker, shows itself in a number of ways. It is most evident, perhaps, in the especially great increase in the women salaried workers, who mostly perform subordinate work. It is the man who typically has the principal authority, the girl who is typically the subordinate. The great increase in salaried employees is especially traceable to a demand for subordinates, not for fully qualified responsible persons. As a result, the average chance of advancing has declined. The majority of the subordinate employees in the large offices perform duties which are specialized and schematized down to the minutest detail. They no longer require general training. In part only a very limited and brief training is necessary, in part previous training has become quite unnecessary. The process in the course of which the body of salaried employees become a mass group rests on the successful attempt to replace the personal experience of the individual by rational scientific business administration, so that an increasing proportion of the workers can be changed without danger to the efficiency of the enterprise. One social result of this development is the rise of the unskilled and semi-skilled salaried workers, whose designation already indicates the assimilation of the processes of work in the office to that in the factory. In the case of the salaried workers who serve as subordinates on one of the many modern office machines, or, for example, who sell in a one-price store, the difference in the nature of the duties between such workers and manual workers is completely wiped out, especially revealing with regard to the sinking of the social level of the white-collar workers is, finally, the change in the social antecedents. The growing tendency to employ salaried workers of proletarian origin indicates that the number of untrained and poorly paid positions is increasing faster than the number of middle and principal positions. In other words, the salaried employees as a whole are being subjected to a process of decreasing social esteem. 45. This was written before the mechanization of the office. Writing at about the same time, Louis Corey was anticipating future events when he said, "The mechanization of clerical labor becomes constantly greater, a typical large office is now nothing but a white-collar factory." 46. But by 1951, much of the anticipatory element had disappeared and C. Wright Mills was able to write, upon a solid basis of fact. The introduction of office machinery and sales devices has been mechanizing the office and the sales room, the two big locales of white-collar work. Since the 20s it has increased the division of white-collar labor, recomposed personnel, and lowered skill levels. Routine operations in minutely subdivided organizations have replaced the bustling interest of work in well-known groups. Even on managerial and professional levels, the growth of rational bureaucracies has made work more like factory production. The managerial demiurge is constantly furthering all these trends: mechanization, more minute division of labor, the use of less skilled and less expensive workers. In its early stages, a new division of labor may specialize men in such a way as to increase their levels of skill, but later, especially when whole operations are split and mechanized, such division develops certain faculties at the expense of others and narrows all of them. And as it comes more fully under mechanization and centralized management, it levels men off again as automatons. Then there are a few specialists and a mass of automatons, both integrated by the authority which makes them interdependent and keeps each in his own routine. Thus, in the division of labor, the open development and free exercise of skills are managed and closed. The alienating conditions of modern work now include the salaried employees as well as the wage workers. There are few, if any, features of wage work, except heavy toil, which is decreasingly a factor in wage work, that do not also characterize at least some white-collar work. For here, too, the human traits of the individual, from his physique to his psychic disposition, become units in the functionally rational calculations of managers. To these pictures of the merging characteristics of clerical and production labor, it is now possible to add a number of important details. The use of automatic and semi-automatic machine systems in the office has the effect of completely reversing the traditional profile of office costs. A situation in which the cost of operating a large office consisted almost entirely of the salaries paid to clerical employees has changed to one in which a large share of the total is now invested in the purchase, or paid out monthly for the leasing, of expensive equipment. Past or dead labor in the form of machinery owned by capital, now employs living labor, in the office just as in the factory. But for the capitalist, the profitability of this employment is very much a function of time, of the rapidity with which dead labor absorbs living. The use of a great deal of expensive equipment thus leads to shift work, which is particularly characteristic of computer operations. At the same time, the employment of machinery pushes the office installation toward the warehouse and industrial districts of the cities. This is facilitated by the development of remote terminals and other communications devices which annihilate distance and do away with almost all the inconveniences of separate installations, so that executive offices can be maintained in the more expensive and accessible locations while the mass of clerical workers can be moved into lower rent districts, often together with warehousing or production facilities. Thus the convenience and cachet of working in the central part of town, with its greater shopping interest and more varied lunching facilities, etc., begins for many clerical workers to disappear. At the same time, the labor market for the two chief varieties of workers, factory and office, begins to lose some of its distinctions of social stratification, education, family, and the like. Not only do clerical workers come increasingly from families of factory background, and vice versa, but more and more they are merged within the same living family. The chief remaining distinction seems to be a division along the lines of sex. Here the distribution within the clerical and operative groups is strikingly congruent. In 1971, the category of operatives was made up of 9 million men and 4 million women, while that of clerical workers was made up of 10.1 million women and 3.3 million men. The sex barrier that assigns most office jobs to women, and that is enforced both by custom and hiring practice, has made it possible to lower wage rates in the clerical category, as we have seen, below those in any category of manual labor. The growing participation of women in employment has thus far been facilitated by the stronger demand for clerical employees and the relatively stagnating demand for operatives. The existence of two giant categories of labor, operatives and clerical workers, as the two largest major occupational classifications, and the composition by sex of each of these categories, leads to the supposition that one of the most common United States occupational combinations within the family is that in which the husband is an operative and the wife a clerk. The tendency of modern capitalist employment, in which a vast mass is occupied on a less and less differentiated level of general labor, was recognized early by Theodore Kaplow and well portrayed by him in the following passage. Near the midpoint of the occupational status scale, where white-collar and manual levels overlap, there are a vast number of employments which are usually called semi-skilled. As a matter of fact, most of them cannot be readily evaluated in terms of skill. Their common characteristic is that no lengthy experience is required to perform the work, and that movement from one occupation to another is easy and frequent. Indeed, the mark of a semi-skilled occupation is its vagueness. Unlike the higher and lower portions of the scale, this great central cluster of factory and office jobs is not clearly compartmentalized. Lifetime involvement in a job is rare. Men and women perform comparable work under comparable conditions. Job titles do not correspond to organized social groupings, and each occupation merges into many others. All these factors together contribute to the very high and sustained rate of horizontal mobility which is characteristic of semi-skilled workers. Point 48. The increasing similarity of the work in factory and office is noted by Kaplow, and particularly the similarity of requirements in the form of a high school diploma to provide the background of general familiarity with the commonplace routines of modern society. The characteristic jobs of machine operators in modern factories, of clerical workers in large offices, and of sales clerks, inspectors, and other minor functionaries require a general familiarity with technical and commercial operations, together with a minimum command of the number system, the written language, and the technique of operating such devices as automobiles and cash registers. Although the emphasis upon mechanical insight and manual dexterity is greater in the factory trades than in the office jobs, the two broad branches of semi-skilled work tend to become increasingly alike in many ways. Movement from one to the other takes place very readily. Tests carefully devised to measure clerical aptitude sometimes turn out to be better indicators of mechanical aptitude, and vice versa. This is apparently explained by the fact that the tests are patterned after operations actually required in typical jobs, and that operations required in machine production and clerical work are often very similar. The modern techniques of job classification and personnel selection, developed in connection with large-scale production, are designed above all to facilitate the interchangeability of personnel. One method of ensuring interchangeability is to reduce each complex operation to a series of simple operations which require no extraordinary ability. When this is done, an automatic effect is to standardize output throughout the series of related operations at a point well below the maximum output of which individual workers might be capable. At the same time, the formal qualifications required for employment are standardized by the educational process, so that there are comparatively few differences that matter between one worker and another. Point 49. The problem of the so-called employee or white-collar worker, which so bothered early generations of Marxists, and which was hailed by anti-Marxists as a proof of the falsity of the proletarianization thesis, has thus been unambiguously clarified by the polarization of office employment and the growth at one pole of an immense mass of wage workers. The apparent trend to a large non-proletarian middle class has resolved itself into the creation of a large proletariat in a new form. In its conditions of employment, this working population has lost all former superiorities over workers in industry, and in its scales of pay it has sunk almost to the very bottom. But beneath them, in this latter respect at least, are the workers in service occupations and retail trade, whom we must consider next. Chapter 16. Service occupations and retail trade. The giant mass of workers who are relatively homogeneous as to lack of developed skill, low pay, and interchangeability of person and function, although heterogeneous in such particulars as the site and nature of the work they perform, is not limited to offices and factories. Another huge concentration is to be found in the so-called service occupations and in retail trade. We have already discussed, particularly in Chapter 13, the universal market, the reasons for the rapid growth of service occupations in both the corporate and governmental sectors of the economy, the completion by capital of the conquest of goods-producing activities, the displacement of labor from those industries, corresponding to the accumulation of capital in them, and the juncture of these reserves of labor and capital on the ground of new industries, and the inexorable growth of service needs as the new shape of society destroys the older forms of social, community, and family cooperation and self-aid. Now we must examine the labor processes of the service occupations themselves more closely. A service, Marx pointed out, is nothing more than the useful effect of a use value, be it of a commodity, or be it of labor. One, the worker who is employed in producing goods renders a service to the capitalist, and it is as a result of this service that a tangible, vendible object takes shape as a commodity. But what if the useful effects of labor are such that they cannot take shape in an object? Such labor must be offered directly to the consumer, since production and consumption are simultaneous. The useful effects of labor, in such cases, do not serve to make up a vendible object which then carries its useful effects with it as part of its existence as a commodity. Instead, the useful effects of labor themselves become the commodity. When the worker does not offer this labor directly to the user of its effects, but instead sells it to a capitalist, who resells it on the commodity market, then we have the capitalist form of production in the field of services. Such a strict or scientific definition of services is far more limited than the usual use of the term by statistical agencies, such as the bureaus of the Census and of Labor Statistics in the United States. For example, restaurant labor, which cooks, prepares, assembles, serves, cleans dishes and utensils, etc., carries on tangible production just as much as labor employed in many another manufacturing process. The fact that the consumer is sitting nearby at a counter or table is the chief distinction, in principle, between this industry and those food processing industries which are classified under manufacturing. Laundry workers, workers in cleaning and pressing establishments, workers in automobile repair shops and in machine servicing or repair work of other sorts perform the same sort of work as many workers in manufacturing industries, and they are classified, occupationally, in the same way, but the Bureau of the Census classifies them in service industries. Workers in transportation are often regarded as workers in a service industry, but if the location of a commodity is taken as an important physical characteristic, transportation is a part of the process of production. And if we do not take this view, we fall into insuperable difficulties, because we are forced to extend the distinction between making and moving back into the factory, where many workers do not play a role in fashioning the object with their own hands but merely move it through the plant, or through the process. The distinction so applied becomes meaningless and even ridiculous. Chambermaids are classed as service workers, but their labors are not always different, in principle, from those of many manufacturing workers in that they take shape in a tangible result. When the chambermaids in hotels and motels, or the aides in hospitals and other institutions, make beds, they do an assembly operation which is not different from many factory assembly occupations, a fact recognized by management when it conducts motion and time studies of both on the same principles, and the result is a tangible and vendible commodity. Does the fact that porters, charwomen, janitors, or dishwashers perform their cleaning operations not on new goods that are being readied at the factory or construction sites for their first use, but on constantly reused buildings and utensils, render their labor different in principle, and any less tangible in form, from that of manufacturing workers who do the factory's final cleaning, polishing, packaging, and so forth? These are only some of the many difficulties that arise from the attempts to draw strict classifications of the labor in capitalist society on the basis of its determinate form, the particular operations it pursues. They merely illustrate the principle that for capitalism, what is important is not the determinate form of labor but its social form, its capacity to produce, as wage labor, a profit for the capitalist. The capitalist is indifferent to the particular form of labor. He does not care, in the last analysis, whether he hires workers to produce automobiles, wash them, repair them, repaint them, fill them with gasoline and oil, rent them by the day, drive them for hire, park them, or convert them into scrap metal. His concern is the difference between the price he pays for an aggregate of labor and other commodities, and the price he receives for the commodities, whether goods or services produced or rendered. From this point of view, the distinction between commodities in the form of goods and commodities in the form of services is important only to the economist or statistician, not to the capitalist. What counts for him is not the determinate form of the labor, but whether it has been drawn into the network of capitalist social relations, whether the worker who carries it on has been transformed into a wage worker, and whether the labor of the worker has been transformed into productive labor, that is, labor which produces a profit for capital. Beds were made, floors were scrubbed, food prepared and served, children minded, the sick tended long before people were hired to do any of these things. And even after the hiring of servants to do them had begun, these activities were of no interest to the capitalist except in terms of his comfort and household expenses. They became of interest to him as a capitalist when he began to hire people to do services as a profitable activity, a part of his business, a form of the capitalist mode of production. And this began on a large scale only with the era of monopoly capitalism, which created the universal marketplace and transformed into a commodity every form of the activity of humankind, including what had heretofore been the many things that people did for themselves or for each other. With this began the changed attitude of the capitalist towards service labor, a change which can be seen both in his own massive ventures into the field and, on the ideological side, in the change in the view of service labor taken by economists. Thus, service occupations have formed a large share in the social division of labor throughout the capitalist era, not to speak of earlier times, but they have not formed a productive or profitable part until recently. The multitude of personal servants was, in the early period of capitalism, both a heritage of feudal and semi-feudal relations in the form of a vast employment furnished by the landowning aristocracy, and a reflection of the riches created by the Industrial Revolution in the form of similar employment furnished by capitalists and the upper middle class. In the United States in 1820, according to the first occupational census, employment in domestic and personal services was 3/4 as great as the combined employment of the manufacturing, mining, fishing, and lumbering industries. Even in 1870 such employment was not much less than half as great as these non-agricultural employments. 4. A statistician who calculated the amount of domestic and personal service employment as a percent of the population between 1820 and 1920 found it remarkably stable, in the range between 4.5 and 6%. 5. In England, according to the census of 1861, more than 1.2 million people were employed as servants, and this does not include male or female servants on farms. This, as Marx pointed out, was greater than the total employment in the textile and metalworking industries. But from the capitalist point of view, such employment was not an addition to national wealth or income, but a deduction from it. This view, as set forth by classical political economy and especially in Adam Smith, had nothing to do with the nature of the duties performed by these workers, although this point was sometimes confused, but arose rather from the fact that these duties were not performed under the auspices of capital qua capital. It was not when he was accumulating capital that the capitalist employed service labor, but when he was spending his profits. Thus, said Adam Smith, the labor of a manufacturer adds, generally, to the value of the materials which he works upon, that of his own maintenance and of his master's profit. The labor of a menial servant, on the contrary, adds to the value of nothing. A man grows rich by employing a multitude of manufacturers, he grows poor, by maintaining a multitude of menial servants. And so zealous was Adam Smith in his pursuit of this point that he turned it against all service labor in general and found the fault to be not in the fact that the master was so foolish as to employ servants instead of investing in more workers, but rather in the fact that service labor did not congeal into a tangible commodity. The clarification of this error on Smith's part occupies many pages of Marx's theories of surplus value. Smith's modern editor, Edwin Cannon, more familiar with the profitable uses to which service labor can be put, corrected him by pointing out that this is only true when the manufacturers are employed to produce commodities for sale and when the menial servants are employed merely for the comfort of the employer. A man may and often does grow poor by employing people to make particular subjects or vendible commodities for his own consumption, and an innkeeper may and often does grow rich by employing menial servants. 8. In modern bourgeois economics, service labor which does not in Adam Smith's words fix or realize itself in any particular subject or vendible commodity is no longer held in disfavor, but is rather, since it has been developed as a prime source of profit, celebrated. Colin Clark found the most important concomitant of economic progress to be the movement of the working population from agriculture to manufacture and from manufacture to commerce and services. 9. Few economists would today call service labor unproductive except when performed by the worker on his or her own account, as the housewife does at home. Instead, they tend to extol service as the characteristic form of production of our time, superior to manufacturing and with a greater future before it. In this we see a continuation of the succession of economic theories which assign the most productive role to the particular form of labor that was most important or growing most rapidly at the time, the mercantilists to labor which brought precious metals into the country, the physiocrats to agricultural labor, the classical economists to manufacturing labor. In the history of capitalism, while one or another form of productive labor may play a greater role in particular eras, the tendency is toward the eradication of distinctions among its various forms. Particularly in the era of monopoly capitalism, it makes little sense to ground any theory of the economy upon any specially favored variety of labor process. As these varied forms come under the auspices of capital and become part of the domain of profitable investment, they enter for the capitalist into the realm of general or abstract labor, labor which enlarges capital. In the modern corporation, all forms of labor are employed without distinction, and in the modern conglomerate corporation some divisions carry on manufacturing, others carry on trade, others banking, others mining, and still others service processes. All lie peacefully together, and in the final result as recorded in balance sheets the forms of labor disappear entirely in the forms of value. The service occupations, excluding private household employment, which has not grown in the form of servants directly hired, and is being replaced by commercial companies which contract to perform household cleaning, now include a mass of labor some 9 times larger than the million workers they accounted for at the turn of the century. This represents a much more rapid growth than that of employment as a whole, which in the same period, 1900 to 1970, less than tripled. The nature of these occupations and the labor processes which they carry on will be readily understood from the listing as given in the 1970 census. Point 10. To this 9 million should be added, as workers of the same general classification and wage level, that portion of sales workers employed in retail trade, or some 3 million out of the total of 5.5 million sales workers of all kinds, the rest being employed in wholesale trade, as manufacturers' representatives, and as salesmen of advertising, insurance, real estate, stocks and bonds, etc., and thus representing a different order of work. These service and retail sales workers, taken together, account for a massive total of more than 12 million workers. The occupations classified in these two categories require little description and analysis because they are conducted, for the most part, in the public eye, and the labor tasks assigned to most of them are readily visualized. In the case of almost every occupation in the service and retail groups, the mass of labor is drawn into these growing fields of employment from a vast pool of common labor which is made available by the relative falling off of employment in other fields. The average pay scales confirm this. The median of the usual weekly earnings of full-time wage and salary workers in the service occupations is lower than that of any occupational group except farm workers. In May 1971 it was $91 a week, if one includes the 500,000 private household workers, excluding these it was $96, as against $115 for clerical workers, $117 for laborers, non-farm, and $120 for operatives. In the same month, the median for full-time retail sales workers was $95, which in terms of pay located that grouping closer to the service occupation than to any other major occupational category. Point 11. Except for the special cases of police and firemen, the incidence of developed skill, knowledge, and authority in the labor processes of society is naturally very small in these categories, and can be found only in that small layer of housekeepers and stewards who have the function of superintending institutional labor, and among the tiny number of cooks who practice the art on the chef level. Those who supervise labor in institutions correspond to the foremen who supervise factory labor, or to lower-level managers having the same function in every labor process. Chefs and cooks of superior grades, the highest skill of the service category, offer an instructive instance of the manner in which an ancient and valuable craft is being destroyed even in its last stronghold, luxury and gourmet cooking. The technological means employed in this case is that of food freezing, including its more recent forms, flash freezing and drying at sub-zero temperatures, and cryogenic freezing at temperatures at least 300 degrees below zero. In such processes, cell walls are destroyed and texture and flavor damaged. Moreover, pre-cooked frozen foods tend in the long run to be more expensive than fresh foods because of the expensive equipment required for freezing, transporting these foods in a frozen state, and thawing them in microwave or convection pressure ovens. That moneyed clienteles now pay luxury prices for slot machine foods, so that a rack of lamb ordered rare in a famous Connecticut inn is brought to the table cold, and the client told that rare lamb must be cold 12 is not what concerns us here. More to the point is the manner in which a precious craft is destroyed and how this destructive tendency feeds on itself. As in so many other fields of work, the simplification and rationalization of skills in the end destroy these skills, and, with the skills becoming ever more scarce, the new processes become ever more inevitable because of the shortage of skilled labor. The food editor of the New York Times wrote, in describing this process, "Many restaurant owners say the shortage and high price of skilled help are major reasons they turn to frozen foods. But kitchen wages are among the lowest in all industries, and the shortage of help may be a result, rather than a cause, of conditions in the trade." A reader says his wife applied for a job with the Stouffer's chain and was told that they didn't need any cooks, only thaw-outers. An executive acknowledged that the chain was not a chef system but a food management system. 13. So far as retail trade is concerned, it is worth noting that although the skills of store operations have long since been disassembled and in all decisive respects vested in management, a revolution is now being prepared which will make of retail workers, by and large, something closer to factory operatives than anyone had ever imagined possible. In retail food trading, for example, the demand for the all-around grocery clerk, fruiterer and vegetable dealer, dairyman, butcher, and so forth has long ago been replaced by a labor configuration in the supermarkets which calls for truck unloaders, shelf stockers, checkout clerks, meat wrappers, and meat cutters. Of these, only the last retain any semblance of skill, and none require any general knowledge of retail trade. The use of mechanical equipment for the shelving, display, and sale of commodities has thus far remained in a primitive state, in part because of the ready availability of low-cost labor and in part because of the nature of the process itself. With the perfecting of a number of computerized semi-automatic checkout systems, however, an increasing number of national chains in retail trade in other fields as well as in food marketing have committed themselves to replacing their present cash register systems with new systems that, they estimate, will almost double the number of customers handled by each checkout clerk in a given time. The system will require affixing to each item a tag or label which carries the proper stock number. A universal 10-digit code has been adopted by the food industry, and perhaps a price, printed in characters which may be recognized by an optical scanner. Thus the clerk will simply pass the item over the scanner, or hold a scanner lens to the tag, and the register will transmit the operation to a computer which can either supply the price or check it against the current price list. The effects of this system on inventory control, quick and general price changes, and sales reporting to a central point require no comment. But the checkout counter then adopts as its own the assembly line or factory pace in its most complete form. The production of each register can be controlled from a single central station and laggards noted for future action, and, since no knowledge of prices is required, the production speed of a checkout clerk can be pegged at the highest level within a few hours after that clerk has begun the job, instead of the few weeks of learning time that are now allowed. Of course, the slowest operation will then become that of bagging, and various mechanical systems which will eliminate the separate bagger and enable the checkout clerk to sweep the item over the optical scanner and into the bag with a single motion are being devised and tested. 15. The trend to automatic filling stations, where the customer, in return for a small saving, fills his or her own tank while the transaction is monitored on a screen in the station, is also worth mentioning, if only for the manner in which it combines a displacement of labor with a shift from male to female labor. The new gasoline station attendants are generally girls, who, as everyone knows, offer a further saving to the thrifty employer. As a quick glance at the list of service occupations will make apparent, the bulk of the work is concentrated in two areas: cleaning and building care, and kitchen work and food service. Female workers outnumber male, as in retail sales work. Training prerequisites for most of these occupations are minimal, a job ladder leading upward is virtually non-existent, and unemployment rates are higher than average. In this occupational category are found the housekeeping jobs of a society of concentrated life and labor that masses workers and residents in multiple dwelling units, giant office blocks, and immense factory units, and which thus develops extraordinary requirements for cleaning, caretaking, and catering. We see here the obverse face of the heralded service economy, which is supposed to free workers from the tyranny of industry, call into existence a higher order of educated labor, and transform the condition of the average man. When this picture is drawn by enthusiastic publicists and press agents of capitalism, with or without advanced degrees in sociology and economics, it is given a semblance of reality by reference to professional occupations. When numbers are required to lend mass to the conception, the categories of clerical, sales, and service workers are called upon. But these workers are not asked to show their diplomas, their pay stubs, or their labor processes. Part V. The Working Class. Chapter 17. The Structure of the Working Class and its Reserve Armies. Labor and capital are the opposite poles of capitalist society. This polarity begins in each enterprise and is realized on a national and even international scale as a giant duality of classes which dominates the social structure. And yet this polarity is incorporated in a necessary identity between the two. Whatever its form, whether as money or commodities or means of production, capital is labor, it is labor that has been performed in the past, the objectified product of preceding phases of the cycle of production which becomes capital only through appropriation by the capitalist and its use in the accumulation of more capital. At the same time, as living labor which is purchased by the capitalist to set the production process into motion, labor is capital. That portion of money capital which is set aside for the payment of labor, the portion which in each cycle is converted into living labor power, is the portion of capital which stands for and corresponds to the working population, and upon which the latter subsists. Before it is anything else, therefore, the working class is the animate part of capital, the part which will set in motion the process that yields to the total capital its increment of surplus value. As such, the working class is first of all raw material for exploitation. This working class lives a social and political existence of its own, outside the direct grip of capital. It protests and submits, rebels or is integrated into bourgeois society, sees itself as a class or loses sight of its own existence, in accordance with the forces that act upon it and the moods, conjunctures, and conflicts of social and political life. But since, in its permanent existence, it is the living part of capital, its occupational structure, modes of work, and distribution through the industries of society are determined by the ongoing processes of the accumulation of capital. It is seized, released, flung into various parts of the social machinery and expelled by others, not in accord with its own will or self-activity, but in accord with the movement of capital. From this is derived the formal definition of the working class as that class which, possessing nothing but its power to labor, sells that power to capital in return for its subsistence. As we shall see, this, like all definitions, is limited by its static quality. But in itself it is perfectly correct and forms the only adequate starting point for any attempt to visualize the working class in modern society. We may gain a rough first approximation of the working class in this century by considering at the outset the mass occupational categories which embrace, with a few anomalies and exceptions, the unmistakably working class population. These, as classified by the U.S. Bureaus of the Census and Labor Statistics, are the craftsmen, clerical workers, operatives, sales workers, service workers, and non-farm laborers. We exclude from these groups foremen, who are usually classified in the craftsmen's category. From among the sales workers, we exclude the salesmen, agents, and brokers of advertising, insurance, real estate, and stocks and bonds, as well as manufacturers' representatives and salesmen in wholesale trade, the latter being generally higher paid and privileged sales workers, thus leaving in this category chiefly salespersons in retail trade. In these 6 categories, so modified, we find the overwhelming bulk of the non-agricultural working class, whose growth and changes of composition can be seen in the following Table 1. Using major occupational categories in this way, even if modified as described, leaves much to be desired in statistical precision. For example, it has already been pointed out that even the lowest of the occupational categories included in this table, that of service workers, includes among its hundreds of thousands of cooks, some of whom, as chefs, manage the labor processes of large kitchens, are paid on a managerial scale, and are thus strictly speaking far from being working class in the same sense as the rest of the category. The same is undoubtedly true of some who are classified as bookkeepers, or even secretaries, within the clerical category. One might also raise objections to the classification of police as workers. The numbers involved, however, are small in relation to the size of the categories as a whole. On the other hand, some parts of other major occupational groups not included in this tabulation are just as much a part of the unmistakable and self-evident working class as those major groups we have included above. In that group called managers, officials, and proprietors, for instance, there are considerable numbers of railroad conductors, union officials, and especially managers, so-called, of retail stores, eating and drinking places, gasoline service stations, repair and personal services, and the like. In a large number of cases, the classification of such workers as managers owes more to convention than to reality. The inclusion of draftsmen, medical, dental, engineering, and other such technicians among the professional and technical grouping also, in a large and increasing number of cases, conceals a genuinely working class situation for those involved. Moreover, a very rapidly growing category reported in the census is that which falls outside of any occupational group and is given the rubric occupation not reported. This category of the occupational census included 1,369,621 people in 1950 and 3,453,279 in 1960. Furthermore, the growing number of those who are not counted as part of the labor force because they have stopped the active search for employment, as well as the enormous undercounting of the population in the working class portions of the cities now admitted by census officials, also affect the trends. All in all, we must suppose these forms of undercounting result, particularly in recent censuses, in an underestimate of the size of the working class population. These considerations, rough though they may be, tend toward the conclusion that the non-agricultural working class portion of the experienced civilian labor force has grown since the start of the century from half to well over 2/3, perhaps as high as 3/4, of the total at the present time. The conversion of an ever larger proportion of the population into labor power on the working class level devoted to the increase of capital, has taken place primarily at the expense of the farming population, which at the turn of the century embraced nearly 40% of the economically active, while by 1970 it had fallen below 4%. The most substantial proportional increases have taken place in 3 categories: operatives, clerical workers, and the combined service and retail sales sectors. As the employment effects of the technological revolution began to be felt, however, the steady proportional increase of operatives ceased, and after 1950 this group fell backward as a proportion of the total, although numerically it continued to increase. But the continued, and even accelerated, increase of the other 2 groups, clerical and sales service, has taken up the workers released from factory employment, or never hired. It takes but a moment's reflection to see that the new mass working class occupations tend to grow, not in contradiction to the speedy mechanization and automation of industry, but in harmony with it. As a result of this mechanization, the numbers of workers required by the manufacturing, mining, transportation, communications, public utilities, and even to some extent construction industries are held down and do not increase as rapidly as their material products, so that the labor requirements of these industries, measured as a proportion of the total employed population, are held in check. Thus the scientific technological revolution possesses, in the long run, This trait, that with its spread, the proportion of the population connected with scientifically and technologically advanced industry, even if only in the form of helots, eventually shrinks. The fastest growing industrial and occupational sectors in the automated age tend, therefore, in the long run to be those labor-intensive areas which have not yet been or cannot be subjected to high technology. The masses of labor sloughed off by the rapid mechanization of industry, and this includes not just those who lose their jobs, but, much more important numerically, those who keep coming into the employment market at a time when traditional opportunities for industrial employment are shrinking, furnish the labor supply for the clerical, service, and sales fields. The mechanization of industry produces a relative surplus of population available for employment at the lower pay rates that characterize these new mass occupations. In other words, as capital moves into new fields in search of profitable investment, the laws of capital accumulation in the older fields operate to bring into existence the labor force required by capital in its new incarnations. This process was given its classic formulation by Marx in the chapter of the first volume of Capital called The General Law of Capitalist Accumulation, in the section in which he describes the continuous formation in capitalist production, after it emerges from its childhood, of a relative surplus population. We have already extracted a portion of this passage in chapter 11, but since Marx's description of the movement of capital and labor in the 19th century is extraordinarily helpful for understanding our present theme, and since the matter can hardly be given a more forceful and precise formulation, it bears quotation here at greater length. But if a surplus laboring population is a necessary product of accumulation or of the development of wealth on a capitalist basis, this surplus population becomes, conversely, the lever of capitalistic accumulation, nay, a condition of existence of the capitalist mode of production. It forms a disposable industrial reserve army, that belongs to capital quite as absolutely as if the latter had bred it at its own cost. Independently of the limits of the actual increase of population, it creates, for the changing needs of the self-expansion of capital, a mass of human material always ready for exploitation. With accumulation, and the development of the productiveness of labor that accompanies it, the power of sudden expansion of capital grows also. It grows, not merely because the elasticity of the capital already functioning increases, not merely because the absolute wealth of society expands, of which capital only forms an elastic part, not merely because credit, under every special stimulus, at once places an unusual part of this wealth at the disposal of production in the form of additional capital. It grows, also, because the technical conditions of the process of production themselves, machinery, means of transport, and now admit of the rapidest transformation of masses of surplus product into additional means of production. The mass of social wealth, overflowing with the advance of accumulation, and transformable into additional capital, thrusts itself frantically into old branches of production, whose market suddenly expands, or into newly formed branches, such as railways, and the need for which grows out of the development of the old ones. In all such cases, there must be the possibility of throwing great masses of men suddenly on the decisive points without injury to the scale of production in other spheres. Overpopulation supplies these masses. This increase is effected by the simple process that constantly sets free a part of the laborers, by methods which lessen the number of laborers employed in proportion to the increased production. The whole form of the movement of modern industry depends, therefore, upon the constant transformation of a part of the laboring population into unemployed or half-employed hands. Point 2. Those industries and labor processes subjected to mechanization release masses of labor for exploitation in other, generally less mechanized, areas of capital accumulation. With the repeated manifestations of this cycle, labor tends to pile up in the industries and occupations which are less susceptible to engineered improvements in labor productivity. Wage rates in these new industries and occupations are held down by the continuous availability of the relative surplus population created by the steadily increasing productivity of labor in the machine occupations. This in turn encourages the investment of capital in forms of the labor process which require masses of low-wage hand labor. As a result, We see in capitalist industry a secular trend to accumulate labor in those portions of industry and trade which are least affected by the scientific technical revolution, service work, sales, and other forms of marketing, clerical work insofar as it has not yet been mechanized, etc. The paradox that the most rapidly growing mass occupations in an era of scientific technical revolution are those which have least to do with science and technology need not surprise us. The purpose of machinery is not to increase but to decrease the number of workers attached to it. Thus it is by no means illogical that with the development of science and technology, the numbers of those cheaply available for dancing attendance upon capital in all of its least mechanized functional forms continues to increase at a rapid pace. In periods of rapid capital accumulation, such as that which has taken place throughout the capitalist world since World War II, the relative surplus population which is the natural product of the capital accumulation process is supplemented with other sources of labor. In Northern Europe and the United States, the capitalist economies have increasingly made use of the masses of former agricultural labor in the colonies and neo-colonies. These masses are thrown off by the process of imperialist penetration itself, which has disrupted the traditional forms of labor and subsistence. They become available to capital as its own agricultural surplus labor, that part of the relative surplus population which Marx called the latent portion, is used up. As a result of this, the movement of labor has to some extent become internationalized, although still regulated in each country by government action in an attempt to make it conform to the national needs of capital. Thus Western Europe and the United States now draw upon a labor reservoir which extends in a broad band from India and Pakistan in the east across northern Africa and southernmost Europe all the way to the Caribbean and other portions of Latin America in the west. Indian, Pakistani, Turkish, Greek, Italian, African, Spanish, West Indian, and other workers supplement the indigenous underclass in northern Europe and make up its lowest layers. In the United States, the same role is occupied by Puerto Rican, Mexican, and other Latin American workers, who have been added to the pool of lowest paid labor which is made up chiefly of black workers. At the same time, in a process which cuts across racial and national lines, the female portion of the population has become the prime supplementary reservoir of labor. In all the most rapidly growing sectors of the working class, women make up the majority, and in some instances the overwhelming majority, of the workers. Women form the ideal reservoir of labor for the new mass occupations. The barrier which confines women to much lower pay scales is reinforced by the vast numbers in which they are available to capital. These vast numbers are in turn guaranteed, for a considerable period of time, by the lower rate of participation in the working population with which women entered into the era of monopoly capital. While the male population, even in its prime working ages, is suffering a slowly declining labor force participation rate, which is only a concealed form of the rise in unemployment, women have been participating in employment at a very rapidly rising rate throughout this century. For capital, this is an expression of the movement to the poorly paid, menial, and supplementary occupations. For the working class, it is in part an expression of the increasing difficulty of keeping up with customary and unavoidable needs of subsistence in the society created by capital, without having two or more family members at work at the same time. In this manner, an ever-increasing portion of human work is incorporated into capital. The reserve army of labor. Thus the mass of employment cannot be separated from its associated mass of unemployment. Under conditions of capitalism, unemployment is not an aberration but a necessary part of the working mechanism of the capitalist mode of production. It is continuously produced and absorbed by the energy of the accumulation process itself. And unemployment is only the officially counted part of the relative surplus of working population which is necessary for the accumulation of capital and which is itself produced by it. This relative surplus population, the industrial reserve army, takes a variety of forms in modern society, including the unemployed, the sporadically employed, the part-time employed, the mass of women who, as houseworkers, form a reserve for the female occupations, the armies of migrant labor, both agricultural and industrial, the black population with its extraordinarily high rates of unemployment, and the foreign reserves of labor. Marx distinguished three forms of the reserve army of labor, or relative surplus population: the floating, the latent, and the stagnant. The floating form is found in the centers of industry and employment, in the form of workers who move from job to job, attracted and repelled, that is to say, hired and discarded, by the movements of technology and capital, and suffering a certain amount of unemployment in the course of this motion. With the simplification of job operations and the spread of the number and variety of jobs for which the qualifications have become reduced to the minimums of simple labor, this stratum has grown to encompass large parts of the working population. The extraordinary mobility provided by automobile transport in the United States has widened the geographical range of such jobs for each worker, has greatly enlarged the labor pool available to each factory, office, warehouse, retail establishment, etc., and has broken down ties to localities and communities. An ordinary working life for many workers now consists of movement among a considerable number of jobs, so that such workers are in turn part of the employed and the reserve labor populations. This has been reflected in the system of unemployment insurance, which provides for periods of unemployment at a reduced wage with monies collected during periods of employment. It is in part a safeguard against the economic, social, and political effects of widespread and prolonged unemployment, and in part a recognition of the roles workers play, now as part of the employed and now as part of the reserve armies of labor. The latent relative surplus population is, in Marx's definition, that which is found in the agricultural areas. In these areas, unlike in the centers of capitalist industry, there exists no counter-movement of attraction to offset the repulsion of those set free by the revolution in agricultural technology, and hence the movement of labor is out of the agricultural regions and into the cities or metropolitan areas. In the most developed capitalist countries in Northern Europe and North America, this pool of latent relative surplus population has been largely absorbed, although in the United States the black population of the rural areas still remains, in dwindling numbers, as part of this pool. The latent form of surplus population now exists chiefly in the neo-colonies, and, as has been noted, the capitalist countries attempt a regulated absorption and repulsion of such labor, in accord with the needs of accumulation. This regulated internationalization of the labor market is supplemented by the export of various industrial processes to cheap labor areas in the countries which are kept in subjugation as undeveloped regions. Finally, Marx speaks of the stagnant relative surplus population, whose employment is irregular, casual, marginal, and which merges with the sediment, as Marx called it, of relative surplus population which dwells in the world of pauperism. Pauperism is the hospital of the active labor army and the dead weight of the industrial reserve army. Along with the surplus population, pauperism forms a condition of capitalist production, and of the capitalist development of wealth. It enters into the faux phrase of capitalist production, but capital knows how to throw these, for the most part, from its own shoulders onto those of the working class and the lower middle class. 3. The stagnant relative surplus population, irregularly and casually employed, furnishes to capital, in Marx's words, an inexhaustible reservoir of disposable labor power. Its conditions of life sink below the average normal level of the working class. This makes it at once the broad basis of special branches of capitalist exploitation. For the importance of this branch of surplus population for the types of employment that have been increasing rapidly is clear. We will consider it at greater length below. The activity of capital in breeding masses of labor for its various needs is summarized by Marx in the following familiar paragraph. The greater the social wealth, the functioning capital, the extent and energy of its growth, and, therefore, also the absolute mass of the proletariat and the productiveness of its labor, the greater is the industrial reserve army. The same causes which develop the expansive power of capital, develop also the labor power at its disposal. The relative mass of the industrial reserve army increases therefore with the potential energy of wealth. But the greater this reserve army in proportion to the active labor army, the greater is the mass of a consolidated surplus population, whose misery is in inverse ratio to its torment of labor. The more extensive, finally, the Lazarus layers of the working class, and the Industrial Reserve Army, the greater is official pauperism. This is the absolute general law of capitalist accumulation. Like all other laws, it is modified in its working by many circumstances, the analysis of which does not concern us here. Point 5. This law, Marx maintained, always equilibrates the relative surplus population, or industrial reserve army, to the extent and energy of accumulation. It establishes an accumulation of misery, corresponding with the accumulation of capital. 6. During the 1940s and early 1950s, when the tendencies of the immense upward surge in the accumulation of capital that began, for the United States, in the Second World War were not yet developed or clearly manifest, this absolute general law of capitalist accumulation was widely taken to be the weakest aspect of the Marxian analysis. From our present vantage point, when the consequences of this cycle of accumulation have worked themselves out more fully and have been given greater visibility by the unrest of the 1960s, the matter takes on a somewhat different appearance. The scope and energy of the accumulation process that began at the start of the 1940s has completed the annihilation of the agricultural population in the United States and largely transformed it, black and white alike, into an urban labor force, and this has been supplemented by the import of workers on a considerable scale from Latin America. This immense increase in the absolute mass of the proletariat has been accompanied by an equally immense increase in the Industrial Reserve Army. Statistics show a doubling of the number of officially counted unemployed, so that in the early 1970s this part of the working class had mounted into the 4 to 5 million range, but this is the least significant indicator of the growth of the Industrial Reserve Army. Far more significant is the statistical series known as the labor force participation rate. This series attempts to establish, by the technique of household sampling interviews, the proportion of the population which is part of the labor market. It starts from the assumption that some significant part of the population over the age of 16 cannot be counted as part of the labor force because it is made up of people who are in school, running a household full-time, sick or disabled, or retired for reasons of age. All these categories of presumed non-seekers after employment are obviously elastic, when one considers that the total embraced in this not in the labor force group exceeded 55 million persons in 1971, there is clearly plenty of room in it for concealed unemployment, all the more so as it also includes those who are not seeking work because they believe they cannot find it. This conclusion is confirmed by the fact that some 4 to 5 million persons in the group, in the last years of the 1960s and the early 1970s, regularly expressed themselves as wanting a job now, although they are counted as not having been part of the labor force for the preceding period. This alone either doubles or more than doubles the official unemployment rate in most of those years. Point 7. The movement of the labor force participation rate in the years since World War II, taken as a whole, is a relatively unenlightening trend. The percent of the non-institutionalized population found in the total labor force, including the armed forces, has moved since 1947 in a narrow range between 59 and 61%. But this static condition conceals changes of a most striking kind, which become visible as soon as one breaks down the overall figures by sex. The non-movement of the index as a whole is produced by violently contrary movements of the male and female populations. Point 9. For the male population during the period 1947 to 1971, a strong and consistent decline since the 1940s and early 1950s has reduced the participation rate from some 87% to only 80%. This decline is only partly attributable to the increase in school attendance during the student years and to retirement. It is to be found in every age category, and is most particularly marked in male workers between the ages of 55 and 64, for whom the participation rate declined from 89.6 in 1947 to 82.2 in 1971. Unless we are to make untenable assumptions, such as Sweezy and Magdoff point out, the assumption of a growing leisure class among workers, this clearly indicates that a portion of the male working population, and the figures point to white workers almost as much as to black, has been and is being moved into the reserve army of labor without this showing up in the unemployment statistics. For the female population, the trend is precisely the opposite. Here the figures, across the board for all age groups, indicate a very great movement into the labor force, from a participation rate of 31.8% in 1947 to 43.4% in 1971. And just as among males the largest decrease takes place in the 55 to 64-year-old age bracket, so among females the largest increase takes place in the age groups from 45 to 54 and from 55 to 64, for the former, from 32.7% in 1947 to 54.3% in 1971, and for the latter, from 24.3% to 42.9%. These two opposing statistical movements of male and female workers are contradictory in form only. In essence, they represent two sides of the same phenomenon, the increase in the relative mass of the Industrial Reserve Army. Among male workers this takes the form of a sloughing off into the ranks of the so-called non-participants in the labor force, or in other words an increase of the stagnant portion. Among female workers it takes the form of a growing body of female labor which is drawn from the mass of women who previously did not work, and hence represents an enlargement of the floating and stagnant reserve army of labor by additional hundreds of thousands and even millions each year. As the available pool of unemployed labor is expanded among men by their relative repulsion from industry and trade, it is expanded even more among women by their increasing attraction into industry and trade. The opposing forms taken by this basically unitary movement simply reflect the different starting points of male and female labor at the beginning of the period we have been considering, as well as the strong demand for female labor in the expanding mass occupations in contrast to the relative stagnation of the male mass occupations. The logical culmination of these trends is an equalization of the labor force participation rates between men and women, and the stabilization of a uniform rate for the population as a whole. In other words, the transformation of as much as 1/3 or more of the male population into a reserve army of labor, along with a similar part of the female population. But for purposes of this analysis there is no need to enter into risky extrapolations from existing statistical trends. It is enough to notice what has in fact been happening, without trying to assess the extent to which it can proceed, an extent which is limited by future trends in the accumulation process of capital as well as by social trends having to do with the structure of the family, etc. And what has been happening is that, along with an increasing mass of the proletariat, there is also the consolidation of an increasing mass of relative surplus population which takes place by way of a market repulsion of male labor and an attraction of female labor, both on a very great scale. The well-established fact that women are generally paid on a substantially lower scale than men, either by way of their concentration in lower-paid occupations or within the same occupation, immediately draws our attention to a significant long-term consequence of the statistical movement we have been discussing. The concentration of better-paid employment among craftsmen, as well as professional and managerial males, on the one side, and the further tendency of the mass of working-class jobs to shift in the direction of lower-paid female occupations, clearly brings about a polarization of income among job holders. This is reflected in the fact that the industrial sectors in the United States in which employment is relatively stagnant are the sectors with wage rates above the average, while the sectors in which employment is growing most rapidly are those with lower than average wage rates. See table, next page, point 10. An important corroboration of this trend toward a polarization of income among job holders emerges from the work of Victor R. Fuchs for the National Bureau of Economic Research. Fuchs is a celebrant of the growing importance of the service industries, and the information we shall cite here arose as a byproduct of his effort to establish the shift to service industries and the consequent characteristics of the emerging economic structure. He divided the economy into two sectors. The first, which he called industry, included mining, construction, manufacturing, transport, communications, and public utilities, and government enterprises. The second, which he called service, included wholesale trade, retail trade, finance and insurance, real estate, and household and institutional employment, professional, personal, business, and repair services, and general government including the armed forces. Gross average weekly earnings of production or non-supervisory workers on private non-agricultural payrolls, 1971. The rationale of such a separation, and the significance of the results obtained by making these particular groupings, does not here concern us. This I have already discussed in the chapters on the universal market and on the service and retail trade occupations. What is interesting at this point is that these groupings correspond precisely to the stagnating and the growing portions of the American economy. Each of the industrial classifications listed by Fuchs as belonging to industry has been either stagnating or declining in terms of the percentage of national employment it represents, and this is true for every classification in the group since the 1950s and for almost every classification since the 1920s. On the other side, every classification, except household employment, included by Fuchs in the service sector has been a rapidly growing area of employment throughout the last 100 years, again in terms of its percentage of total employment. 11 The service sector, as defined by Fuchs, grew from approximately 40% of total employment in 1929 to over 55% in 1967. Between 1947 and 1965 alone, there was an increase of 13 million jobs in this sector, compared with an increase of only 4 million in the industry sector. 12. The most striking finding reported by Fuchs is the growing gap between the pay levels in the industry sector and those in the service sector. With remarkable consistency, the average rates of pay in the service sector each year slipped further behind the average rates of pay in the industry sector, so that by 1959 industry rates were on the average 17% higher, and thereafter the gap continued to widen. 14 Since the service sector employs a disproportionately large share of non-white, female, and very young workers, Fuchs next investigates whether this widening wage gap is perhaps simply the effect of the contrasting compositions of the two sectors, by color, age, sex, and education. In other words, whether it is not just another way of looking at the well-known fact that blacks, women, young workers, etc., receive less pay. This proves to be only part of the explanation. The differing compositions of the two sectors of employment explain only about one-half the great and growing spread in pay. This means that while the service sector contains a disproportionate share of those who, throughout the whole economy, get lower pay, and this pulls down the average for the sector, at the same time all kinds of workers in the service sector, no matter what their age, color, or sex, receive on the average lower rates of pay. 15. The levels of pay in the low-wage industries and occupations are below the subsistence level, that is to say, unlike the scales of the highest-paid occupational groups, they do not approach the income required to support a family at the levels of spending necessary in modern society. But, because these industries and occupations are also the most rapidly growing ones, an ever larger mass of workers has become dependent upon them as the sole source of support for their families. It is this continual enlargement of the mass of lower-paid occupations that is at the root of the tendencies, which began to be publicized only during the 1960s but which existed before, toward poverty in the midst of plenty in the United States. It is this that accounts for the rapid expansion of the welfare rolls to take in ever larger masses of employed workers. This tendency, which is but one of the factors leading to what Marx called an accumulation of misery, corresponding to the accumulation of capital, is so marked that even when one abstracts from the effects of the rapid influx of female labor into ill-paid employment and considers only male employment, it is still visible and measurable. A study of the distribution of earned income made by Peter Hennell of the U.S. Department of Labor follows the widespread custom of disregarding female employment, which is considered to be somehow temporary, incidental, and fortuitous, when it should actually be placed at the very center of all occupational studies today. Hennell considers only the distribution of earned income among males, and his conclusion for the years 1958 to 1970 is as follows: over the 12-year span covered by this study, there has been a slow but persistent trend toward inequality in the distribution of earnings and in the distribution of wages and salaries. The trend is evident not only for the workforce as a whole, but also for many individual occupational and industrial groups. If the effect of fringe benefits could have been included in the calculations, the trend would undoubtedly have been even more pronounced. All in all, he notes, the net effect of the shifting occupational composition of the economy seems clearly in the direction of a more elongated earnings distribution, helping to produce the trend toward inequality. 17 But the shifting occupational and industrial composition of the economy is far less significant for the male population alone. It is female employment, as has been noted, that accounts for the bulk of the occupational and industrial shift, and thus it is female employment that constitutes the bulk of the new working class occupations. We cannot doubt, therefore, that if Hennell's analysis were repeated for the total of the wage and salary earning population, it would show a rapid and intense, rather than a slow, trend toward polarization of income. The problem of immense numbers of jobs which pay less than a living wage, that is to say, less than the wage necessary to support a working class family, to provide for the subsistence and reproduction of labor power, is, it is often assumed, resolved by the fact that multiple job holding within the same family is widely practiced. Indeed, in one way this must temper the problem, since the average number of jobs per family is between 1.5 and 2, and this provides more income to many family units, although it increases the level of spending necessary for subsistence. But when one reflects upon the modes of life brought into being by this rapid change, and the tensions which result from the fact that millions of families are driven to multiple job holding in the absence of suitable conditions for child care, household care, etc., such a conclusion is far from certain. Surveys point out that discontent among workers goes up sharply in families that have more than one wage earner, despite the fact that income also goes up. 18 Further, there is another factor that influences any conclusion here, and that is the existence of a large number of families that have difficulty keeping even one family member occupied full-time. An article on the crisis of the underemployed in the New York Times Magazine points out, it is true that, nationwide, the average family has 1.7 full-time equivalent workers. But the majority of low-income families in America are unable to find enough work to occupy more than one full-time equivalent member. In 1970, the average number of full-time equivalent workers per low-income family was less than 1. In other words, one person, usually the male head, worked nearly, but not totally, full-time, or several family members worked, but very sporadically. It is therefore useless and cynical to tell those for whom jobs do not exist that they could relieve their poverty if only they would be more willing to work. 19. That portion of the relative surplus population which Marx called stagnant, irregularly employed and living in conditions of life that have fallen below the average normal level of the working class, and furnishing a broad basis for special branches of capitalist exploitation, has grown to encompass huge proportions of the inner city populations, considerable numbers in the depressed rural areas, and is on the increase in suburban regions. Its extent, at least in the core areas of the large cities of the United States, was carefully measured during the 1970 census by means of a questionnaire designed to study the relation between poverty and the job market. This Census Employment Survey, CES, produced some 68 volumes of raw statistics, the analysis of which has been undertaken by the Subcommittee on Employment, Manpower, and Poverty of the United States Senate. The above-quoted article on underemployment, one of whose 3 authors is a staff member of that subcommittee, offers a summary of some of the findings of the CES, and in particular of the effort to develop what is called a subemployment index. The failure of the social and economic system to provide people with adequate wages is hidden from view under the surface of traditional unemployment statistics. These statistics are excellent for measuring fluctuations in the economy, but they do not go far enough as measures of the labor market. To gauge the degree of labor market failure, it is necessary to know not only the magnitude of overt unemployment, but also the extent of worker discouragement. Discouraged workers are those who have given up looking for jobs, the number of people who can find only part-time work, and the number who hold jobs but at inadequate pay. The Subemployment Index attempts to encompass all these factors. In 1970, nationwide unemployment amounted to 4.9% of the labor force. Since then, it has hovered close to the 6% mark month after month. In the CES Central City survey areas, the unemployment rate in 1970 was 9.6%. This is very high. In France, the labor unions took to the streets last February when unemployment reached 2.6%. But as high as it is here, the employment rate alone falls far short of revealing the full extent of urban crisis. When we look at the official definition of unemployment, we note that one cannot be unemployed unless one is currently looking for a job. It does not count those people who have given up looking for jobs after failing repeatedly to find work. How many such discouraged non-seekers are there? The CES enables us to make a dependable estimate. For example, in New York City, the conventional unemployment rate in 1970 averaged 8.1% in the survey areas, compared with 4.4% for the labor force of the city as a whole, but jumped to 11% when the discouraged workers were added. This adjustment begins to give us a picture of realities of economic life at the bottom of a city's social structure. But to this we must now add another category: part-time employed workers who would like to work full-time but cannot find full-time jobs. The CES survey carefully separates people who wanted to work only part-time from those who wanted to work full-time, and in this way adds, again, for New York, another 2.3 percentage points to our emerging index of urban poverty. In other words, adding together the officially unemployed, the discouraged jobless and the involuntary part-time workers, we can now account for at least 13.3% of the labor force in the New York City sample areas. Our adjustments have nearly doubled the official unemployment figures for the sample areas and tripled the national rate of unemployment. But, still, they are far from complete. The last and most important part of the index is the worker who has a full-time job but does not earn enough to make ends meet. Point 20. For a definition of the income needed to make ends meet, the authors go to the Bureau of Labor Statistics' itemized budget of consumption needs for a family of 4 in New York City. The Bureau compiled 3 such budgets, for the upper level at about $19,000, for the middle level at about $12,000, and for the lower levels at about $7,000, all before taxes. The nature of the lower level budget may be judged from the fact that it allows only $100 a month for rent. All the rest of the budgeting is in line with this. If we accept the BLS figure of $7,183 as the least a family of 4 must earn to keep its head above water in New York City in 1970, the B.L.SS national urban average for 1970 was $6,960. What does this require for the family's income earner? If he or she works 50 weeks a year, 40 hours a week, which is itself unlikely in the inner city, the answer is $3.50 an hour. Here is the final link in our chain of employment statistics. For when we add those individuals who earn less than $3.50 an hour to the discouraged non-seekers, the involuntary part-timers and the officially unemployed, the statistics take a horrifying leap. In the 7 New York City sample areas, the sub-employment rate rises to between 39.9% and 66.6% of the labor force. Indeed, the average for all the sampled areas in the country comes to 61.2 per cent 21. What other result could have been expected, when, as we have seen, in May 1971 the median usual weekly earnings of full-time workers in all occupational categories of the working class with the exception only of craftsmen and foremen were far below this minimal earnings level, and when the fastest growing occupational categories, those of clerical and service workers, were lowest of all. Finally, the immense reservoir of sub-employed labor holds on its lowest levels the pauperized layers of the population, that bottom sediment which is drawn into employment only infrequently, sporadically, and at peaks of prosperity. The more extensive, finally, the Lazarus layers of the working class, Marx wrote, and the industrial reserve army, the greater is official pauperism. According to his figures, the official list of paupers in England and Wales in 1865 was 971,433, and since the population count in the 1861 census was just over 20 million, official pauperism then constituted some 4.6% of the total population. In the United States, the closest thing we have to an official paupers list is the roll of those requiring welfare assistance. In 1973, these rolls contained 14.8 million persons out of a total population of 210.4 million, or 7% of the population, and 1973 was the fourth successive year when 7% or more of the population was to be found on the welfare rolls. Point 22. In this startling proportion one may see the post-World War II prosperity cycle in accordance with Marx's absolute general law of capitalist accumulation, the immense mass of social wealth and functioning capital, the extent and energy of capital accumulation, the growth of the absolute mass of the proletariat and the productiveness of its labor, the increasing relative mass of the industrial reserve army, of the mass of consolidated surplus population, and finally, the misery of official pauperism. That this is a chain in which each link presupposes the rest, and in which accumulation of wealth at one pole is, therefore, at the same time accumulation of misery at the other, may no longer be doubted. Chapter 18. The middle layers of employment. In the discussion thus far we have restricted ourselves to that portion of the population, embracing as we have seen some 2/3 to 3/4 of the total, which appears readily to conform to the dispossessed condition of a proletariat. But the system of monopoly capitalism has brought into being a further mass of employment, not inconsiderable in size, that does not answer so readily to such a definition. Like the petty bourgeoisie of pre-monopoly capitalism, the petty proprietors in farming, trade, services, the professions and artisan occupations, it does not fit easily into the polar conception of economy and society. But unlike that earlier middle-class mass, which has so largely evaporated, it corresponds increasingly to the formal definition of a working class. That is, like the working class it possesses no economic or occupational independence, is employed by capital and its offshoots, possesses no access to the labor process or the means of production outside that employment, and must renew its labors for capital incessantly in order to subsist. This portion of employment embraces the engineering, technical, and scientific cadre, the lower ranks of supervision and management, the considerable numbers of specialized and professional employees occupied in marketing, financial and organizational administration, and the like, as well as, outside of capitalist industry proper, in hospitals, schools, government administration, and so forth. Relatively, it is nowhere near so large as the old petty bourgeoisie which, on the basis of independent entrepreneurship, occupied as much as half or more of the population in the pre-monopoly stage of capitalism. It embraces in the United States today perhaps over 15 but less than 20% of total employment. Its rapid growth as a partial replacement for the old middle class, however, makes its definition a matter of special interest, all the more so since its purely formal character is similar to that of the clearly proletarianized working class population. The complexities of the class structure of pre-monopoly capitalism arose from the fact that so large a proportion of the working population, being neither employed by capital nor itself employing labor to any significant extent, fell outside the capital-labor polarity. The complexity of the class structure of modern monopoly capitalism arises from the very opposite consideration, namely, that almost all of the population has been transformed into employees of capital. Almost every working association with the modern corporation, or with its imitative offshoots in governmental or so-called non-profit organizations, is given the form of the purchase and sale of labor power. The purchase and sale of labor power is the classic form for the creation and continued existence of the working class. Insofar as the working class is concerned, this form embodies social relations of production, the relations of subordination to authority and exploitation. We must now consider the possibility of the same form being made to conceal, embody, and express other relations of production. To take a most extreme example, the fact that the operating executives of a giant corporation are employed by that corporation, and in that capacity do not own its plants and bank accounts, is merely the form given to capitalist rule in modern society. These operating executives, by virtue of their high managerial positions, personal investment portfolios, independent power of decision, place in the hierarchy of the labor process, position in the community of capitalists at large, etc., etc., are the rulers of industry, act professionally for capital, and are themselves part of the class that personifies capital and employs labor. Their formal attribute of being part of the same payroll as the production workers, clerks, and porters of the corporation no more robs them of the powers of decision and command over the others in the enterprise than does the fact that the general, like the private, wears the military uniform, or the pope and cardinal pronounce the same liturgy as the parish priest. The form of hired employment gives expression to two totally different realities. In one case, capital hires a labor force whose duty it is to work, under external direction, to increase capital. In the other, by a process of selection within the capitalist class and chiefly from its own ranks, capital chooses a management staff to represent it on the spot, and in representing it to supervise and organize the labors of the working population. Thus far the difference is clear, but between these two extremes there is a range of intermediate categories, sharing the characteristics of worker on the one side and manager on the other in varying degrees. The gradations of position in the line of management may be seen chiefly in terms of authority, while gradations in staff positions are indicated by the levels of technical expertise. Since the authority and expertise of the middle ranks in the capitalist corporation represent an unavoidable delegation of responsibility, the position of such functionaries may best be judged by their relation to the power and wealth that commands them from above, and to the mass of labor beneath them which they in turn help to control, command, and organize. Their pay level is significant because beyond a certain point it, like the pay of the commanders of the corporation, clearly represents not just the exchange of their labor power for money, a commodity exchange, but a share in the surplus produced in the corporation, and thus is intended to attach them to the success or failure of the corporation and give them a management stake, even if a small one. The same is true insofar as they share in a recognized guarantee of employment, in the semi-independence of their mode of labor within the production process, in authority over the labor of others, the right to hire and fire, and the other prerogatives of command. Judged by these and similar standards, the middle levels of administrative and technical employment clearly encompass a broad range of types. The engineering heads who design the production process merge into management at the top, and the hierarchy that stretches beneath them terminates in large drafting and design rooms which have been organized, in many instances, on the same principles as the factory or office production line, and are staffed by serried ranks of detail workers whose pay scales, if they are better than those of factory operatives or clerical workers, are perhaps not so good as those of craftsmen, and who dispose of little more working independence and authority than the production worker. In between are the subalterns and non-commissioned officers of the industrial army, the foremen, the petty managers of all sorts, the technical specialists who retain, if not authority, at least a tenuous working independence. And outside the corporations proper, in governmental, educational, and health establishments, these gradations are reproduced in forms peculiar to the work processes carried on in each of these areas. Among these intermediate groupings are parceled out the bits of specialized knowledge and delegated authority without which the machinery of production, distribution, and administration would cease to operate. Each of the groupings serves as the recruiting ground for those above, up to and including top management. Their conditions of employment are affected by the need of top management to have within its orbit buffer layers, responsive and loyal subordinates, transmission agents for the exercise of control and the collection of information, so that management does not confront unaided a hostile or indifferent mass. These conditions are affected, moreover, by the privileged market position which specialized and technically trained labor possesses in the earlier phase of its development, at a time when the supply of such labor is only in the process of catching up with the needs of capital accumulation. All in all, therefore, those in this area of capitalist employment enjoy, in greater or lesser degree depending upon their specific place in the hierarchy, the privileges of exemption from the worst features of the proletarian situation, including, as a rule, significantly higher scales of pay. If we are to call this a new middle class, however, as many have done, we must do so with certain reservations. The old middle class occupied that position by virtue of its place outside the polar class structure. It possessed the attributes of neither capitalist nor worker. It played no direct role in the capital accumulation process, whether on one side or the other. This new middle class, by contrast, occupies its intermediate position not because it is outside the process of increasing capital, but because, as part of this process, it takes its characteristics from both sides. Not only does it receive its petty share in the prerogatives and rewards of capital, but it also bears the mark of the proletarian condition. For these employees, the social form taken by their work, their true place in the relations of production, their fundamental condition of subordination as so much hired labor, increasingly makes itself felt, especially in the mass occupations that are part of this stratum. We may cite here particularly the mass employments of draftsmen and technicians, engineers and accountants, nurses and teachers, and the multiplying ranks of supervisors, foremen, and petty managers. First, these become part of a mass labor market that assumes the characteristics of all labor markets, including the necessary existence of a reserve army of unemployed exercising a downward pressure on pay levels. And second, capital, as soon as it disposes of a mass of labor in any specialty, a mass adequate in size to repay the application of its principles of the technical division of labor and hierarchical control over execution by means of a firm grasp on the links of conception, subjects that specialty to some of the forms of rationalization characteristic of the capitalist mode of production. In such occupations, the proletarian form begins to assert itself and to impress itself upon the consciousness of these employees. Feeling the insecurities of their role as sellers of labor power and the frustrations of a controlled and mechanically organized workplace, they begin, despite their remaining privileges, to know those symptoms of dissociation which are popularly called alienation and which the working class has lived with for so long that they have become part of its second nature. In the chapter devoted to clerical labor, we have already described the manner in which an intermediate stratum was enlarged into a mass of working class employment, and in the process divested of all its privileges and intermediate characteristics. It is not necessary to anticipate here a similar evolution of the specialized and lower managerial employees in any near-term future. But it should be recognized that the difficulties experienced by those who, in the period before World War I, attempted to arrive at a definition of the class position of clerical employees are somewhat the same as the difficulties one must today confront in defining the intermediate strata of modern employment. These difficulties arise, in the last analysis, from the fact that classes, the class structure, the social structure as a whole, are not fixed entities but rather ongoing processes, rich in change, transition, variation, and incapable of being encapsulated in formulas, no matter how analytically proper such formulas may be. The analysis of this process requires an understanding of the internal relations and connections which serve as its motive power, so that its direction as a process may be understood. Only secondarily does the problem arise of defining the place of particular elements in the process, and this problem cannot always be solved neatly and definitively, nor, it should be added, does science require that it must be so solved. Chapter 19. Productive and Unproductive Labor. In an earlier chapter devoted to the labor which produces services, we arrived at the conclusion that the existence of a working class as such does not depend upon the various concrete forms of labor which it is called upon to exercise, but rather its social form. Labor which is put to work in the production of goods is not thereby sharply divided from labor applied to the production of services, since both are forms of production of commodities, and of production on a capitalist basis, the object of which is the production not only of value in exchange but of surplus value for the capitalist. The variety of determinate forms of labor may affect the consciousness, cohesiveness, or economic and political activity of the working class, but they do not affect its existence as a class. The various forms of labor which produce commodities for the capitalist are all to be counted as productive labor. The worker who builds an office building and the worker who cleans it every night alike produce value and surplus value. Because they are productive for the capitalist allows them to work and produce. Insofar as such workers alone are productive, society lives at their expense. The question then arises, what of those whose labor is unproductive? If, as Marx said, the difference between the Roman proletariat and the modern proletariat is that while the former lived at the expense of society, the latter supports society upon its shoulders, are unproductive workers to be omitted from the modern proletariat? To answer this question we must first gain a clear idea of the various kinds of unproductive labor that exist in capitalist society and their historical development. The terms productive and unproductive labor derive from the extensive discussion which took place among the classical economists, and which Marx analyzed so thoroughly in the first part of his theories of surplus value, the uncompleted work that was drafted as a fourth volume of Capital. In order to understand the terminology it is necessary to grasp first of all that the discussion of productive and unproductive labor, as it was conducted by Marx, implied no judgment about the nature of the work processes under discussion or their usefulness to humans in particular or society at large, but was concerned specifically and entirely with the role of labor in the capitalist mode of production. Thus the discussion is in reality an analysis of the relations of production and, ultimately, of the class structure of society, rather than of the utility of particular varieties of labor. Essentially, Marx defined productive labor under capitalism as labor which produces commodity value, and hence surplus value, for capital. This excludes all labor which is not exchanged against capital. Self-employed proprietors, farmers, artisans, handicraftsmen, tradesmen, professionals, all other self-employed are according to this definition not productive workers because their labor is not exchanged for capital and does not directly contribute to the increase of capital. Nor is the servant a productive worker, even though employed by the capitalist, because the labor of the servant is exchanged not against capital but against revenue. The capitalist who hires servants is not making profits, but spending them. It is clear that this definition has nothing to do with the utility of the labor employed, or even its concrete form. The very same labor may be either productive or unproductive, depending upon its social form. To hire the neighbor's boy to cut the lawn is to set in motion unproductive labor. To call a gardening firm which sends out a boy to do the job, perhaps even the same boy, is another thing entirely. Or, to put the matter from the point of view of the capitalist, to hire gardening labor to maintain his family's lawn is unproductive consumption, while to hire the very same gardening labor in order to realize a profit from its work is to set in motion productive labor for the purpose of accumulating capital. A moment's reflection will show the importance of this distinction for the evolution of capitalist society during the past 200 years. The change in the social form of labor from that which is, from the capitalist standpoint, unproductive to that which is productive, means the transformation from self-employment to capitalist employment, from simple commodity production to capitalist commodity production, from relations between persons to relations between things, from a society of scattered producers to a society of corporate capitalism. Thus the distinction between productive and unproductive labor, which disregards its concrete form in order to analyze it as a social form, far from being a useless abstraction, represents a decisive point in the analysis of capitalism, and shows us once more how social forms dominate and transform the significance of material things and processes. The tailor who makes a suit on order for a customer creates a useful object in the form of a commodity. He exchanges it for money and out of this pays his own expenses and means of subsistence. The customer who hires this done purchases a useful object and expects nothing for the money other than the suit. But the capitalist who hires a roomful of tailors to make suits brings into being a social relation. In this relation, the tailors now create far more than suits, they create themselves as productive workers and their employer as capitalist. Capital is thus not just money exchanged for labor, it is money exchanged for labor with the purpose of appropriating that value which it creates over and above what is paid, the surplus value. In each case where money is exchanged for labor with this purpose it creates a social relation, and as this relation is generalized throughout the productive processes it creates social classes. Therefore, the transformation of unproductive labor into labor which is, for the capitalist's purpose of extracting surplus value, productive, is the very process of the creation of capitalist society. Classical political economy, both Ricardian and Marxian, confronted a world in which the largest part of labor could still be reckoned as unproductive, according to the above definitions, because it did not contribute directly to the increase of capital. Much of the history of the capitalist nations during the past 2 centuries is the account of the destruction of these forms of labor, so that from a dominant share of social labor these forms have been reduced to an insignificant share. This is another way of saying what was pointed out earlier, that the capitalist mode of production has subordinated to itself all forms of work, and all labor processes now pass through the sieve of capital, leaving behind their tribute of surplus. However, all labor that enters into the capital accumulation process and is necessary for it is not thereby rendered productive. For it is also true that productive labor which serves as the foundation of capitalist society is labor which produces commodity value, just as capitalism, as a system, cannot escape from the productive processes upon which society is based, no matter how remote from production its upper reaches may become, so commodity value is the ultimate foundation upon which all forms of value money, credit instruments, insurance policies, shares, etc., etc. depend. For the capitalist who is in the business of producing commodity values, the aim is always to capture as great a margin over his costs as possible. But in order to do this, he must realize the commodity values, transforming them into money form. Thus even for the industrial capitalist, who is producing in order to sell, commercial functions arise within the firm. For the commercial capitalist, who, apart from the functions of distribution, storage, packaging, transportation, display, etc., simply buys in order to sell, this realization problem constitutes the essence of his business altogether. With the routinization of the processes of producing value and surplus value, the attention of the capitalist is increasingly centered upon this realization problem, the solution of which becomes even more important than the creation of value. At the same time, as the surpluses created in production become ever more immense, the use of capital simply for purposes of credit, speculation, etc., increases enormously. In this latter case, what is involved is the appropriation of portions of the surplus commodity value which arises in production. These two functions, the realization and the appropriation by capital of surplus value, engage, as we have seen, enormous masses of labor, and this labor, while necessary to the capitalist mode of production, is in itself unproductive, since it does not enlarge the value or surplus value available to society or to the capitalist class by one iota. The receivables clerk who keeps track of outstanding accounts, the insurance clerk who records payments, the bank clerk who receives deposits, all of these forms of commercial and financial labor add nothing to the value of the commodities represented by the figures or papers which they handle. Yet this lack of effect is not due to the determinate form of their labors, the fact that they are clerical in nature. Clerical labor of similar and sometimes identical kinds is used in production, storage, transportation, and other such processes, all of which do contribute productively to commodity value, according to the division of productive labor into mental and manual sides. It is due rather to their occupation with tasks which contribute only to the realization of value in the market, or to the struggle of competing capitals over value, and its transfer and redistribution according to individual claims, speculations, and the services of capital in the form of credit, etc. Labor may thus be unproductive simply because it takes place outside the capitalist mode of production, or because, while taking place within it, it is used by the capitalist, in his drive for accumulation, for unproductive rather than productive functions. And it is now clear that while unproductive labor has declined outside the grasp of capital, it has increased within its ambit. The great mass of labor which was reckoned as unproductive because it did not work for capital has now been transformed into a mass of labor which is unproductive because it works for capital, and because the needs of capital for unproductive labor have increased so remarkably. The more productive capitalist industry has become, that is to say, the greater the mass of surplus value it extracts from the productive population, the greater has become the mass of capital seeking its shares in this surplus. And the greater the mass of capital, the greater the mass of unproductive activities which serve only the diversion of this surplus and its distribution among various capitals. Modern bourgeois economics has completely lost the power to treat the question of productive and unproductive labor, in part because of this historical change. Since, in the days of Smith and Ricardo, unproductive labor existed primarily outside the ambit of capital, classical bourgeois economics found it wasteful, and urged its reduction to the minimum. But ever since the mass of unproductive labor has been virtually destroyed outside the corporation and recreated on a different foundation within it, bourgeois economics, which, as a branch of management science, views all things through the eyes of the bourgeoisie, finds it impossible to retain its old attitude. The modern corporation has developed unproductive labor in this form out of necessity, and out of necessity has given over the narrow and penny-pinching ways of its predecessors, whose first rule was to keep overhead down and to devote all possible resources to production. Spend millions to make millions has become the slogan, and this phrase, in all its variations in modern corporate chatter, is generally understood to indicate the spending of millions in marketing, advertising, promotion, speculation. These are the areas into which disposable corporate income is channeled, while production has become relatively routinized and expenditures in that field flow in measured and predictable amounts. For economists today, therefore, the question of productive or unproductive labor has lost the great interest which it had for the early bourgeois economists, just as it has lost interest for capitalist management itself. Instead, the measuring of the productivity of labor has come to be applied to labor of all sorts, even labor which has no productivity. It refers, in bourgeois parlance, to the economy with which labor can perform any task to which it is set by capital, even those tasks which add nothing whatever to the wealth of the nation. And the very idea of the wealth of nations has faded, to be supplanted by the concept of prosperity, a notion which has nothing to do with the efficacy of labor in producing useful goods and services, but refers rather to the velocity of flow within the circuits of capital and commodities in the marketplace. The enormous quantities of socially useless labor that enter into this circulation, therefore, are in the minds of the modern ideologists of capital merged into the general processes of labor, just as they are so merged in the minds of the managers. All labor processes are adjudged equally useful, including those which produce, realize, or divert the surplus. The productive and unproductive forms of labor are mingled, in individual firms and in the economy as a whole, on an equal footing. And the organization of labor in the unproductive aspects of corporate activity follows the lines laid down in the productive sector. The labor of both sectors becomes, increasingly, an undifferentiated mass. In early capitalist enterprises, the unproductive labor employed in small quantities was, generally speaking, a favored stratum, closely associated with the employer and the recipient of special privileges. Those who worked with him in fulfilling the sales, accounting, speculative, and manipulative functions represented to him associates in the guarding and expansion of his capital as capital, in distinction from those in production who represented his capital only in its temporary form as labor. The few who kept his books, sold his products, negotiated on his behalf with the outside world, and in general were privy to his secrets, hopes, and plans, were in fact associates in the exploitation of productive workers, even if they themselves were only employees. The productive worker, on the other hand, represented the social relation between capital and labor, since this worker was the direct means of creating surplus value. To be a productive worker is, therefore, Marx wrote, not a piece of luck, but a misfortune to those who aided the capitalist in the circulation of his capital, the realization of his profit, and the management of his labor, gained privileges, security, and status from this function, and thus to be an unproductive worker was in itself a piece of good fortune that contrasted with the misfortune of the worker in production. Now, however, marked changes have occurred in the relations between productive and unproductive workers within the corporation. On the one hand, the process of productive labor has become, more than ever before, a collective process. It is only the body of productive workers which fashions the ultimate product. Each worker can no longer be considered productive in the individual sense, and the definition of productive labor applies only to the body of workers taken as a whole. On the other side, the unproductive labor of the corporation, having been so tremendously expanded, has been given the same twofold structure as productive work by the capitalist division of labor. The individual functionary, closely associated with the capitalist, has, as we have described, given way to the department or division of the corporation, in which only the heads remain associated with capitalist management while the rest occupy positions akin to those of workers in production. Thus while, on the side of productive labor, the individual worker loses those characteristics as producer of a finished commodity which made him or her a productive worker, and retains those characteristics only in the mass, on the side of unproductive labor a mass has been created which shares in the subjugation and oppression that characterizes the lives of the productive workers. The unproductive functions, having evolved from special and privileged occupations closely associated with capital into divisions of corporate activity or even into capitalist industries separate and complete in themselves, have now produced their armies of wage workers whose conditions are generally like those of the armies of labor organized in production. And just as, for corporate management, the problems of the organization of the labor process in production and outside production become increasingly similar, just so for workers the distinction between the various determinate forms of labor punch press or typewriter, key punch or assembly line, stockroom or filing room, machine tool or bookkeeping machine become less and less significant. In the modern office and factory the gap between the forms and conditions of labor that loomed so large in the early counting house and shop now dwindles. Although they were at one time a means of escaping the misfortune of being a productive worker, the unproductive occupations have, in the armies of labor employed at their bases, for the most part lost their attractiveness and become merely another form of exploitation. From being privileged positions in which one could to a small extent share in the benefits derived by capital from productive labor, they have become mere cogs in the total machinery designed to multiply capital. And this remains true despite the fact that, technically speaking, all those who do not themselves produce commodity values must perforce consume a portion of the commodity values produced by others. In the modern corporation, and for the mass of labor which it employs, this distinction has lost its social force as a line of division between proletarians and middle class. That line can no longer be drawn as roughly corresponding to the division between productive and unproductive workers, but must be inscribed elsewhere in the social structure. Thus Marx's aphorism must be modified, and it must now be said that to be a wage worker is a misfortune. It must be pointed out, finally, that Marx himself never drew a sharp distinction, in terms of the class structure of society, between productive and unproductive workers in the employ of the capitalist functioning as capitalist. He called production workers and commercial employees alike wage workers in one respect. He said, such a commercial employee is a wage worker like any other. In the first place, his labor power is bought with the variable capital of the merchant, not with money expended as revenue, and consequently it is not bought for private service, but for the purpose of expanding the value of the capital advanced for it. In the second place, the value of his labor power, and thus his wages, are determined as those of other wage workers, i.e., by the cost of production and reproduction of his specific labor power, not by the product of his labor. And to this he adds, just as the laborer's unpaid labor directly creates surplus value for productive capital, so the unpaid labor of the commercial wage worker secures a share of the surplus value for merchants' capital. 5. Marx was not, however, completely convinced by his own argumentation, since he went on to point out that this seems to conflict with the nature of merchants' capital, since this kind of capital does not act as capital by setting in motion the labor of others, as industrial capital does, but rather by doing its own work, i.e., performing the functions of buying and selling, this being precisely the means and the reason why it receives a portion of the surplus value produced by the industrial capital. 6. Here his question is essentially, if commercial capital receives its return out of the surplus created by industrial capital, for the function purely of buying and selling, what happens when commercial capital grows so large, as it necessarily must, that it has to employ its own wage workers, and thus convert a portion of its own capital into variable capital? Since such variable capital, as Marx points out, creates no value, it can grow only as a result of the growth of surplus value, never as a cause. But if that is the case, the portion of commercial capital converted into variable capital, i.e., into wage labor, is different from all other variable capital that creates value and surplus value. This difference between the capital laid out as wages for production workers and for commercial workers, Marx refers to as a difficulty. He does not completely provide a solution, as is indicated by the facts that, first, he reminds himself parenthetically in the text to deal with the analysis of various points, including merchants' variable capital, the law of necessary labor in the sphere of circulation, and other points including money-dealing capital, and second, his discussion of commercial wage labor breaks off and is followed by 2 blank pages, indicating, as Engels points out, that this matter was to have been treated at greater length. But in terms of what interests us here, Marx's discussion is substantially complete, and contains the following conclusions dealing with commercial labor. 7. 1. Mercantile capital must be analyzed first as a branch of industrial capital, and therefore within the office of the industrial capitalist rather than as a separate capital. 2. Such an office is from the outset infinitesimally small compared to the industrial workshop. But as the scale of production grows, the commercial office grows too, which necessitates the employment of commercial wage workers who make up the actual office staff. 3. This is true also for separate merchant capital, and by inference for financial capital in banking, insurance, etc., since if every merchant had only as much capital as he himself were able to turn over by his own labor, there would be an infinite fragmentation of merchants' capital, which is not to be expected for reasons he explains. Thus in the commercial offices of merchant as well as banking capital the employment of commercial wage workers may be expected to grow. For the commercial worker is like the production worker in basic respects, that is, in the worker's sale and the capitalist's purchase of labor power. Yet commercial workers are unlike wage workers in 2 special respects. First, since their employment is not a cause of the increase of surplus value, but a result, profit is a precondition of outlays on their wages rather than a consequence of outlays to hire them. As an expression of this, Marx points out, a part of commercial salaries was frequently paid by a share in the profit. And second, since the concrete form of their labors is generally different from that of production workers, commercial workers belong to the better paid class of wage workers to those whose labor is classed as skilled and stands above average labor. 5. But, since Marx would have been the last to regard the determinate forms of labor of any sort as fixed and final under capitalism, he immediately adds to this that commercial wages tend to fall, partly because of the division of labor in the office, and partly because the universality of public education devalues the labor power of commercial workers with the progress of capitalist production. Having marked out these various characteristics of commercial labor, Marx has, it is clear, outlined the problem as it exists in all its modern dimensions. The unproductive labor hired by the capitalist to help in the realization or appropriation of surplus value is in Marx's mind like productive labor in all respects save one: it does not produce value and surplus value, and hence grows not as a cause but rather as a result of the expansion of surplus value. What is also clear, however, is that Marx neither anticipated nor attempted to anticipate the extent of the growth of a commercial wage working stratum and its transformation into a commercial proletariat. In this, as everywhere else in Marx, the limits of speculation are clear and definite. Analysis is used to lay down the principles and never to speculate on the eventual result should those principles continue to operate indefinitely or over a prolonged period of time. It is also clear that Marx grasped the principles with his customary profundity and comprehensiveness, in a manner which neglected no part of the architecture of the capitalist system and its dynamics of self-reproduction. That which in Marx was a subordinate and inconsequential part of the analysis has thus for us become a major consequence of the capitalist mode of production. The few commercial wage workers who puzzled Marx as a conscientious scientist have become the vast and complicated structure of occupations characteristic of unproductive labor in modern capitalism. But in so becoming they have lost many of the last characteristics which separated them from production workers. When they were few they were unlike productive labor, and having become many they are like productive labor. Although productive and unproductive labor are technically distinct, although productive labor has tended to decrease in proportion as its productivity has grown, while non-productive labor has increased only as a result of the increase in surpluses thrown off by productive labor. Despite these distinctions, the two masses of labor are not otherwise in striking contrast and need not be counterposed to each other. They form a continuous mass of employment which, at present and unlike the situation in Marx's day, has everything in common. Chapter 20. A final note on skill. In a study of the mechanization of industry conducted for the National Bureau of Economic Research in the 1930s, Harry Jerome concluded, as to the effect on skill of further mechanization in the future, there is considerable reason to believe that the effect of further changes will be to raise the average skill required. 140 years later there are few who would disagree with this judgment. The idea that the changing conditions of industrial and office work require an increasingly better trained, better educated, and thus upgraded working population is an almost universally accepted proposition in popular and academic discourse. Since the argument that has been thus far made in this work appears to clash directly with this popular idea, it is now necessary to confront the conventional view. The concepts of skill, training, and education are themselves sufficiently vague, and a precise investigation of the arguments which are used to support the thesis of upgrading is further hampered by the fact that they have never been made the subject of a coherent and systematic presentation. We can grapple with the issue only by attempting to give coherence to what is essentially an impressionistic theory, one which is obviously considered so self-evident as to stand above the need for demonstration. In the form given to it by Jerome in the sentence cited above, the phrase upon which the issue turns is average skill. Since, with the development of technology and the application to it of the fundamental sciences, the labor processes of society have come to embody a greater amount of scientific knowledge, clearly the average scientific, technical, and in that sense skill content of these labor processes is much greater now than in the past. But this is nothing but a tautology. The question is precisely whether the scientific and educated content of labor tends toward averaging, or, on the contrary, toward polarization. If the latter is the case, to then say that the average skill has been raised is to adopt the logic of the statistician who, with one foot in the fire and the other in ice water, will tell you that on the average, he is perfectly comfortable. The mass of workers gain nothing from the fact that the decline in their command over the labor process is more than compensated for by the increasing command on the part of managers and engineers. On the contrary, not only does their skill fall in an absolute sense, in that they lose craft and traditional abilities without gaining new abilities adequate to compensate the loss, but it falls even more in a relative sense. The more science is incorporated into the labor process, the less the worker understands of the process, the more sophisticated an intellectual product the machine becomes, the less control and comprehension of the machine the worker has. In other words, the more the worker needs to know in order to remain a human being at work, the less does he or she know. This is the chasm which the notion of average skill conceals. The same ambiguity is to be seen in another common formulation of the upgrading thesis, one which points to the proliferation of trained and educated specialties. Omar Pancoast, for instance, says, it is an historical fact that an increasing number of positions require special skills. The evidence for this is well summarized by J. K. Norton with the comment, no extensive study of occupational trends arrives at an opposite conclusion. In this form the claim is probably unexceptionable, but it may not be taken, as it often is, to mean that an increasing portion of the working population occupies positions that require special skills, if the word skill is given an interpretation of substance. This approach tends to rest exclusively upon the increase in the number of specialized technical occupations, without recognizing that the multiplication of technical specialties is the condition for dispossessing the mass of workers from the realms of science, knowledge, and skill. For most of those who hold it, the upgrading thesis seems to rest upon two marked trends. The first is the shift of workers from some major occupational groups into others, the second is the prolongation of the average period of education. It will repay our efforts to consider both of these matters in some detail, not only because such a consideration is necessary to establish a realistic picture of the historical trends of skill, but also because in this consideration we shall see a splendid example of the manner in which conventional social science accepts carefully tailored appearances as a substitute for reality. Let us begin first with the shifts that have taken place within the occupational categories used by statisticians to identify the various portions of the manual working class. At the turn of the century, the three classifications of workers today known as craftsmen, foremen, and kindred, operatives and kindred, and non-farm laborers together made up slightly less than 36% of employed persons. 70 years later, these three categories made up just over 36%, although in the intervening decades their total had risen to around 40% in the 1920 to 1950 censuses and then fallen back again. But during these 70 years the distribution of this group among its three statistical components had changed sharply. In terms of percentages of the entire employed population, the changes were as follows: 3. The most marked feature of this tabulation is the decline in laborers. A large part of this classification had become operatives. We are still speaking in terms of percentages, since in terms of absolute numbers the total of the three groups was about 22 2/3 times larger in 1970 than at the turn of the century, and each percentage point now represents about 22 2/3 times as many people, and the rest had become craftsmen and foremen. This shift is taken, on its face, to represent a massive upgrading of workers to higher categories of skill. Classifications of workers, however, are neither natural nor self-evident, nor is the degree of skill a self-evident quality which can simply be read from the labels given to various such classifications. The first socio-economic occupational classifications used in the United States were those of William C. Hunt, an employee of the Bureau of the Census who, in 1897, grouped all gainful workers into four categories: proprietors, clerical employees, skilled workers, and laborers. The group we now call operatives did not exist in this classification, and the division of manual workers into two classes was a clear and unambiguous one. There were the craftsmen, the mechanics in various trades, whose admission into this category of skilled workers was thus dependent upon satisfying the traditional requirements of craft mastery. Laborers were all others, they were thus a residual category. In the 1930s a revision of these classifications was carried out by Dr. Alba Edwards, for many years an official of the Bureau of the Census, who reconstructed the conceptual basis of occupational statistics in a fundamental fashion. The change which he made that is of concern to this discussion is his division of the former group of laborers into two parts. Those who tended or operated machines, or attended mechanized processes, he called operatives. Laborers, still a residual category, now consisted of those non-farm workers who were neither craftsmen nor machine operatives. These classifications were first applied in the census of 1930. Edwards, however, did the massive work of reconstructing the census data back to the turn of the century, and even earlier, in accord with his new classification scheme. The class of workers known as operatives, therefore, insofar as we find it in the census statistics earlier than those of 1930, is a backward projection of a category that did not exist in these earlier censuses. Edwards' work has been the chief basis for all similar reconstructions since done by others. 5. The three Edwards classifications were taken to correspond, both in official terminology and in common parlance, to levels of skill. Craftsmen continued to be called skilled workers and laborers unskilled. Operatives were now called semi-skilled. But it must be noted that the distinction between the skills of the two latter categories was based not upon a study of the occupational tasks involved, as is generally assumed by the users of the categories, but upon a simple mechanical criterion, in the fullest sense of the word. The creation of semi-skill by Edwards thus brought into existence, retroactively to the turn of the century and with a mere stroke of the pen, a massive upgrading of the skills of the working population. By making a connection with machinery such as machine tending or watching, machine feeding, machine operating a criterion of skill, it guaranteed that with the increasing mechanization of industry the category of the unskilled would register a precipitous decline, while that of the semi-skilled would show an equally striking rise. This statistical process has been automatic ever since, without reference to the actual exercise or distribution of skills. Let us take as an example the categories of teamster on the one side, and the operators of motor vehicles, such as truck drivers, chauffeurs and taxi drivers, roadmen and deliverymen, etc., on the other. These categories are important because that of teamster was, before World War I, one of the largest of occupational groups, while the drivers of various sorts are, taken together, one of the largest today. The former are classified, retroactively, among the unskilled laborers, while the latter, because of their connection with machinery, are classed as operatives and hence semi-skilled. When the Edwards scale is applied in this fashion, a skill upgrading takes place as a consequence of the displacement of horse-drawn transport by motorized. Yet it is impossible to see this as a true comparison of human work skills. In the circumstances of an earlier day, when a largely rural population learned the arts of managing horses as part of the process of growing up, while few as yet knew how to operate motorized vehicles, it might have made sense to characterize the former as part of the common heritage and thus no skill at all, while driving, as a learned ability, would have been thought of as a skill. Today, it would be more proper to regard those who are able to drive vehicles as unskilled in that respect at least, while those who can care for, harness, and manage a team of horses are certainly the possessors of a marked and uncommon ability. In reality, this way of comparing occupational skill leaves much to be desired, depending as it does on relativistic or contemporary notions. But there is certainly little reason to suppose that the ability to drive a motor vehicle is more demanding, requires longer training or habituation time, and thus represents a higher or intrinsically more rewarding skill than the ability to manage a team of horses. It is only in the world of census statistics, and not in terms of direct assessment, that an assembly line worker is presumed to have greater skill than a fisherman or oysterman, the forklift operator greater skill than the gardener or groundskeeper, the machine feeder greater skill than the longshoreman, the parking lot attendant greater skill than the lumberman or raftsman. And with the routinization of machine operation, there is less and less reason to rate the operative above many other classifications of laborers, such as craftsmen's helpers. The entire concept of semi-skill, as applied to operatives, is an increasingly delusory one. The prefix semi means half or partly. When this prefix is attached to the noun skill, the resulting compound word leaves the impression of a level of training and ability that lies somewhere perhaps about halfway between skill and the total lack of it. But for the category of operatives, training requirements and the demands of the job upon the abilities of the worker are now so low that one can hardly imagine jobs that lie significantly below them on any scale of skill. If we turn, for example, to the United States Department of Labor's Occupational Outlook Handbook, which is virtually the only systematic and official attempt to describe occupational skills and training, we find the category of operatives described as follows. Semi-skilled workers ordinarily receive only brief on-the-job training. Usually they are told exactly what to do and how to do it, and their work is supervised closely. They often repeat the same motions or the same jobs throughout the working day. Semi-skilled workers do not need to invest many years in learning their jobs. The simplest repetitive and routine semi-skilled jobs can be learned in a day and mastered in a few weeks. Even those jobs that require a higher degree of skill, such as truck driver, can be learned in a few months. At the same time, adaptability, the ability to learn new jobs quickly, including the operation of new machines, is an important qualification for semi-skilled workers. New employees starting out in semi-skilled jobs are not expected to be highly proficient. After a short training period, however, they must work at a standard, fast, and steady pace. Frequently, good eyesight and good coordination are required. 6. Jobs which require merely the ordinary physical characteristics of human beings in a fair state of health, where duties are learned in periods ranging from as little as a day to, at a maximum, a few months, in which the worker is told exactly what to do and how to do it, which are supervised closely, repeat the same motions or the same jobs throughout the working day, and of which the Department of Labor analysts can find nothing more favorable to say than that they demand adaptability. Is this not a definition of unskilled labor? Here is another description, by a British authority. The oldest and most traditional differentiation between hourly paid workers in British industry is based upon skill, skilled, semi-skilled, and unskilled categories being recognized in the wage structure of most industries, and in the class structure of society. Although it is impossible to define these categories with any degree of precision, the terms are commonly used and understood throughout industry. It is generally accepted that a skilled worker is a craftsman whose training has been spread over several years and is formally recognized outside an individual firm. A semi-skilled worker is one who, during a limited period of training, usually between 2 and 12 weeks, has acquired the manual dexterity or mechanical knowledge needed for his immediate job, and an unskilled worker is one whose job requires no formal training of any kind. 7. If we take Joan Woodward at her word, the gap between the skilled and the semi-skilled worker is a matter of years of training, while the creation of semi-skill as against no skill is accomplished in 2 to 12 weeks. Clearly, what we have here is not a realistic distinction but an artifact of the classifiers, which, at least in United States industry, is not reflected in wage structure or class structure. There are few if any jobs, including all those classified as unskilled, in which the training period is actually 0. The carpenter's helper, or other craft helpers classified as unskilled labor because they fall neither into the craft nor into the machine operative categories, is of little use to the carpenter until he learns a great variety of tools and materials in their various sizes and dimensions, and until he gains a familiarity with the craftsman's operations. It is unquestionable that this large section of the laborers' grouping requires a longer training period than most operatives. Even pick and shovel work takes more learning before it can be done to required standards than many assembly or machine feeding jobs. Studies of final assembly line work in a major automobile company by the Technology Project of Yale University found the average time cycle for jobs to be 3 minutes. As to learning time, a few hours to a week sufficed. Learning time for 65% of the workforce was less than a month. 8. And yet assembly jobs are the most representative type of operative jobs into which there has been so great an influx in the past 3/4 of a century, and which, by a marvel of definition, have produced a striking upgrading of the skills of the working population. The imaginary creation of higher categories of skill by nomenclatural exercises does not end with the transformation of most urban labor into semi-skilled work. We have yet to consider the phenomenon of the decline of farm laborers. Here the statistical category involved was especially large and the transformation especially illusory. At the turn of the century, 17.7% of the working population was classified as farm laborers and foremen, almost all of them laborers, few of them foremen. But here there is not even a hint in the census classification of an attempt to sort workers by skill. For the population employed on farms, the census has no differentiated categories at all, no class of skilled farmers, or farming craftsmen. All farm labor employed by farm owners is classified in the farm laborers and foremen category. The only distinction drawn by the census is a purely proprietary one, between owners on the one side, with a very small group of managers included with owners, and laborers and foremen on the other. Among the 17.7% of the working population of the United States which, at the time of the 1900 census, was employed by farm proprietors, a great many, perhaps most, were fully qualified farmers who had themselves owned and operated farms and lost them, or who had grown up in farm families and learned the entire broad craft. The farm hired hand was able to be of assistance to the farmer because he was the product of years of farm life and had a mastery of a great many skills involving a knowledge of land, fertilizer, animals, tools, farm machinery, construction skills, etc., and the traditional abilities and dexterities in the handling of farm tasks. Only in this way could he be set to work by the farmer in plowing, milking, caring for animals, mending fence, harvesting, etc. To be sure, there was unquestionably a distribution of skills, and many farm workers, such as those employed in cotton or fruit picking and other such plantation tasks, did not possess the all-around skills of the working farmer. But to disregard, as is now customary, the broad range of abilities required of so many farm workers and to be deceived by the use of the catch-all designation of laborer is to deal not in social science but in promotional labeling. Of all categories of labor, this one has suffered the most complete decimation, having plunged to 1.7% by 1970. In the world of the sociologists, this represents a triumphant ascent of an enormous mass of workers to higher levels, since every classification of labor is rated by them above farm labor in skill. On the other side, the labor classifications whose names conceal a woeful lack of skill or training have, like the semi-skilled, grown rapidly. For example, beginning with the 1950 census, another change was introduced into the classification schema. The Alba-Edwards system was modified, for that and subsequent censuses, by the introduction of the new category of non-household service workers, and again this classification was used to reinterpret the figures of earlier censuses. At one stroke this reclassification significantly reduced the major occupational groups usually included in the so-called blue-collar categories. The new service category was composed of approximately one-fourth of workers who had previously been classified as semi-skilled, and three-fourths of workers previously classed as unskilled. Since, by the common consent of social scientists, service workers are at least several cuts above laborers, and since some even think that because they produce services instead of working in factories and wearing blue collars while producing goods, they should be rated above operatives, another substantial upgrading was brought about. There is no need to add here to what is known about the jobs of the mass of service workers as shown in the listing of the occupations in this category, see pages 274 to 75 above, or the relative pay of these workers compared not only to operatives but even to laborers, see p. 226 above. We must finally mention the strength drawn by the illusory upgrading of skills from the statistics which show the very rapid growth of clerical and sales occupations. The reflex response which causes governmental and academic social scientists automatically to accord a higher grade of skill, training, prestige, and class position to any form of office work as against any and all forms of manual work is a tradition of long standing in American sociology which few have ventured to challenge. Kaplow has pointed out that the superiority of white-collar work is undoubtedly the most important of the assumptions underlying not only the census scale but a number of other socio-economic occupational scales used by American sociology. Point 10. Those scales which break with this tradition go no further than to put skilled craftsmen on approximately the same level as clerical workers. The weight of the prejudice which rates all white-collar above all blue-collar work is such that the growth of the former at the expense of the latter is again taken as evidence of an increase in skill and training for which no real factual backing is required, so self-evident is this conclusion for the conventional wisdom. The lengthening of the average period spent in school before entry into the labor force, which is the other common ground for assuming that a better educated working population is needed by modern industry and trade, must also be analyzed and separated into its component parts. Time spent in school has been increasing. The median years of school completed by the employed civilian working population rose from 10.6 in 1948 to 12.4 by the end of the 1960s, 12, and this was merely the culmination of a secular trend which had been going on for a century. In this we see first of all the fact that the requirements of literacy and familiarity with the numbers system have become generalized throughout the society. The ability to read, write, and perform simple arithmetical operations is demanded by the urban environment, not just in jobs but also for consumption, for conformity to the rules of society and obedience to the law. Reading and figuring are, apart from all their other meanings, the elementary attributes of a manageable population, which could no more be sold, cajoled, and controlled without them than can symbols be handled by a computer if they lack the elementary characteristics of identity and position. Beyond this need for basic literacy, there is also the function of the schools in providing an attempted socialization to city life, which now replaces the socialization through farm, family, community, and church which once took place in a predominantly rural setting. Thus the average length of schooling is generally higher for urban populations, and the shift of a population from farm to city brings with it, almost as an automatic function, an increase in the term of education. During the past century, moreover, the vastly increased practice of the scientific and technical specialties in production, research, management, administration, medicine, and in education itself have called into being a greatly expanded apparatus of higher education for the provision of professional specialists in all these areas. This, of course, has also had a marked effect upon the average length of school attendance. These two factors, which tend to define educational requirements from an occupational standpoint, obviously explain some of the increase in mass schooling, but just as clearly they do not explain all of it. A complete picture of the functions and functioning of education in the United States and other capitalist countries would require a thorough historical study of the manner in which the present standards came into being, and how they were related, at each step of their formation, to the social forces of the society at large. But even a sketch of the recent period suffices to show that many causes, most of them bearing no direct relationship to the educational requirements of the job structure, have been at work. The Depression was responsible for the enactment, late in the 1930s, of legislation restricting the labor force participation of youths, the object of which was to reduce unemployment by eliminating a segment of the population from the job market. The anticipated consequence of this was the postponement of the school leaving age. World War II temporarily solved this problem with its immense mobilization of the population for production and service in the armed forces, but as the war drew to an end, fears revived that the return of the demobilized soldiers and sailors, together with the cutback of war orders, would renew the Great Depression. Among the measures enacted to ward this off was the Veterans Educational Subsidy, which, after both World War II and the Korean War, swelled school enrollment, subsidized educational institutions, and contributed further to the prolongation of the average schooling period. Throughout the post-war period, the rapid pace of capital accumulation stimulated demand for specialized managerial and semi-managerial employees and other professionals, and this demand, in the situation of governmental subsidy to education, brought forth, not unexpectedly, so great a supply of college-trained people that by the end of the 1960s it began to manifest itself as an oversupply. The encouragement to an entire generation to train itself for careers, when all that would be available for at least 3/4 of that generation were working-class jobs requiring minimal education and offering working-class pay, began to backfire. In the meanwhile, as a result of the generalization of secondary education, employers tended to raise their screening requirements for job applicants, not because of educational needs but simply because of the mass availability of high school graduates. Herbert Bienstock, New York Regional Director of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, described this trend in these words: "The completion of a high school education has become an important requirement for entry into the labor market of today. Employers, finding persons with high school diplomas becoming more available in a period of rising educational attainment, have come to use the diploma as a screening device, often seeking people with higher levels of education even when job content is not necessarily becoming more complex or requiring higher levels of skill. This has been true in many of the rapidly growing job categories in the clerical, sales, and service fields." 13. This spreading policy reinforced the other pressures tending to postpone the school leaving age by making the diploma a ticket of admission to almost any kind of job. It was used in factory as well as office. Most factory-type jobs require only 6th grade competency in arithmetic, spelling, reading, and writing, and speaking, we are told by the personnel director of the Inorganic Chemicals Division of the Monsanto Chemical Company. Too often, he continues, business has used the requirement of a high school diploma or certificate as an easy means of screening out job applicants. 14. Thus the continuing extension of mass education for the non-professional categories of labor increasingly lost its connection with occupational requirements. At the same time, its place in the social and economic structure became ever more firmly guaranteed by functions which have little or nothing to do with either job training or any other strictly educational needs. The postponement of school leaving to an average age of 18 has become indispensable for keeping unemployment within reasonable bounds. In the interest of working parents, the two-parent job-holding family having become ever more common during this period, and in the interest of social stability and the orderly management of an increasingly rootless urban population, the schools have developed into immense teen-sitting organizations, their functions having less and less to do with imparting to the young those things that society thinks they must learn. In this situation the content of education deteriorated as its duration lengthened. The knowledge imparted in the course of an elementary education was more or less expanded to fill the prevalent 12-year educational sojourn, and in a great many cases school systems have difficulty in instilling in 12 years the basic skills of literacy and numbers that, several generations ago, occupied 8. This in turn gave a greater impetus to employers to demand of job applicants a high school diploma, as a guarantee not always valid of getting workers who can read. We cannot neglect the direct economic impact of the enlarged school system. Not only does the postponement of the school leaving age limit the growth of recognized unemployment, but it also furnishes employment for a considerable mass of teachers, administrators, construction and service workers, etc. Moreover, education has become an immensely profitable area of capital accumulation for the construction industry, for suppliers of all sorts, and for a host of subsidiary enterprises. For all these reasons which have nothing to do with either education or occupational training, it is difficult to imagine United States society without its immense educational structure, and in fact, as has been seen in recent years, the closing of even a single segment of the schools for a period of weeks is enough to create a social crisis in the city in which this happens. The schools, as caretakers of children and young people, are indispensable for family functioning, community stability, and social order in general, although they fulfill even these functions badly. In a word, there is no longer any place for the young in this society other than school. Serving to fill a vacuum, schools have themselves become that vacuum, increasingly emptied of content and reduced to little more than their own form. Just as in the labor process, where the more there is to know the less the worker need know, in the schools the mass of future workers attend the more there is to learn, the less reason there is for teachers to teach and students to learn. In this more than in any other single factor, the purposelessness, futility, and empty forms of the educational system, we have the source of the growing antagonism between the young and their schools, which threatens to tear the schools apart. It follows that the growing recognition among corporate managers and educational researchers that the commonly made connection between education and job content is, for the mass of jobs, a false one, will not necessarily result in a reversal of the educational trend and bring about an earlier school leaving age. Capitalist society in the United States has little choice but to maintain this educational establishment as a social institution with transcendent functions. Yet the recognition of how little is accomplished in the years of elementary and high school attendance in the way of job preparation, and how little in the way of educational preparation these jobs require, is spreading. Ivor Berg, for example, in one of the more detailed examinations of this subject carried out in recent years, arrives at the conclusion that educational achievements have already exceeded requirements in most job categories, and that the demand for better educated labor cannot therefore be explained by technological and related changes attending most jobs. 15. His most startling finding is that investigations show that education may in fact be a liability for the employer. His study of productivity, turnover, and absenteeism in a group of textile workers found that educational achievement was inversely related to performance thus conceived. 16. A sample study in the clerical field yielded the same conclusion, performance in 125 branch offices of a major New York bank, measured by turnover data and by the number of lost accounts per teller, was inversely associated with the educational achievements of these 500 workers. The branches with the worst performance records were those in which a disproportionately, and significantly, high number of employees were attending educational programs after working hours. There was also evidence that performance was worst in precisely those branches in which, besides the educational achievements being higher, the managers stressed education in consultation with tellers concerning their futures with the bank. 17 Berg was able to report instances in which managers automatically assumed that their most competent workers had more education, when the opposite was true, as in one company in which managers reported that the better educated technicians in their employ were the best technicians. The data from this company showed that the less educated technicians received higher evaluations from supervisors and had longer service than technicians with higher educational achievements in comparable jobs. The managers, however, assumed that these better employees had completed more years of schooling. 18 In part, the explanation for this may lie in the finding, also reported by Berg, that education is more often than not an important factor accounting for dissatisfaction among workers in many occupational categories. 19. As one consequence of the recognition by managers of these facts, the emphasis on more years of education has begun to disappear from the hiring policies of many firms. During the period when high school education had not yet become so general as it is now, unemployment tended to settle more heavily among those with less formal schooling. This was of course given enormous publicity during the 1950s and early 1960s, both as evidence for the educational requirements of modern scientific industry and also in the simple-minded hope that giving everyone a high school education would eliminate unemployment. The latter conclusion, of course, rested upon the assumption that unemployment was a consequence of the functional inadequacy of the unemployed in an economy that demanded higher educational attainments. This notion, as Stanley Labergott pointed out, misapprehends at least one fundamental characteristic of the unemployed, which is that they are marginal in the existing state of offer and demand in the labor market. If all workers in the labor force had their education improved, some would still be marginal, but their marginality would then appear to be associated with some other simple single characteristic. 20. This is in fact what has happened, although the change has not received the same publicity as the earlier disparity between educational levels of employed and unemployed. A study by the Bureau of Labor Statistics in 1971 reaches this unequivocal conclusion. In the past, job holders had more education than did job seekers. In 1959, for example, the median education of the employed was 12.0 years, while that of the unemployed was only 9.9 years. Since then, the average education of unemployed workers has risen so that by 1971 the difference between the median education of employed and unemployed workers, 12.4 and 12.2 years respectively, is no longer statistically significant. 21 This convergence between the schooling of employed and unemployed has been more rapid for women than for men, so that by the mid-1960s there was no longer any significant difference between the median educational attainments of employed and unemployed women. In the case of men, the difference in the late 1950s was much greater than it was for women, but by the start of the 1970s that gap had also been closed. Thus a chart of educational attainments by sex and employment status begins as a broad fan in 1957, with unemployed men averaging below 9 years of school, unemployed women 10.5 years, employed men above 11 years, and employed women just above 12 years. By the date of the above-cited study, March 1971, this fan had closed completely and all were bunched together in the same narrow range between 12 and 12.5 years, men and women, employed and unemployed. For the worker, the concept of skill is traditionally bound up with craft mastery, that is to say, the combination of knowledge of materials and processes with the practiced manual dexterities required to carry on a specific branch of production. The breakup of craft skills and the reconstruction of production as a collective or social process have destroyed the traditional concept of skill and opened up only one way for mastery over labor processes to develop, in and through scientific, technical, and engineering knowledge. But the extreme concentration of this knowledge in the hands of management and its closely associated staff organizations have closed this avenue to the working population. What is left to workers is a reinterpreted and woefully inadequate concept of skill, a specific dexterity, a limited and repetitious operation, speed as skill, etc. With the development of the capitalist mode of production, the very concept of skill becomes degraded along with the degradation of labor, and the yardstick by which it is measured shrinks to such a point that today the worker is considered to possess a skill if his or her job requires a few days or weeks training. Several months of training is regarded as unusually demanding, and the job that calls for a learning period of 6 months or a year, such as computer programming, inspires a paroxysm of awe. We may compare this with the traditional craft apprenticeship, which rarely lasted less than 4 years and which was not uncommonly 7 years long. In the early 1920s, Georges Sorel wrote that the modern factory is a field of experiment constantly enlisting the worker in scientific research, and Albert Thierry said in the same vein, "Our entire civilization is a system of physics, the simplest worker is a physicist." 23 Georges Friedman quotes these two remarks with his customary ambiguity, not knowing whether to applaud them for their optimism or deprecate them as pious but unfounded hopes. The past half-century has removed all doubt, if there ever was any, about the falsity of these views. The worker can regain mastery over collective and socialized production only by assuming the scientific, design, and operational prerogatives of modern engineering. Short of this, there is no mastery over the labor process. The extension of the time of education which modern capitalism has brought about for its own reasons provides the framework. The number of years spent in school has become generally adequate for the provision of a comprehensive polytechnical education for the workers of most industries. But such an education can take effect only if it is combined with the practice of labor during the school years, and only if education continues throughout the life of the worker after the end of formal schooling. Such education can engage the interest and attention of workers only when they become masters of industry in the true sense, which is to say when the antagonisms in the labor process between controllers and workers, conception and execution, mental and manual labor are overthrown, and when the labor process is united in the collective body which conducts it. In the capitalist mode of production, the prolongation of an ever emptier education combined with the reduction of labor to simple and ignorant tasks represent a waste of the educational years and a wasting of humanity in the years thereafter. This system is understood by its apologists to exemplify efficiency raised to its highest point, where one engineer can direct 50 workers. They argue, there is no need for wasting the resources of society in educating all to the engineering standard. So goes the logic of the capitalist mode of production, which, rather than threaten the hierarchical social relations by which it accumulates wealth in the hands of the owners of society, prefers to leave the worker ignorant despite years of schooling, and to rob humanity of its birthright of conscious and masterful labor. The perfect expression of the concept of skill in capitalist society is to be found in the bald and forthright dictums of the early Taylorians, who had discovered the great truth of capitalism that the worker must become the instrument of labor in the hands of the capitalist, but had not yet learned the wisdom of adorning, obfuscating, and confusing this straightforward necessity in the manner of modern management and sociology. What happens to unskilled labor under scientific management? Ask the Gilberths in their primer on this subject. Under scientific management there is no unskilled labor, or, at least, labor does not remain unskilled. Unskilled labor is taught the best method obtainable. No labor is unskilled after it is taught. 25. The instruction of the worker in the simple requirements of capital, here, in the minds of managers, is the secret of the upgrading of skills so celebrated in the annals of modern industrial sociology. The worker may remain a creature without knowledge or capacity, a mere hand by which capital does its work, but so long as he or she is adequate to the needs of capital, the worker is no longer to be considered or called unskilled. It is this conception that lies behind the shabby nominal sociology in which the sociologists find upgrading in the new names given to classifications by the statisticians. Training a worker, wrote Frank Gilbreth, means merely enabling him to carry out the directions of his work schedule. Once he can do this, his training is over, whatever his age. Is this not a perfect description of the mass of jobs in modern industry, trade, and offices? Appendix 1. 2 comments. In the following notes, Harry Braverman responded to a number of contributors to a special issue O/Monthly Review, Volume 28, Number 3, July-August, 1976, entitled Technology, the Labor Process, and the Working Class. I would like to take this opportunity to comment on two of the many issues that have been raised in the accompanying articles. The same issues have been raised in a number of other reviews and communications on labor and monopoly capital. The first has to do with the connections between the subject matter of the book and the women's movement. The second has to do with the consciousness of the working class as a class for itself, struggling in its own behalf, apart from its objective existence in itself. The authors of The Working Class Has Two Sexes, Rosalind Baxendale, Elizabeth Ewan, and Linda Gordon, generously conclude that labor and monopoly capital makes a major contribution, perhaps unbeknownst to its author, to feminist analysis. Be that as it may, the connection did not come as a post-publication surprise to me. During the earliest period of my research, I became convinced of the importance of recent trends in the working population for the feminist movement. I have been gratified to see that many of the conclusions I had drawn in my own mind have now been drawn by readers, and particularly by women readers. In comments both public and private, many of these readers have expressed some disappointment that I omitted from my discussion any direct comments on matters of special concern to the women's movement, and particularly household, or non-wage family, labor. Since these readers have all been most understanding of the self-imposed limits of my study, and, as in the two articles contained in this collection which address themselves directly to the subject, have adapted their critiques to these limits, I do not raise this here in order to make an unnecessary explanation. But I would like to add one thing to what has been said on this particular point. Beyond the fact that a consideration of household work would have fallen far outside the bounds of my subject, not to mention my competence, there is also this to consider, that household work, although it has been the special domain of women, is not thereby necessarily so central to the issues of women's liberation as might appear from this fact. On the contrary, it is the breakdown of the traditional household economy which has produced the present-day feminist movement. This movement in its modern form is almost entirely a product of women who have been summoned from the household by the requirements of the capital accumulation process, and subjected to experiences and stresses unknown in the previous thousands of years of household labor under a variety of social arrangements. Thus it is the analysis of this new situation that in my opinion occupies the place of first importance in the theory of modern feminism. Let me add at once that none of this is said in order to disparage the need for an understanding of the specific forms and issues of household labor, of the working class family, and of sexual divisions and tensions both within and outside the family. But the unraveling of every complex of social reality requires a starting point, and it is my strong conviction that the best starting point in every case is the analysis of the dynamic elements rather than the traditional and static aspects of a given problem. Thus I have a feeling that the most light will be shed on the totality of problems and issues embraced in the feminist movement, including those of household work, by an analysis that begins not with the forms of household work that have been practiced for thousands of years, but by their weakening and by the dissociation of an increasing number of women from them in the last few decades. To move to a different, although related, point, which has figured in a number of reviews as well as private comments that have reached me, Baxendale, Ewan, and Gordon raise in this connection my use of the distinction between the social and the technical or detailed division of labor. In common with some other reviewers, they treat this as my own invention, calling it Braverman's distinction. Actually, as my references to this chapter and my use of quoted materials from Marx should make clear, the entire treatment comes from Chapter 14, especially Section 4 of the first volume of Capital, called by Marx Division of Labor in Manufacture, and Division of Labor in Society. In connection with this topic, there is nothing more important to be studied by any modern reader. On the one hand, it is a brilliant example of Marx's historical method. On the other, it contains in fully developed form Marx's most mature conclusions on the subject of the division of labor, and it becomes ever more mystifying with every passing day how so many can discuss Marx's opinions on this subject as though all he ever wrote on it is contained in the few scrappy paragraphs of the German ideology or other early manuscripts unpublished by him, which represent his first reactions to the problem. Baxendale, Ewan, and Gordon comment that Braverman's distinction between the social division of labor and the detailed division of labor in capitalist industry is not adequate for an understanding of the whole of the damage wrought by the divisions of labor in society, and they cite specifically the sexual division of labor. They could not be more right. The distinction in question is adequate only to the purposes for which it was fashioned. Readers who study Marx's chapter carefully will see how he uses one of his most characteristic tools of analysis. He dissociates the elements of the problem historically specific to capitalism from those generally characteristic of human societies, and treats these not just as continuities, one of the other, but in their polar opposition. From this opposition between abstract social categories and specific social forms in which they are cast in a given epoch of history, Marx works up an analysis of extraordinary penetration. This does not, however, mean that the analysis is directed toward the clarification of the sexual division of labor which originates in the long hunting period of human prehistory, and which requires considerably different tools of analysis. On the other hand, an approach so broadened as to include this problem would require a level of abstraction and generality in relation to the division of labor in the factory and similar institutions so extreme as to make it relatively useless for the latter. It is this, I believe, which dictated the approach taken by Marx and followed by me. What I am trying to emphasize here is that an attempt to combine these two analyses of the division of labor in modern society and of the most general forms of the sexual division of labor into a single step would only defeat the object of both analyses and create a muddle all around. 2. Labor and monopoly capital has been criticized also for its omission of any discussion of the future of working class consciousness, although in this case too the critics have, like John and Barbara Ehrenreich in their article in this collection, Work and Consciousness, understood and explained the self-imposed limits of my analysis and thus relieved me of the need to repeat any explanations. Nevertheless, a few further words may be usefully said. Marxism is not merely an exercise in satisfying intellectual curiosity, nor an academic pursuit, but a theory of revolution and thus a tool of combat. From that point of view, the value of any analysis of the composition and social trends within the working population can only lie in precisely how well it helps us to answer questions about class consciousness. Thus I do not quarrel with critics who are anxious to see further progress made in that most important side of the analysis. It was my interest in that very question of class consciousness, in fact, which led to my taking up the entire study in the first place. When I did so, however, I already had the firm conviction that little purpose would be served by a direct attack on the subject, since it did not appear to me to be in any condition to yield to such an attack. Two major preconditions seem to me to be lacking. The first has to do with the lack of a concrete picture of the working class, what it is made up of, the trends of income, skill, exploitation, alienation, and so forth among workers, the place of the working population as a segment of the entire population, etc. I thought that my efforts would best be directed toward helping to fill this gap. I might add that since this is still far from accomplished, I believe that many more essays, along the lines of some of those in this collection, will be appearing in the near future. The second precondition is considerably more difficult to satisfy. It may be described simply by saying that while social conditions have been changing rapidly over the past half-century, and the working class along with them, the class struggle has been in a state of relative quiescence in the United States, Western Europe, and Japan, the countries of developed capitalism for which the analysis must be made. We are therefore lacking in concrete experience, for the most part, of the sort which will indicate the forms and laws of struggle which will predominate in the new social conditions which characterize the epoch of monopoly capital. Although we do have some interesting indications from the 60s, of which the French events of 1968 are perhaps the most suggestive. Those who have been wrestling with this problem since the 30s best realize how, in the absence of further concrete experience, discussion tends to degenerate into cliché, apologia, and the repetition of old formulas, and how difficult it has become to say anything new or fresh about it. It seems to me that a fruitful discussion of the working class as a class conscious of and struggling in behalf of its own interests will begin to revive as two conditions begin to be satisfied. First, as a clear picture of the class in its present conditions of existence is formed by patient and realistic investigation, and second, as experience begins to accumulate of the sort which will teach us to better understand the state of mind and modes of struggle of this class. I would like to make one further comment, having to do with my own attitude on this subject, since there seem to be some questions as well as some misconceptions on this score. Some readers have concluded, chiefly on the evidence of my description of a process of degradation of labor, that I myself am pessimistic about the future of working class consciousness. But if readers will take the trouble to compare, they will find that the wording which I have used to describe the effects of the capitalist mode of production on the physical, moral, and mental constitution of the working population differs from Marx's only in being milder. A new study by Stephen Marcus of Engels's classic first work, which in many ways set the tone for Marx, notes that the descriptive or characterizing term used with the greatest frequency throughout the condition of the working class consists of variations of the word demoralized, demoralized, demoralizing, demoralization, and so on. But neither Marx nor Engels considered themselves pessimists on that account. On the contrary, they found in this unremitting assault of capital upon the humanity of labor the precondition for revolt. This therefore I regard as a specious clue to my own state of mind. There is, moreover, no need for mind reading, since I have a clear conviction and no hesitancy in stating it. I have every confidence in the revolutionary potential of the working classes of the so-called developed capitalist countries. Capitalism will not, over the long run, leave any choice to these classes, but will force upon them the fulfillment of the task which they alone can perform. This presupposes an enormous intensification of the pressures which have only just begun to bear upon the working class, but I think there is no question that it will happen. I have long tended to agree with those who think it will still be a long time in coming. But time is a social and historical concept, not a purely chronological one. When I look at the great changes that have occurred during the past 10 or 15 years, I believe I see this time passing rather more quickly than I used to think would be the case. In any event, historical time is difficult to forecast, and may be measured out in generations. It sets its own pace and not a pace to satisfy our wishes. But pass it will, whether rapidly or slowly, and bring in its train those explosive developments which for the past few decades have appeared limited to other parts of the world. Appendix 2. The Degradation of Work in the 20th Century. The following talk, given by Harry Braverman in the spring of 1975 at the West Virginia Institute of Technology, is his last known recorded presentation before his death on August 2, 1976. It was slightly edited for posthumous publication by Monthly Review in 1982, Volume 34, Number 1. My topic this evening is the degradation of work in the 20th century, and there is one firm generalization with which we may begin, that is, that humanity is a working species. Our relationship with nature is not merely one of food gathering or seeking shelter in the crevices provided ready-made by nature. Rather, humanity takes the materials provided by nature and alters them into objects more useful to itself. Humanity works in order to live, to provide itself with the means and provisions of life. Thus, even though men and women often have occasion to complain of work as a constraint laid upon the species, there is never any doubt that work as a species characteristic is as natural to human life as grazing or hunting are to other species. But it would be the greatest of all possible mistakes to take any simple truisms of this sort, whether in the form of biblical laments or biological and evolutionary constraints, as the direct basis for an analysis of work in modern society. Between biology and sociology, civilization with all of its social relations and institutions intervenes. In capitalist society, which is the society in which we live, work is organized in institutions that have long since separated us from simple production for our own use, and indeed have as a basis for their activity something very different from any kind of production for use. The purpose of a capitalist enterprise, as we know it, is to use the surplus that may be extracted from the process of production. Thus, while humans work to provide for their needs, in capitalist society nobody works who does not at the same time provide for the needs of capital. It is only by creating a surplus for the corporations that we obtain permission to create necessities for ourselves. In capitalist society this is rule number 1, or if you like you might call it catch-22. Whatever you call it, it is the underlying law of the system. Now it's true that there have been other forms in which ruling groups extracted a surplus for themselves from the working population. In slave societies the masters directly appropriated the labor of others. In feudal societies the rulers took from the produce of others what they themselves required under rules that obligated the peasantry to surrender to the manorial lord a portion of their product or of their labor. Thus it has been said of feudalism that the nobility defended all, the clergy prayed for all, and the commoners fed all. But in capitalist society the manner in which a surplus is extracted is very special and has had during the past 200 years the most extraordinary consequences. The foremost of these is that the capitalists have taken into their own hands the direct control over all processes of labor and production, and this in itself constitutes an enormous change from anything that has existed in previous societies. In previous societies the work of artisans or of that immense mass of the population then engaged in crop or animal husbandry as farmers, peasants, and serfs was as a rule conducted autonomously. So far as the direct processes of labor are concerned, the artisans or peasants worked according to traditional methods generally under their own control. It is only under capitalist conditions that the masters take over the entire process, repeatedly reshape and reorganize it to suit their own needs, and parcel it out as tasks to workers for whom the process as a whole is now lost. Labor that has been subjected to these conditions is sometimes referred to as alienated labor. Now this is a vague phrase, and its vagueness has increased with its popularity. Indeed, we may suspect that its present popularity in official sociology and popular journalism is dependent upon its vagueness. In their usage its connection with the specific conditions of capitalist social relations and capitalist production has all but disappeared, and alienated labor is understood to mean merely the worker who suffers from a feeling of distress, a malaise, a bellyache about his or her work. But the term may still be useful if its significant content is restored and clearly understood. It must be understood first of all in accordance with the prime definition of the verb to alienate, that is, to transfer ownership to another. The ownership of the tools and instruments of production is in capitalist society alienated, that is, transferred to others. The ownership of the product is alienated in the same sense. The same applies to the ownership of the proceeds from the sale of the product, and finally the process of production too is alienated. It too is transferred to alien control and becomes the property of others. In the end, everything about the productive process becomes alien to the worker in the sense that everything is outside his or her interests, claim, and control. The wage becomes the sole equity of the worker in the job. Thus in capitalist society production is carried on in an atmosphere of hostility or indifference by a mass of workers who have lost all stake in or concern for the process, and this in turn makes necessary certain extraordinary means of control and management. It is thus that management for the first time comes into existence and is brought into the world by capitalist society. This necessitates ever more extraordinary means of control and management as well as an ever more alienating reorganization of the work of production, so that we have here an alienation which feeds on itself and becomes ever deeper until it emerges as a profound antagonism between those who work and those who manage them. In this situation it is not at all surprising that work is seen as a curse. What is surprising is only that it is tolerated at all. The manner in which this step-by-step alienation of the process of production from the worker has developed historically is too large a subject to be dealt with in any short presentation. Suffice it to say that it existed only in exceptional instances in ancient and medieval societies, that it grew rapidly in the workshops of the 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries during the rise of early capitalism, that it became generalized in the workshops and factories of the 19th century, and that it has become virtually universal in the factories, mills, warehouses, offices, farms, wholesale and retail establishments, hospitals, offices of public administration, and even to some extent in the schools of the 20th century in the countries of fully developed capitalism. Now once capitalists take control of the process of production, they seek out every means whereby the output of the worker will be increased so that an ever larger surplus may remain with them. At first this was accomplished by prolonging the working day, but in more recent times intensive methods have replaced extensive ones. This means the reduction of the labor time required in the production process, and it means also the cheapening of labor power. How is labor power cheapened? There are a variety of ways. By far the most important in modern production is the breakdown of complex processes into simple tasks that are performed by workers whose knowledge is virtually nil, whose so-called training is brief, and who may thereby be treated as interchangeable parts. In this way the requirements of production are satisfied not through small pools of highly skilled labor in each craft but by labor of the simplest sort. The consequence is that for most jobs the whole of society becomes a labor pool upon which to draw, and this helps to keep the value of labor power at the level of subsistence for the individual or below the level of subsistence for the family. In speaking in this way about the capitalists or the corporate organization of capitalism, it is not my intention to assault them personally as conscienceless or to malign them. Taken as a class they are no doubt, like all of us, only what society makes of them. But this is precisely the point: we must deal not with the capitalist as a person but with the way the capitalist mode of production operates and the conduct it enforces upon the capitalists themselves. After Henry Ford introduced the moving conveyor, between 1912 and 1914, as the means of sub-assembly and final assembly of automobiles, none of the hundreds of automobile firms then in existence could hope to continue long in business without adopting this process. From the moment the first food retailing organization adopted self-service methods of shelving and checking out commodities in its stores, no food retailing organization could hope to prosper or perhaps even to survive without these methods. Or, to take as an instance a process that is just now getting underway, every office manager now understands that since the means have become available to segregate secretarial work in specialized production units connected to executive offices by modern telephonic and recording equipment, no office employing a large number of scattered secretaries can long afford to neglect this innovation, and many are beginning to reorganize secretarial work as the office equivalent of factory production work. Thus the tendency of the capitalist mode of production from its earliest days some 200 or 250 years ago to the present, when this tendency has become a headlong rush, is the incessant breakdown of labor processes into simplified operations taught to workers as tasks. This leads to the conversion of the greatest possible mass of labor into work of the most elementary form, labor from which all conceptual elements have been removed and along with them most of the skill, knowledge, and understanding of production processes. Thus the more complex the process becomes, the less the worker understands. The more science is incorporated into technology, the less science the worker possesses, and the more machinery that has been developed as an aid to labor, the more labor becomes a servant of machinery. Although there is a general impression, which is fostered by official academic and journalistic opinion, that all of this is happening because of the rise of scientific technology and the development of machinery, this process of degradation of work is not really dependent upon technology at all. It will be remembered that this mode of the organization of labor arose in the workshops of early capitalism at a time when modern technology did not exist. One need only read Adam Smith's description of the division of labor in pin manufacture to see that the key to the matter is the organization of labor. In modern industry, the worst examples of the division of labor are still found chiefly in those processes which exist in the gap left open by technology, those things which cannot be mechanized or cannot be economically mechanized by the capitalists at the prevailing rates of pay. Let us just remind ourselves that one of the most abominable forms of labor, the one in fact that is often mistakenly taken as an instance of the horrors of modern machinery, the assembly line, is just such a case. It has little or nothing to do with machinery, since it is a hand process of the crudest sort, its technological feature being merely a primitive device for hauling the work past the worker. Even this device is dispensable, and dispensed with, in the case of smaller and lighter units of production which can be pushed along the work tables to the next station. As a rule, however, the powered endless belt or chain conveyor is favored by management not just as an aid to labor, but chiefly because it enables management to control the pace of production. Modern technology in fact has a powerful tendency to break down ancient divisions of labor by reunifying production processes. Adam Smith's pins, for example, are no longer made by a worker who straightens the wire, another who cuts the length, a third who fashions the heads, a fourth who affixes them to the pins, a fifth who points the pins, a sixth who tins or whitens, another who inserts them into the paper, and so on. The entire process is reunified in a single machine which transforms great coils of wire into millions of pins each day, already papered and ready for sale. Now go back and read Adam Smith's arguments for the division of labor, arguments having to do with the dexterity gained in the constant application to one operation of a hand process over and over again, and so on. You will notice that this modern technology has made a complete hash of these arguments. Not one remains with any force today. The reunified process, in which the execution of all the steps is built into the working mechanism of a single machine, would seem now to render it suitable for a collective of associated producers, none of whom need spend all of their lives at any single function, and all of whom can participate in the engineering, design, improvement, repair, and operation of these ever more productive machines. Such a system would entail no loss of production, and it would represent the reunification of the craft in a body of workers far superior to the old crafts workers. Workers can now become masters of the technology of their process on an engineering level, and can apportion among themselves in an equitable way the various tasks connected with this form of production that has become so effortless and automatic. The division of labor in a capitalist society, however, has to do with many other things besides the pace of production, which in most cases would not be injured if it were wiped out. It has to do, as Charles Babbage pointed out in the early 19th century, with differential pay rates, which dictate that the ignorance of the great masses of the workers and the concentration of all engineering knowledge in a few specialists are desirable and, in fact, essential conditions, rather than, as it would seem from a human point of view, an abomination. Thus the capitalist mode of production enforces upon new processes devised by technology an ever deeper division of labor, no matter how many possibilities for the opposite are opened by machinery. In this way two worlds of work are created, the world in which a very few managers and engineers grasp the process as a whole as their special monopoly, and the world of scheduling clerks, inventory clerks, timekeepers, machine tenders, machine repairers, stock chasers, forklift operators, warehouse attendants, and so on, each of whom performs simple labor in service to a complex machine, and each of whom is expected to make a working life of from 40 to 50 years out of these scraps of duties, none of which can engage the interests or capacities of a mature human or even of a child for more than a few weeks or a few months, after which they become sheer and mindless drudgery. Thus we may say that while production has become collective and the individual worker has been incorporated into the collective body of workers, this is a body the brain of which has been lobotomized, or worse, removed entirely. Its very brain has been separated from its body, having been appropriated by modern management as a means of controlling and cheapening labor power and labor processes. We have briefly considered the production process. Let us turn now to its outcome. Let me say at once what cannot be denied and what is in fact capitalism's chief historic role. This unremitting drive on the part of the capitalists to extract an ever greater surplus from the working population, a drive in which the immense powers of science and technology have been enlisted in the service of the accumulation of capital, this drive has brought about an extraordinary development of the human powers of production. The productivity of labor and hence the surplus which it makes available for further expansion have risen most remarkably in the developed capitalist countries. The owners of the corporations never tire of reminding us that they require great surpluses if they are to constantly enlarge the scale of production, and this is quite true. No change of social system can do away with it as a technical fact. If production is to grow, a portion of the product must be reinvested in the process of production rather than be consumed at once. This we may treat as a natural law, but it is no natural law that the surplus must become and remain the property of a tiny ruling class. This is rather a law of capitalism, and as a result of its workings there has been an immense accumulation of property at one pole of society, greater than at any time in human history. How about the working population, by which I mean that portion of the population excluding the managers and the proprietors of industry and even excluding those somewhat privileged intermediate strata in professional occupations and in middle management who today make up what might be called a new middle class? The remaining mass, which I have called the working population but which one might call labor or the working class, this remaining mass which constitutes perhaps 3/4 of all employment in the United States, is described in the Census and in Labor Department statistics under 6 headings: crafts workers, operative and kindred workers, laborers, clerical workers, service workers, and sales workers. Here we find close to 60 million out of the approximately 80 million persons, including owners, counted by the census of 1970 as among the working population, and here too we find those jobs characteristically of the sort which I have been describing. Now earlier in this talk I noted that the reduction of the typical job to the level of a few simplified tasks is one of the chief means of cheapening labor power, and I added that this helps to keep the value of labor power at the level of subsistence for the individual or below the level of subsistence for the family. Lest this be thought an exaggeration, let me now substantiate it with estimates based upon the pay scales for workers in all of these 6 classifications in 1971, and official estimates of the cost of maintaining a family of 4 above the poverty line in that same year. And it's worth noting that the situation since then can only have gotten worse, not only because of the economic crisis, but also because during these 4 years inflation has outstripped wages, thus lowering real wages. Some 80% of service workers and workers in retail trades did not receive enough pay to support a family of 4 above the poverty level. The same is true of at least 75% of all clerical workers and laborers, both of whom are paid on about the same level. The laborers may be a little higher than clerical workers. It is also true of close to 70% of all operatives and kindred workers. Only crafts workers earn in their majority enough to lift a family of 4 out of the officially defined poverty category, and even in this grouping the wages of 40%, if used to support a family of 4, were below the poverty level. Now, one result of these earnings levels is that very large numbers of families do live below the poverty level. That a big majority of families is not put in that position is due only to multiple job holding within the same family. This we know. But what I am trying to highlight is the startling fact that a pretty large majority of the jobs in the economy have now been transformed by the workings of the capitalist division of labor into the kinds of work one usually thinks of as second jobs, the mythical pin money jobs which women and teenagers are supposed to be the only ones to take to supplement the major family income. The result is that most of the people, whether they are supplementary earners or heads of households, now occupy such so-called second jobs with their pitiful and demeaning duties and meager pay. That this is so is due not only to the kind of division of labor we have been discussing, but also to the occupational and industrial shifts which have resulted from the accumulation of capital in the United States. Let me try to make this clear. In striving to economize on labor time, the corporation is also striving to reduce the number of workers required for a given quantity or output, and this comes to much the same thing to produce a rapidly growing output without a proportional growth in the number of workers. To use Marx's memorable way of putting it, unlike the generals who win their wars by recruiting armies, the captains of industry win their wars by discharging armies. The practical consequences of this can be seen in any analysis of United States employment in the manufacturing industries over any reasonable period of time. Thus in the United States between 1947 and 1964, a 17-year period, the output of the textile industries grew by more than 40%, but employment was cut by 1/3. Other industries, such as iron and steel foundries, lumber and wood products, malt liquors, and footwear, showed production increases of from 15% to 40% in the same period, accompanied by employment drops of 10% to 25%. The petroleum industry poured out 5/6 more product at the end of the period than at the beginning, but its employment was 1/4 lower. Even the construction industry, which by the nature of its production processes is notably resistant to technological change, doubled its output while adding only 50% to its labor force. Only the most rapidly growing industries showed substantial increases in employment. Thus electrical machinery and motor freights added respectively 50% and 70% to their employment, but in the process they roughly tripled their output. The aluminum industry more than doubled its employment, but this was the result of a quadrupled output. An extreme case is that of air transport, which enlarged its output some 8 times while increasing employment by only 1 1/3 times. Now, the figures that I have been giving you deal only with a 17-year period, but, taking a much longer-term view, you can very clearly see the trend by focusing on the changes in manufacturing and related industries like construction. For at least a century these industries occupied close to half of all non-farm employment, usually between 45% and 50%. But after the 1920 census, about 50 years ago, this began to change, and by the time we come to the most recent census, that of 1970, these industries occupy only 1/3 of non-farm employment. There has therefore been an immense shift of labor out of the traditional manufacturing, mining, and construction, and transportation industries into the very rapidly growing areas of real estate, insurance, finance, services, and wholesale and retail trade. But these rapidly growing fields of industry are precisely the low-wage portions of the economy, while the higher-wage sector is the stagnant or declining portion. None of this is accidental. There are profound structural reasons why the most rapid growth of capital has taken place in the low-wage areas and also in the enlargement of non-productive as against productive work. In any case, this trend is not a matter for doubt, and it is this trend, along with the rapid growth of the lowest wage occupations, such as clerical, service, and retail trade, that in good measure accounts for the fact that we live increasingly in an economy of so-called second jobs, and that true first jobs in the traditional sense, jobs that are rewarding in themselves and pay enough to support a family, are fewer than ever. If the captains of industry win their war, as Marx put it, by discharging armies, how do we know that the rapidity of the accumulation of capital will keep up with it, and that new products, services, or unproductive industries will develop rapidly enough to absorb all of the labor freed by the capitalist drive for higher productivity? Well, we do not know, and in fact in capitalist society there is always a pool of unused labor power, an industrial reserve army. It has almost always been a very sizable mass in United States industrial history, at least during this century. And it shrinks to a small size only on those rare occasions when the upswings in the business cycle are unusually strong and correspond as well to longer-term upswings in the process of capitalist accumulation, especially during wars. Apart from the natural growth of the population, the freeing of workers from their jobs by the continuous revolution in production creates, again to use Marx's words, a disposable industrial reserve army that belongs to capital quite as absolutely as if the latter had bred it at its own cost. If we try to verify this from the United States statistics, we run up against the difficulty that unemployment figures are kept on very different principles from those embraced by the concept of the industrial reserve army, but these statistics nevertheless have the value attaching to any set of figures that is kept on more or less constant principles over a long period of time. The most striking thing to emerge from an examination of the unemployment statistics from the Second World War to the present is the long-run trend of gradual but persistent enlargement of the pool of officially counted unemployed. There has been throughout this whole period a business cycle, so that the line is a jagged one, but even so it is a line which constantly trends upward. The levels of unemployment, which at the start of the period meant recession, are now regarded as perfectly acceptable prosperity rates. I clipped from yesterday's New York Times an article with the headline "High Joblessness Expected to Persist as a Condition of United States Throughout the Decade." This article points out that although we began immediately after the Second World War aiming for an unemployment rate of 2% or 3%, we soon gave this up, that the 4% unemployment target embraced by President Kennedy in 1962 has been abandoned, and the 5% goal of the Nixon administration economists has also lost support. Most economists today, regardless of their political affiliation, believe that 5.5% to 6% of unemployment is probably the lowest the government can achieve without stirring up virulent inflation again, and even that modest target is a long way from attainment 1979 at the earliest. In other words, the target for unemployment and prosperity nowadays is higher than what was regarded as a recession rate of unemployment only 25 years ago. Now, I said a moment ago that these unemployment rates are not the same as the concept of an industrial reserve army, the latter being much larger. This is because the measuring of unemployment is a relatively restrictive count. Let me give you a very graphic instance of this. When the unemployment figures for February of this year were released a month or two ago, they proved to be about 8.3 million, only slightly changed from the 8.2 million counted as unemployed in the previous month of January, but we were told at the same time that employment had fallen by a full 500,000 persons. How do we explain this paradox? Well, the answer that they give is that in official parlance almost 600,000 persons had dropped out of the labor force between one month and the next. What does that remarkable statistic mean? It simply means the following: since capitalism does not recognize that every able-bodied adult has either the responsibility or the opportunity to work and contribute to society, the theory is that one cannot distinguish the unemployed from the leisure class except by asking the individual whether he or she had been actively seeking employment during the previous 4 weeks. Those who cannot show that they have been doing so, and in the largest majority of cases this would mean those who have given up hope of getting a job, are no longer counted as part of the labor force and hence cannot be counted as unemployed. Nothing in official statistics distinguishes them from the housewife who has never worked or from the millionaire in Palm Springs. Thus there is clearly a large mass of non-working people who constitute a reserve army of labor, only a portion of which is counted. Those who rise to the surface in active search of jobs are counted as unemployed, those who sink to the bottom and are forced onto the welfare roll are counted as paupers. The size of this pauperized mass is now between 14 and 15 million persons, and this enormous size was attained back in 1970 and bids fair to go much higher. From all of this we can see that the accumulation of wealth which takes place at one pole of society in the capitalist system is matched at the other pole by an accumulation of misery. Some there are who live in darkness while the others live in light we see those who live in daylight those in darkness, out of sight.